champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas Finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
It's super cool to see how the Swiss stage starts. It's basically like a training for them right now, so they can see how the other teams play, kind of get a feel of it before they go into the playoffs, right?
For me, what it means, especially as a fan of watching a lot of these teams compete, is the more and further on we get into the Swiss stage, the more and more even the teams start getting. Winners are taking on winners.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome
so
in.
start evening the playing field.
This is going to be our final watch party for this week for MCT AMER. It's the final day. Then we'll probably be back a little bit next week. And see what's going on with Swiss stage.
It gives the chance for us to see a different heroes, you know. Okay,
we're a little late today, a few moments late, as I was on uncle duty for a few minutes, and yeah, a few other things. But still gotta go do a few more things, and then I'll be back to sit down, and you know, chat, camera will be on, everything will be good. But for now, you know, they get to sit and enjoy this for a little.
The 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
I didn't make any posts today though. That's the only thing, because fucking moving so late.
Like I was saying before, the global bans being implemented is a treat to see. The fact that we're able to see Changi on the stage, Terizla, and even in the north they had Xborg as a roam. It's so cool to see these heroes being chosen here in these matches.
Yeah, like you said, it's just been a treat when you see when a lot of the meta pans do get kind of taken out of the way there. You got picks like the Chang'e and the Terizla. Even in the north, we've been seeing the Xborg. Benedetta was picked out there as well. So it's just it's great to have something fresh with each and every single round that we have here.
Yeah, despite the meta is always changing, global ban is going to be a very special thing.
And are we going to see the brackets right now? We're going to see what teams are kind of going.
All right.
And this is what we have here today. It's looking like we are going to have Octa Gaming going against
I got a few things I gotta go get
DreamHack
ready now.
And then also Entity 7 going again.
I'm gonna be listening, but I'm probably gonna be muted for like 5-10 minutes. But I'll be back.
To today's schedule right now. No. So we have here Octa Gaming going against DreamHack, 9Z Globant going against Influence Rage, Entity 7 going against Alpha 7, and Black Sentence going against Infinity.
Yeah, like we were talking about before, a lot of these teams were having winners taking on winners, losers taking on losers, and I know a lot of people are going to be watching a few of these matches very intently, especially when it comes to Alpha 7 taking on Entity 7. I was actually going to ask you, Rico, is there a significance to 7 here in South America, that we have 2 teams with that number back here?
Maybe, you know, because there are so many seasons that both like these teams are performing or playing against each other, you know. So it's a very interesting idea and situation to see that these teams, even though they are changing players often, you know, but I think that the sense, you know, like the nature for them, it's very the same for these teams. And it's very interesting to see, like, okay, sometimes the team logos change, the name change, you know, but the players, they also, and they always play or together or sometimes against each other. But it's also interesting to see that AMER South here, these teams are also, like, seeing the top, but they have to take care about the opponent.
Yeah, it's yesterday we saw Octa Gaming and Alpha 7. Basically, they got sweeped it, right? So I wonder how the games will go today for them.
They got swept.
That's why I think a lot of people have their eyes on a lot of some
I'm sorry.
matches to see if that sweeping trend will continue. I know Rico just told us about it. Like sometimes you have a lot of name changes when it comes to the actual organization, but the players and the history and the synergy that they have remain the same. Sometimes though, when the organizations stay the same, but now we're looking at a new roster, and you have to rebuild that synergy here live on the main stage.
Yeah, so this you're right, Private.
Let's see Octa Gaming's lineup. Who do we have on the board now?
Ooh, it's gonna be pretty exciting. Like we said, they had a great performance
Lucy,
yesterday.
Thanatos,
Lucy on the
Sagan.
XP lane, Thanatos, TZ on the
Hey,
jungle,
Saber.
Sagan in the mid lane. The gold lane will be taken by
Welcome
V2,
in, Wolf.
and
Welcome in, Saber.
will be on the road.
I didn't know you were playing, Saber.
Yeah, so
I kid.
the Octa Gaming lineup. It is really surprising, at least for me, that Sagan is playing again, because this lineup, they have the two mid lanes. It's Sagan and Asdeath. And for me, I thought that Asdeath was about to start the AMER South, but now Sagan is playing and they won yesterday, so I think that they decided to keep the lineup here, Private.
Yeah, and as we take a look at DreamMax's lineup here, it is going to be King in the XP lane, Jump Style as the jungler. Mid lane will be taken up by Che Kite. The gold lane will be taken up by Chimera, and the Roam finally will be taken up by Blink.
Yeah, so that's DreamX. They won yesterday, so for me, I think that they have more to show us. They have a very high potential to grow up during the tournament, especially with Chimera in the goal lane. I think that he has to get more time with this lineup, and Cheikai also to get more synergy, to get more confidence, to show to the fans, to show to the supporters that they are able to reach the top here in AMER South.
All right,
go ahead and kick off
draft
the draft here.
number
a couple
one.
of notes, to be looking out for, especially when it comes to DreamMax. You mentioned a little bit about Chimera and him trying to fit into this role now with this team, and he did a decent job of
Pretty
it.
sure
He was able to get an
Octa's
MVP with Harith. I think he
this.
went 9-0-4, so a very outstanding game for him. Another one of note for me would be Chekite, who in the mid went 5-0-9 on a Kimmy, and had a great job of just doing positioning and putting on that great suppressive and consistent firepower to the enemy team. So those are some ones that I'd be watching out for DreamX Gaming.
Yeah, K-Kite did an amazing job for the team. She was a factor in helping them get those wins and was a major support for them. These two teams had actually won yesterday,
Everybody might
so
just
it would
sound
be fun
weird
to see
today.
who will take this game, right?
Yeah, you're totally right. So here in the banning phase, we're seeing like DreamX banning, especially gold laners here, and the most used Moskman so far, Claude and Carry. They're late game here, so DreamX is also concerned about like bringing in a Moskman in a gold lane for Octa Gaming. And the Octa Gaming is banning Freya. I think that Freya so far is 100% banned. Since from the first day here, so I believe that she's not gonna pass away today also. And Boxia is another ban for Octa Gaming. So we're ready for the third one for DreamX.
So what we have left right now is the Zushin, Valentina, and the Sora are still up there on the table right now. So that's gonna be very interesting. And of course Marcel. So we got all three of those picks out there right now: the Valentina, Sora, and the Zushin out there. And I want to say I was actually questioning on whether Zushin was gonna make it out, because for me it's just one of those picks that it's like, yes, you do have things that you can do against her, but I feel like just the time and effort you need to be putting into countering it, just it goes very very high on my personal ban list. But here, I want to say Octa Gaming, and they are one of the core reasons that it went through, because they feel like it's something that they can handle. I think we had an interview with Segan yesterday about it, and him saying that his team, and we watched it, they're very patient with it. They understand her strengths. They know that they need to kind of elongate these games to get to a point where they can get to that back line and take her out.
Zushin has it been like 100% for her the win rate or not yet? Or has she lost? I can't remember.
I think that she lost one game
She lost one.
yesterday, and
All
it
right,
was specifically talking about
Ooh, Jushin got through?
I think that
All right.
Gaming won the game.
Looking a little rough.
Sagan was playing with Valir.
Let's see how they pair it up.
Right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
We got Tsuyo and a Uranus.
So, guys, that means that Octa Gaming isn't concerned about Zushin here as the first pick for DreamHack, right? So,
But even then, she did an
we shall
amazing
see.
job in that game.
yeah.
Even though they won, Zushin did do a lot of damage and was a factor in doing well in that game. So.
We shall see.
Even though I feel like
I will be right
Zushin,
back.
yeah, still went 10 kills, over 10 kills in that game that Octa was able to win. So like I said, it's still an upward battle there. But even with the interview, like in Segan too, Segan and V2, the big players to watch out for on Octa Gaming, both of them were able to get the MVPs. I believe a carry for V2, he went 7-4-7. Segan on the Zushin went 4-0-4 for his game as well. But here, it looks like we're going to have a lot of pressure for them as well to see. You're seeing here in the early game, we're going to have the Suyu pick up there. Uranus is going to be very tanky, which is very curious to me. Like I said, for me, Uranus is one of those niche pickups that you usually get against the Fredrin. He doesn't provide a lot of CC, and when you put him in that XP role, usually in the XP role, that's something that you want that's going to help and set up your turtle fights for you, especially in the early game for you. You get the CC, you can threaten the back line. I know Uranus, a lot of people have been very surprised with how much damage he can do once he gets his full stacks on you. So maybe that's where Octa Gaming is going to be going with this pick.
Yeah, and I think that Octa Gaming here is like they're trying to make comfortable in the XP lane here, maybe bringing this Uranus. Uranus is going to the top lane. He is going to the XP lane because we were seeing Suyo also in the jungle for. Shin appeared here for DreamHack. I was thinking about that she could bring Khalid also, because this double makes so much pressure, especially in the mid lane and the river, to trying to gain domination and info for DreamHack. And that came the situation that I thought that Octa isn't they wasn't supposed to bring some surprise in the mid lane for Sagan, as we saw yesterday with Valir. So they brought an Ivy here for Sagan, but I don't think that but we know that Ivy is a mage, which is static, especially for her ultimate, and we saw yesterday so many heroes are neutralizing her. So I think that Octa Gaming has to be aware about that situation.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need some type of protection there. I believe the last time we saw Eve, the biggest problem is that you were having a Lapu just coming out of nowhere and just thrashing her every single time she went into that real-world manipulation. And that is just kind of one of those risks that you take when you have a mage, like you're saying, a static mages that have to stand there to get their ultimate, like Eve, like Farza with her feathered airstrike. They're basically sitting ducks, and that's why the rest of the team kind of really needs to put that pressure on the team and make sure that all sides are kind of protected, but that there's a big focus on where a lot of this damage is going to be output.
Yeah. Chip was the last Benzina.
Yeah, I was thinking they took out Chip because they didn't want that teleportation to happen, or for that ambush to take out any of their heroes. So.
Yeah, and you do see that on the side of Octa Gaming, they did go ahead, take out the Lapu. So I want to say learning from what we saw in some of the other games where they saw how well Lapu actually went into an Eve, who's especially when you have heroes that can close the distance so quickly. Khalid, and that's kind of where I'm kind of questioning the Eve pickup, just because already you had the Khalid already show out there. That's going to be something that's going to be able to get to that back line and do a significant amount of damage to Eve, even with the real world manipulation out there. Now we're going to go ahead and round out the composition with an Arlott and Nolan pickup. Nolan hasn't, I want to say, hasn't had the greatest win streaks. I believe he's still at 0% right now in the AMER tournament.
Yeah, and I was thinking about like what Octa is supposed to bring for the last pick here. Maybe it is Esmeralda, thinking about Harriet in the goal lane, or yeah, maybe. But I don't think so. Maybe Nolan here can give them the opportunity to bring something else, but no Granger. So yeah, I was thinking about Esmeralda, but I forgot about the XP lane. XP lane is with Uranus, not Esmeralda one. So Granger is a goal lane here for finish the composition. So that's it.
Well, I mean, you can be forgiven for, especially with how the meta has been shifting nowadays, where a lot of these things go. Uranus has been played in the jungle position and has had the most success there. So I mean, it could be a big question where some of these picks are going. Heck, we've seen a lot of the fighters being going into the gold lane as well. Here with that Granger pickup, it does mean I do look at DreamHack to be dominating that gold lane. Granger does have a little bit of a problem when it comes to some dash heroes because his most of his abilities are just kind of like straight lines, and they're pretty easy to dodge if you've got a very mobile gold laner there. So we're gonna see how this matchup goes with DreamHack taking on Octa Gaming, game 1 of day 2.
Yeah, you're totally right here, my friend Private. So let's go, everybody. Welcome to for the first time today. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the first game of the first match of the second day here. Octa Gaming versus DreamHack. Both teams won yesterday, so they're here to continue winning and reaching the top, Private.
Yeah, that's exactly it too. The stakes are just a little bit higher because both of these teams have undefeated records that they're kind of putting on the line here. Both teams were very dominant in their victories yesterday and looking to try to continue some of these ways here. I know I talked a little bit about Nolan not having a great game when it comes to kind of, I want to say, like the sea of different junglers that you have out there. He does have a decent amount of mobility. It's just the squishiness that sometimes CC is a big hindrance for him. He's going to need to kind of get in there, get a lot of that damage off, and be able to escape. Speaking of damage here, Chaikai almost getting caught, might be in a little bit of trouble here. Has the flicker and able to get away, and this might have put Octa Gaming in a bad position anyway. Down goes Saber as Jumpstyles able to take advantage of that I want to say overstep coming from Octa Gaming.
That's why I love MLBB, you know, because Chaikai here was like surviving for the last second, for the last moment, and gave the chance for DreamHack here to counter a respawn and guaranteeing the first kill here for Jumpstyle. So we were talking about like this Nolan and maybe the win rate was not in favor for him, you know, but we also have to talk about like his burst of damage, you know, so he can be a very important ally for DreamHack here just to secure the objectives, or before the objectives, he trying to find a specific pick off here, to find a specific hero here to guarantee an advantage for DreamHack so far for this first turtle.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to stuff like that. Oh, Chimera actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. V2 laying on a decent amount of fire to him. Both of them going to go ahead and have to create some distance. We do have a fight there. Saber does find a kill onto Blink here. And you were talking about the Nolan thing. He's one of those big assassins that just, he really needs to keep up that momentum. Needs to continually look for a lot of those openings where he can get those kills, where he can be able to find some of those pickoffs. Where he does not shine sometimes is where you see those when it comes to some of those group fights. You don't have your team ready, unfortunately, he's going to have to rotate away. Chaikai does go ahead, provide a little bit of support into the gold lane. It looks like, man, Chimera actually getting really pushed back there by the Granger from V2.
Yeah, but we saw the opposite here because Octa Gaming was guaranteeing a kill. They got this advantage, they got superior numbers, and it was easy to secure the first turtle for Octa Gaming. So it's a very even game so far for both teams, but now we're seeing the battle 1v1 Lucy versus King. That's gonna be very interesting, but Tento's coming.
Yeah, you got Thanatos TZ comes in there. King takes a big chunk of damage down. It's going to put him down to about 50%. Jump Style looking for an opportunity down there. It's going to come in for the fighter. They're going to be able to find the Suyo. Thanatos TZ in a little bit of trouble there. Does activate a lot of that defense. King comes in with the final slash, but gets taken out by Thanatos TZ. Jump Style just narrowly missing an evil queller there at the bottom lane, but he does lose somebody there. Octa Gaming up by 1.
You know, for a moment, I thought that Thanatos was about to leave the fight, you know, because he was hitting the head against the wall. But somehow he decided to come back and guarantee one more kill for Octa Gaming. So far here, Private, almost 4 minutes. It's a very even game, but Octa Gaming is surprising me, especially because it is versus a DreamHack. As we were saying, like, both teams know each other, and we have Sky Pierce to Thanatos. Let's go!
Ooh, Jump Style gets taken out. A glorious pathway laid underneath him is going to slow him down, allowing the rest of Octa Gaming to come in there. Lucy actually in trouble here. Goes a little too deep underneath the tower. Oh, they're still going to be able to get the purple buff, but that a little closer than they might have wanted to come to that. But already, Octa Gaming inside of the enemy's jungle, starting to claim it for themselves.
That's the runners, ladies and gentlemen. But now the second turtle here, I think that DreamHack wants to fight back. Or no. Nope.
I think a Blink is just making sure to get that information, letting them know, hey, yeah, this turtle's being taken, boys. There's not really much that they're going to be able to do. I believe he just had Chimera up there right now. And man, I think they're doing just a great job. Usually I want to put Harith over a Granger up in that lane, but it does seem like V2 very much being able to hold his own up there. And the more and more we get into this game, I want to say the later and later we get, I feel like the less and less it's going to favor a Nolan pick and a Jump Style. If you're not able to continually get those kills, continually get fed up on this assassin.
Yeah, you're totally right, and we're seeing like V2 always playing safe because he is aware about the Nolan and the burst damage. Oh, in the mid lane here!
Yeah, they're gonna go in. Glorious Pathway comes up. Segan does get pushed back, and Jump Style right there to be able to find the kill for himself, bringing this to a 2-3 game. Thanatos TZ comes in, but I want to say a few seconds too late for that fight. J-Kite on the back, just putting on a little bit of harassment too. Lucy, you can see a little bit of that recalls down there, letting them know, hey, here I am, hello, and how do you do?
Yeah, it was like, hey guys, hey, leave me alone here, runners. But that's it, runners, ladies and gentlemen. That's him. He is very annoying. He has an absurd sustain here, and now he's trying to make an procs with a Saber too. So Octa Gaming has to take a chance and has to take this advantage, especially because of Uranus. But let's go for a dive.
Yeah, they do have that glorious pathway laid out there. Ooh, Blink trying to go in as well. Chimera diving back and forth with Zaman Force out there, but it is not able to protect him. The real world manipulation did come down as well. Segan laying that out to try to trap the rest of the members from DreamHack, and that is unfortunate. I don't think they counted the members because, like, the rule of thumb is that the tower you can protect and defend a tower as long as if you treat the tower like a number of what you have defending it, you can only defend against like an even number. So if there were 3 members coming at you, you could defend that. When there's 4, they pretty much outnumber what you can defend, and you're gonna need to abandon that, maybe get back to the tier 2.
Yeah, the third turtle here is on the upper side, but both teams are dancing around that, so maybe I think that Jump Style, I think that he gave up once again. So 3 turtles so far for Octa Gaming, Private.
Yeah, that's pretty much the story of a lot of these engagements throughout the AMER tournament, is absolute control of that objective. If you don't get there early, if you're not in a position, you're just going to start losing these objectives. And unfortunately, it's not often that teams are able to kind of recover from that if they continually are giving those objectives away. Here, we can see Octa Gaming already has 3 turtles. DreamHack just have not been able to get with it when it comes to a lot of these team fights.
Seen Lucy versus 4 players here, but now Sagan is aware of this.
All right,
I've been watching so much time, but
we've been watching.
Yeah, he's going to activate that consecration down
from the mountain, and we are not pleased. This is actually a pretty much back and forth game so far, with Octa actually pulling ahead in these later minutes.
great job of thinking through
as we're coming towards the first Lord, 60 seconds off from it. 3.8k lead, 5 kills in favor of Octa Gaming. They seem to have most of map control with 2 turrets down. Mid is still standing for DreamHack, so they have a chance to make a comeback, but they are going to struggle as that Nolan will fall off. They have a lot of early game here. Mid game is a decent amount of late game with the Arlet and Harris, but
yeah, Lucy on the bottom.
I don't know. They're gonna have a hard time punching through Lucy and Saber. So I don't know. DreamHack's gotta pull something off. Oh, big Raging Sandstorm. Not sure what they were going for there. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't see the rest of their team there, but I don't know. A little miscommunication, but not sure what Blink
doing a very dominant first game.
Yeah, you know, we have okay, we can consider here the Harriet and the late game potential, but if you're seeing the goal lead, especially Octa Gaming here is almost 6k ahead, and now they are going to the Lord, and probably no fight back for DreamHack. You know, I think that the first game here is being like very secure for Octa Gaming. Okay, we're talking about Mobile Legends, everything can happen, but here I think that Octa Gaming is very secure. But Lucy,
yeah, Lucy maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew, probably testing out a little bit of a limit test there for the Uranus. It's like, okay, I believe 5 members of DreamHack is the limit of what I can tank, and eventually gets taken out there as well. Now we're gonna go ahead and have another glorious pathway out there. Final Slash comes out onto Segan and Saber. V2 is gonna go ahead, dash to the back line. King is gonna follow there. Blink over here, gonna be able to try to take out Chimera. Down goes a Saber. Chimera with some great damage there, coming out to be able to take down the row, but Thanatos TZ and V2 are in tow on the back line, looking to maybe put some more damage out. They're not going to be able to find the team, but they are going to be able to find the tier 2 tower at the bottom.
yeah, the second one, the Lord is heading in the top side here. Apparently they're focusing in the mid lane to take down this turret on yeah, the turret number 2, so only the high ground now for them, Private, and here comes the Lord.
Yeah, Lord up at the top, and that's going to be a high ground. Oh, actually, they're able to protect their high ground there. But, I mean, for how long? Right now, most of the towers are up for Octa Gaming. I believe they did lose their XP tower down at the bottom. Meanwhile, Thanatos TZ going to go ahead and start cleaning up.
What's happening? What's up, Chronoscaper?
That's kind of been another point of this
I'm like here, but I'm not like entirely here yet, as I got up pretty fucking late. I could not sleep last night, so ended up falling asleep again. I woke up like at 3:40.
They have a curse, you know.
Watching my niece for a little bit, so I got here a little late while my camera isn't on, because I had to walk away.
Lucy, for example, in a few minutes ago, then he was
freshen up.
At least
gotta get pretty for you guys.
No, at least once, you know. So now he has to take care about that. But the fact is, Octa Gaming is dominating the pace so far here, Private. You see the map with only the last line of defense for DreamHack. Okay, we have Jump Style. It is still he can impact that situation for DreamHack. We also have Chimera here for a strong late game, you know, but Octa Gaming here, I think that they're really secure and they're really confident about what they're doing and what
big lead for Octa now.
This first game, you know, of course they'd have to be aware because they
next
don't have
floor
a
coming in
hard
30
engage in the
seconds.
position, you know, to
just about
make a dive or
6k
something,
going towards
in the
7k
last
lead.
minute, for example, the last team fight.
DreamHack is kind of
Maybe
forced
they're
inside of their
actually
base now. They can't really do much. Off lane is pushing.
The biggest thing for me right now is that real world manipulation and the glorious pathway. You're this far behind, you need to have yourself some disengaged tools. However, Octa Gaming, when you combine the real world manipulation and the glorious pathway, you're slowing them down, you're cutting off escapes, and you're boxing them in to this little square, and then you've got Thanatos.
Hylos and Eve. Keep that in mind. It's actually a really good combo.
Was already at full build.
Thanks for the hydrate. Good news. Welcome in, brother.
Firepower coming out from Octa Gaming. And that's going to result in another clean Lord pickup there for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, another clean lord in another situation here that DreamHack wasn't supposed to farm so much. I mean, you know, because before the lord, Octa Gaming was like trying to synchronize the mini waves and trying to deny as much as they can the farm, the resources for DreamHack, you know. So the lord was guaranteed, but much more important than the lord is that kind of a macro gaming that Octa Gaming is playing here so far to deny these resources for DreamHack, because they know that Chimera can carry this game. Yeah, he can also carry this game. So even though, despite the here in the bottom line here, okay.
Yeah, a little bit of damage coming out there. Zaman Force has been laid on the ground more as a defensive tool, though. But Glorious Pathway is out. No real world manipulation just yet. They're going to go ahead and try to put a lot of pressure down. Ooh, nice little lift there. Shaykai might be in trouble. Chimera able to find a kill there. Are they going to be able to turn this one around? Shaykai comes in with an ultimate. Real world manipulation comes down. Very well placed to stop the onslaught from turning around on Octa Gaming. And now,
all right, they defend for now. They defend for now.
And DreamHack has to answer it.
They are hanging on.
Trying to respond, the team
they respond, they get a kill of their own. They lose inhibitors though, so it's gonna be rough going into these next lords with an 8.1k lead into Octa Gaming.
And okay, Octa Gaming now has a guaranteeing super minions in the top and the bottom lane, but it's still like DreamHack isn't done yet. They aren't dead yet. So Octa Gaming has to take care about, especially with Chimera and Shaykai with Zunshin, sorry.
Shaykai still, like, regardless, is having a really good game. 0-0-5. Like, she's actually like really good on this Zunshin, bro.
Yeah, and
her positioning really is fucking amazing, bro. And I'm pretty sure in every game she's played, she's had like a really low death count.
From King. So you have tools for a setup from them. Unfortunately, I feel like the sustaining power is definitely on Octa Gaming. So they're able to outlast a lot of these fights. They've been able to get ahead on these fights. So they are in firm control. They get to decide now when the initiating factor comes. And the initiating factor, we do have a Glorious Pathway up, is going to be able to split up the team, while the rest of them may be looking to try to put some pressure onto this mid-high ground tower, but they are not able to find it just yet, not able to line up the minions to kind of create that full
damn, I gotta do laundry. Not a shirt.
Onto DreamHack.
So we're gonna wear this
I'm
one.
not sure, but I have the impression here that Octa Gaming.
It's either I wear this one or I wear something more dressed up, and
you know. But they're not allowed to make a mistake here, because at this point of the game, any kill. Oops, Lucy. All right, he can survive.
Yeah, they're doing all right now. Oh, actually, Thanatos easy. The Chimera tries to go in there and try to get against them, but you can see Octa Gaming, they immediately notice that. They're going to try to close in around as this next Lord pops up. But the problem here now is the lane control for DreamHack. They want to try to take this fight, but you've got minions starting to push into the...
No way.
Okay, we're just not going to answer that. Minions coming. We're going to go ahead and start this fight. Glorious Pathway is out for Saber. The rest of it, V2 does activate his immortality right now. DreamHack's looking for a fight. Blink in the midst of the fight right now. Thanatos TZ tries to go after King, who uses that flicker to get over the wall on the back end. Lucy is still chasing Blink and now getting helped out by Shaykai in the back. Now they're finally going to have to answer these minions at the base, as Octa is free to return their pressure to the Lord.
Somehow it was really good for Octa Gaming, because even though there was a big minion wave heading in the top, another minion wave for DreamHack had born, and it wasn't enough to destroy the base, you know. But and now we saw like V2 taking so much.
It's almost as if they didn't mic check. Like, do y'all hear the ringing?
To regain this HP, so he lost just a little bit time in the.
Oh no, never mind. I lied. That's my headphone.
Octa Gaming survived. And now another Lord for Octa Gaming heading on the top side here. Let's see what's going to happen. Because, at this point of the game, I believe that almost the heroes are the full build, you know, so any mistake here could be lethal.
Yeah, the problem is, though,
picking up.
I feel like the sustain that is on the side of Octa Gaming is really allowing allowing them to kind of really continue on in these fights where DreamMax is having trouble. Thanatos TZ comes in, puts some damage on. Real World Manipulation is out. Evil Queller goes out. Thanatos TZ gets lifted up, and he does have the immortality. That's going to open it up for Chaikai to get picked off.
It did for a second, drop the frame.
Looking for an escape, does get pulled back a bit, is going to try to turn it around there. Now the rest of DreamMax have to split their priority between the Lord, swinging on the core, and Octagaming, you are starting to get very, very low. Saber able to find a kill onto King. Jump style with the dash on the side. Lucy finds a kill onto Chimera, but the swinging away Lord cleans the clock, and that is going to be a win for Octagaming.
A little presentable.
First game of the first match here, and it was wild. Octagaming guaranteeing the victory versus DreamMax in a very, very fighted game here, Zeno.
Yes, what a first match. Octagaming was taking it over so much since the beginning. They kept that steady pace of having, you know,
it's kind of crazy because they had the early game draft. DreamMax had the early game draft.
They took all the objectives and snowballed their way.
Maybe they just executed better.
I feel like a lot of the answers on Octagaming, you just had a lot of boxes that were checked when it came into setting potential, damage, and
I mean, I guess this is a little glimpse at Caster Spirit.
Hylos, and a Uranus,
I don't know what it would look like.
Really
I'd probably put on. I wouldn't put on a white shirt.
Laid down, which has a double effect of being able to heal
your ally heroes, and also I might be feeling myself a little bit, but the boy looking kind of big.
All you need to do is point to your Granger, point to your
shoulders. Now let me let me feel myself. Pause.
For
Eric, that would have been good. That game.
Them to just really outlast, outdamage, and outperform DreamMax.
I think that probably
for DreamMax,
the MVP in the first game here, but
Airtel's not horrible, but her damage isn't quite there when it comes to other to the other marks. Probably better than Harris.
An engage or something, or
some
kind of
for example. Airtel is the counter for
I think that he was
Granger, so you might be right.
Every time he was annoying the team, he was like,
if you snowball enough, you might be able to. Unless they nerfed her. Did they nerf her?
Really important
because I haven't seen her
to
get
guarantee the vision.
That is a known counter.
Domination so far.
Yeah, and that's kind of unfortunate. You even saw kind of a little bit of the turnaround there immediately, that Jumpstyle was able to get himself a kill, but it was immediately answered by Thanatos TZ, and they had to disengage. And I want to say that was probably the beginning and the end of a lot of offense that came out from DreamMax. Octagaming here, you can see
that's why I'm beating up Wi-Fi. Watching another stream on my phone.
There, not just covering the front, but covering the escape of DreamMax. So before they realized that they were outnumbered, they didn't even have an escape anymore. Here, this is just a beautiful example of being able to use that glorious pathway to split up the team, start claiming and pushing out DreamMax while they claimed those purple buffs.
Yeah, I don't know what Blink was going for that.
And
nobody
we saw in the
ready.
team fight, especially in the top side, that we had 3 Octagaming players with a very low HP, and Lucy was like calling the attention for DreamMax for himself. You know, it really works because the 3 players survived, and it was very positive for Octagaming to take down the turret, you know, to get more kills and get more resource for the composition. So that's why I'm talking about Lucy this far, because for me, he was really, really important with this Uranus to disturb and annoy DreamMax composition every single time, you know. So this Uranus here for Octagaming, it worked so well that all the people say, okay, maybe Uranus could be good. I'm gonna try it as a ranked game. So guys, please don't do that. I know if you're gonna be in a classic game, for example, just to practice and try this hero. But for Octagaming here, it worked so well. And of course, we can talk about like Thanatos with Suyu. It worked so well also. And also Granger, Vito.
Wait, what did I say not to try?
He wasn't the star, as we can say, but he played safe. You know, he didn't compromise anything for Octagaming performance.
Yeah.
Let's see if your prediction is right for this MVP.
Maybe I'm not.
Yeah, we're gonna go take a look.
No, you're right. You're right.
Suyo. Thanatos with MVP.
Thanatos Teasy there, 5-0 and 2 KDA, 48,000 damage, and a 700 gold per minute. That's usually around where you want to be, especially a little high end there for a lot of jungles. We go ahead and see how he was moving throughout the map, especially on this. We did have a Raging Sandstorm come in there with a beautiful flicker, but just look at the damage output coming from Thanatos Teasy. That's a jungler who just got stunned and initiated on, and he just turned around and was able to blow up his opponents there. Another big thing for me is the fact that you were talking about the Uranus, and what we kind of thought, for me, it's the initiating factor, but what the Uranus provided is a target for the Zushin to not only put that Lantern Flare on, that's getting Uranus all the stacks that he needs. If you do get Uranus pulled back into you, he's a tanky boy. He's going to be able to use that Consecration to be able to get away from your team, and now you've just wasted all of these abilities trying to blow him up and provide it. And it's not just that, because I want to say, like, a lot of people try this with Uranus. It's the fact that you had another team following up on that. As soon as Uranus is tanking all of this damage, as soon as he's disengaging, the rest of the team is engaging on. They're making sure to put down that real world manipulation to try to cover his escape, that glorious pathway to start feeding him health as he gets away. So it was Uranus.
Am I forgetting anything, lads? I think I did everything, right?
Support it.
I gotta pull up the...
Uranus is really tanky. I've seen him in action. I've seen somebody got top global with him and everything and used him straight on. He is very tanky. He usually used to cut lanes, and no one can really take him down once he gets going, so...
Yeah, it was like a sandbag, for the rest of the composition. And it's very interesting to see, like, a pro player with this kind of a mentality, like, I'm not searching for kills, not, hey, I want to kill, I want to be the star, They say, he's something like, okay, so guys, I'm going to be the sandbag. I'm going to, like, receive this damage so you can shine. You can be the carry for this game. And Lucy did a great job in the first game here for Octa Gaming to guarantee the victory.
Yeah, a great game there for Octa Gaming. And, I mean, man, they're the gold standard when it comes to allowing and dealing with a Zushin on the enemy team. And I'm actually kind of curious. Are we going to see DreamHack? Are they going to go ahead and allow it out? But because I want to say, I'm pretty sure DreamHack yesterday went ahead and they banned that out. Didn't want to deal with it. Here, I mean, Octa Gaming really showing that it's Zushin just is not as strong as a lot of people think it is, for as long as you allow that, especially as a first pick, and then you're able to answer with some of these great and strong picks. I think their first pick was to go ahead and take away
Uranus.
Suyo and the Uranus pick. They picked that up very quickly, and they proved to their worth and dividends here.
I can see Uranus actually being like a really good counter for her. Like you said, you do apply the stacks on him if you're just gonna hold the lantern.
The rest of the teams are saying something like, okay, Zunshin is really strong, but not for Octa Gaming. I think that the rest of the team which is going to face Octa Gaming say maybe Zunshin is not a good idea to choose here to pick it up versus Octa Gaming, because they have a very good idea how to counter Zunshin. But let's see what's going to happen in rest of the tournament, especially for Octa Gaming, which has now one victory here, 1-0 against a DreamHack. We know the potential for a DreamHack here to turn game the even and maybe reverse sweep here versus Octa Gaming, But this first game here, I saw a confident Octa Gaming, I saw like with the lineup and composition, they worked so well together. They played so well together. It was so solid, their performance. I believe that they only lost one turret in the bottom lane, and we're talking about DreamHack, the one of the most traditional team and the one of the strongest team in the region. And Octa Gaming were so solid. They were so brilliant. They only lost one turret. So to the second game, I think that DreamHack has to think about something to reverse that situation.
Yeah, maybe it was just go ahead. So I was just gonna say, maybe it was just the first match, so they had their nerves, so maybe these next matches may be a different story, right?
First game jitters.
Yeah, and there's other things too to talk about too, especially when I saw the Nolan pick up there, there's kind of a reason that he's kind of pulled back a bit when it comes to the meta when against other assassins that are possible to kind of get out there. He's got one of those kind of all in, you're going to get your fracture and you're going to try to get out. So much CC, so much slow. There were a few times I saw him try to find his escape, and you had Hylos right there with the glorious pathway to slow him down. I mean, when you have Nolan plus some of that slow CC there, that's just going to equal death for him. And that's kind of why he's kind of been a problem when it comes to a lot of these. And not just that, but your games have to be going very well for a Nolan to, like, you've got to get a great early start. You've got to be continually getting a lot of damage. He's not a great contender when it comes to bouncing back, because he once you get to that late game, he very much not just late game, but once you get to that late game and you're behind, he loses his effectiveness in a lot of those team fights. And then you're going to possibly be looking at him to start split pushing, which isn't really a bad. That's usually pretty much the game strategy. It's like Assassin 101 when you're getting like put behind, whether you're a Hayabusa, a Ling, or a Nolan. You're behind, you can't do anything during team fights. Go ahead, split push this lane, hurry up and try to get back into the fight. Here, they were able to go so fast. I don't even think that DreamHack even had an opportunity to start thinking about split pushing, because not only were they able to dominate, but they were inside Nolan's jungle, making sure to refuse him a lot of those purple buffs. So he wasn't getting any farm. He probably would have gotten stopped by a lot of those minions in the first place once you get to that late game.
Yeah, I'm missing Hayabusa, by the way. You know, I listened to last season. He was really, he used to appear a lot in the last season, but so far in the AMER North and South, I don't remember him on stage, you know, on the Land of Dawn. But as you were talking about Nolan's performance here, we were talking about the meta, which is always changing, always like looking for new options. You know, we were talking about the gold lane to be appearing in fighters, for example, and for the last seasons, we used to see so much tankers in the jungle. You know, like we used to see Akai, Baxia, or even though another jungle like Uranus, for example. But now I think it's time for the assassin, especially. Okay, we are still seeing some tankers like Baxia or Fredrin, for example, that he can have this kind of a resistance. But now I think that they if they see the opponent choosing an assassin in the jungle, for example, I think they have the need to choose another, like, or assassin or a hero with a high physical burst of damage here, or could be magic also with Harley, for example. But I think that most of these assassins, they have a high potential for early and mid game, for example, but for a late game, maybe they are too squishy for a team fight or some kind of situation that you are taking so long for a response.
Doing it.
So they are really aware about that, but they are choosing the assassins, and details matter here.
Sometimes it's just that it's too long. That's what it is. It's just too long sometimes. Gotta.
Well, when it comes to assassins, this is why my jungler pool is very weak when it comes to playing this game. It's because I do prefer a lot of fighter or tankier junglers when it comes. I feel like personally that's me being safe. Tank junglers I feel like are very safe. There's a lot less boxes that you need to check to be successful in a turtle fight as a tank jungler than you do as an assassin jungler. As a tank, you can just hang out there. You can just take the damage, wait for your opportunity, get your Appraiser's Wrath down with your Retribution combined, and boom.
Oh, okay, so we got a Fredrin boy here.
Objective there. As an assassin, I'm leaning on my team to give me the vision. I'm hoping they don't die while I'm sitting in a bush waiting. I gotta wait for that opportune moment, jump in, get the Retribution, get away, and there's just all of these things that need to go correctly for you to be successful. And then you're basically leaning on a 50-50 shot, which I want to say too, like I feel like as a team, if your jungler has to fight the rest of the team while trying to get the objective, you're kind of failing as a team. You never want to put your jungler in that position where he has to 50-50 and flip a coin basically with another jungler in there. So, and that's why I say, like, I feel like that's why assassins have kind of like stepped back a little bit there, but you still have some great picks. Like we were talking about, the Harley has come up, which has been amazing to me because I didn't really think Harley would be able to have the presence that he does, but I feel like the distance that he can create with his teleporting in, being able to get that deadly magic on people, being able to pull well away from a lot of these fights, really has been this huge blessing for a lot of teams.
Yeah, he's really good at being in and out, like going in, getting that burst damage, and getting right back out. So he got that escapability, right? So that's why I feel like he's a good choice, and that's why I choose him a lot.
I do dare
when I jungle. So because you don't really have to worry too much about sticking around and taking all the hits and stuff like that as being something so squishy.
Yeah, actually, we saw a smart Harley yesterday, right? Like stealing. Don't remember if it was a turtle or a lord, you know. So Harley is a very interesting situation, or a very
all right. Game number 2.
Teams. But so far here, Private, we're seeing
DreamHack versus Octa. It's looking like Octa might win this. DreamHack had the strong draft, but it just looked like Octa played the game better. Hold on, let's look at yesterday's matches. Kind of curious.
Out there, especially with the fact that I believe Segan was able to get an MVP on the first day with Zushin. So that might be something that I'm going to be thinking about taking off of there. They're going to go ahead and ban out Valentina here early. I feel like this is to try to set up possibly that a Sora first pickup.
That or have them ban it out. I don't know.
Yeah, but I believe that...
Yeah, Octa won theirs 2-0.
If we are talking about that, if we are reading...
DreamHack did win theirs, but it was just 2-1 with Infinity. Right? And the fact that... Yeah, it's a good chance Octa might 2-0 here. Let's see what draft says. Carrie and Valentina's banned out, so they might be looking for a Sora here. Maybe a Sora Fredrin combination even.
Prioritizing banning or picking here. So let's wait now for the third
Jushin banned. That's
okay, so
can't use it. Might as well ban it.
To play with Zushin at least in the second game.
Yeah, and like I said, they're definitely kind of veering away from trying to ban out that Sora, so they're gonna try to leave it on to Octa Gaming. I believe. What else do we have out there? Fredrin's still out there as well. I don't know what we go with as a first pick, because they were already they could actually still go with the Suyu, because that was actually picked up by Octa, so it's still available for DMX. It's going to be something that they can kind of lean on. Also, we have the Zeshian pickup that can kind of come out there. I want to say she isn't been picked up as much. With the ferocity I've seen in North. In South, I feel like Zeshian has kind of been, she's trickled in as well. Okay, so we are going to still have that Sora open. Is that what we're going to be going with?
I don't remember.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I think they were just trying to bait the other team to make them waste a ban on it instead of, you know, some of these other meta heroes. But since they did it, they decided to go with the Sora. Left it open.
Yeah. And I was wondering, like, after being a caster, Private could be a very good coach, you know, because he, like, likes to see the future or something, but he is a pro. He knows how to analyze that situation. So Sora is the first pick for the DreamHack. As we were talking about, like, because they were banning Valentina, this could be a very possible situation.
I can't actually do that in the background. I'm trying to find other little things I can get done. All right, there goes the Sora pick. I'm not surprised about that.
Jungler and the mid lane, for example, all the roaming. So they choose. We are waiting to see now.
Harley and Claude.
Okay.
A lot of in and out, a lot of movement, a lot of mobility.
Low lane and late game here, especially with a very mobility and escapability one. And Harley for the early game here with a very magic burst damage can be very interesting for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to be reading into, because while I understand and while I like DreamHack being able to try to set this up for a Sora or a Freya pickup, it's like, yeah, you can ban, you have to choose which evil or which poison you're going to give us here. They elected for Sora because once you get that pickup, now we can reply with something. And the biggest thing that's going to thwart a Sora on the team is going to be mobility, and that is exactly what you have with a Harley and a Claude, where Harley can go ahead and use his teleportation.
Suyo and and Hilda.
The battle mirror image on the side of
Once again, very strong early game for DreamHack. Now, here, my thing is, they picked a very strong early game last time, but they didn't execute it quite properly, so I'm a little concerned how they're going to go about it now.
Picked up the Hilda at first points yesterday's game, but it was against a tanky jungler, where Hilda is just not exactly allowed to harass that with the ferocity that she can with something squishy, like a Harley.
I was thinking about glue, you know. There it is.
There is that glue. Why glue? Why were you thinking about glue?
Because first in the meta he's too strong. You know, he has a very high sustainability here, and for Hilda could be very interesting for not like letting Hilda harass so much the jungle, as we saw yesterday, as Private was talking about. So maybe it can be a very good idea and situation for Octa Gaming Private.
Obvious ban.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say, like, we've seen how strong glue was, except when it went against the Linux, when it was able to kind of put on a lot of that damage as soon as glue.
And it wasn't Linux that was the counter.
All over him, putting on a ton of damage.
It was just Kalea, and the fact that that team had so much good synergy on the follow-ups. That was Alpha 7.
He can be beaten. He's not the unstoppable force that we've been.
That was against Alpha 7, so
he's been very unstoppable.
You know,
it doesn't mean he's going to be easy, but there are ways around. Oh yeah, and
yep. They couldn't hug that Lunix. Glue can't get Lunix when she gets her one of her ults right going, so that's a good ban.
I'm telling you guys, Private here is something more for the drafting system here. But now
honestly, I feel like Kadita is a good counter for Glue.
What's next here is maybe for Sagan. Yeah, assuming there's no
you got the CC immunity, you got the shield.
Maybe
if you do get caught, and if you really need to, you can always ult out.
I don't believe in Farsa here so far because it is a static mage also, and it can work with that composition, but maybe it can be too much for them. But with the phrase, I don't remember. We're going to see. Oh,
they took up the Zentian.
Okay.
Alright, what are they gonna have as their fighter?
Maybe I should have said it one more vigor. Zentian.
And that's what we have behind the desk. Everything needs to be said with vigor. I like that. Yeah, there's little things that can kind of happen. That's why I was kind of wondering, because that almost seems like a decent pick for the side of DreamHack too, having the Zentian out there, especially if you have your passive ready. Glue tries to close the distance on you. You're able to kind of create that distance once again, push him away from you here. Now I'm kind of wondering where you go. The only other thing I think we have is maybe a Lilia that can be picked up, but I feel like I've already cursed Lilia having her out there so many times with some losses here.
Oh, we're pulling out of Vexana. All right.
Yeah, we haven't seen
all right. I didn't think we were gonna see it, but Vexana's been picked. We all know it's a good counter for the Glue. It comes with some it comes with a few problems though. She's not mobile. Her clear is good, but she's just not mobile. It makes her a little vulnerable. That's really what it just comes down to. A lot of mages in meta has ways to get out of situations, have fast rotations, you know, just ways to survive encounters. But Vexana does not have that, so they're gonna have to play this very smart and very carefully.
Yeah,
especially
with the black dragon flying around. That Vexana might be in trouble. But as we've seen time and time again, Shay Kite has had some really impeccable positioning. It's a little harder with a black dragon flying towards you, but she might be able to pull it off. Let's find out.
A certain range with the Zetian, Harley, especially with Yuzong here, you know. So maybe for DreamHack could not be very easy to try a flank or something, you know, getting the back line, for example, because even though we have not a static mage here to Sagan, Zetian has like the ability to basic attack or being mobile every time, especially with the ultimate, which is can spot the entire enemy composition. And we also have Yuzong with the Black Dragon to not only to get in the backline, but also to buy more time for that composition here, Private.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to game 2 of our first series of the day. Octa Gaming looking for a clean sweep, while DreamHack looking to set the tone and extend this.
All right, here we go. Game number 1.
Will they be able to with this composition? I think we're about to find out, Rico.
1-0 for Octa Gaming. Everybody, welcome to the Land of Dawn once again for the second game here. So let's see. Oh, Blink. Oh, Saber here also survived, but with a very low HP, Private.
Yeah, he's going to have to go ahead and already use a little bit of that healing. That's just going to speak like the aggression that's coming out from the side of DreamHack to go ahead and really start immediately in the early game. You can see here they're going to go ahead and start refusing a lot of that farm coming out from Octa Gaming as well. So they're going to try to start this early, trying to make sure. Ooh, they're going to try to go in early on to Lucy, putting a lot of damage out there. Lucy not down just yet. Saber hiding in the bushes, looking for an opportunity. King doesn't see it, and then I love. I'm not gonna lie. I love. It amuses me to see that Patrick skin, just that dumb smile as he's just exiting bushes. It's so funny to me, especially when a lot of these games get a little serious. Speaking of serious, Thanatos TZ comes in with a little bit of that teleport. Does get a deadly magic onto Shay Kite, but Blink was right there to try to face tank a lot of those cards for them. Shay Kite gonna go ahead and return back to base.
Coach Card once again here, not forced to use a flicker or something. So
why are we checking items like 20, like 1 minute in the game, bro? We're not looking at anything yet.
And jump style, the path, and
that's
also. So both teams now are heading for it.
Our turtles up. Looks like it's gonna go to DreamHack. They got control over it and they're bursting it down pretty quickly. Alright, but Black Dragon's coming in, zoning. Blink's in trouble, flickers out.
Down comes the fury of the Phoenix, and on the back end, King gonna go ahead and put some.
King go ahead and use the shifting clouds.
Out there, and that's gonna be a clean pickup of a turtle for DreamHack.
First turtle to DreamHack.
Yeah, so even though Blink was forced to use Plague here, so Hilda lost that kind of potential for something.
Oh, Thanatos in trouble. Thanatos in trouble and is killed.
Tricked me. I was like, where did Harley go? But he went on to the back and still got taken out. So a great positioning, a great read and communication coming from DreamHack. Even with some very smooth moves coming out from Thanatos TZ, DreamHack was right there to be able to.
If he's skill 2s, he might be in trouble. They catch him. Boom! Complete fucking nuke. Oh, man, yep. Jeez, man. Jeez, man. Fucking nuked his ass.
Necessary to use the Ancient Guardian, for example.
Like I said, we all know Vexana is the counter in Faramis. Ooh, big knockup back there. Yo, Kite is eating them alive.
Takes him down very low. He's gonna have to run back to base. Might be rethinking some of this right now. In the early game right now, DreamHack is just doing a great job getting a lot of this.
There goes skill 2. He's gonna nuke him. It'll be now. See that's why you gotta catch his head. You have to catch the main piece so it actually gets caught in the rest of the explosion. If they're lagging behind, it's not going to hit them. Have to catch the head piece.
Take advantage of the Hilda, the immense damage that
main piece, I should say.
Coming up with the Vexana as well. You might be able to kind of get this game synced in before
there you go.
You're able to kind of get that momentum from Octa.
Yeah, you have to hit the head, the main part.
Yeah, but you know what? I think this is.
And I don't think she's understanding that just yet.
A bit complication situation for.
I think after like 2 attempts, you should understand it.
Has a very interesting early game, but now he's behind. You know, he didn't guarantee the first turtle for Octa Gaming. The second one here, he was taken down once. You know, so Harley is losing his potential by the time it's passing. But now once again, another turtle.
Yo, Chase
Another
fucking
turtle out. Black
positioning.
Dragon is out there too as well, but there are some tanking
You've
members
seen
there.
Shifting Sky comes out.
Venus comes out. Lucy able to find a kill onto King there as well. More damage coming out to try to get some separation between DreamHack and Octa Gaming. Turtle turning back and forth. Looks like they're trying to bait it out.
He's in trouble. Boom.
Saber might
Dead.
be in trouble. Gets taken a little too far.
They are gonna
into
lose
DreamHax's,
that
into
turtle,
DreamHax's
unfortunately.
lane there, but that's gonna allow the space for Octa Gaming to scoop up this second turtle.
Yeah, I believe the sacrifice was worthy for Octa Gaming here, at least to guarantee the second turtle. But now Thanatos.
Oh no!
What are you doing
Oh no!
there, my friend?
Oh no! Thanatos in trouble.
Yeah, this.
Thanatos in trouble.
Maybe. Oh man, that's
Thanatos in trouble, bro.
One of the big reasons that
Oh,
Carlos
man.
has come back into the meta is because of the very, very low cooldown when it comes to that teleport there. So I feel like maybe he's a little overestimating his mobility when he gets in the enemy territory there. You saw he kind of was able to
All right,
dodge,
Skypiercer
I
just
wanna say
locked
at least
in for
3 or
jump
4
style.
spins there, but
Thanatos
eventually
not
Dream
having a
Max
great
will
game.
get there to close the distance
0-2-1, and that is
around
not
him.
where you want to be
And
the
what
Harley
surprise
early
I saw
game.
Skypiercer in Jump Style's hand here. Almost
DreamHack seeming to have dominant control over this game with about a 1.2k lead. No turrets yet.
Oh, King. Oh,
King
he's
in a
gonna
bit
be
of trouble.
able to get away. That's a Sora for you. The amount of defense there, especially the deadly magic, probably a face full of cards from Thanatos TZ, but still able to get away. And now DreamHack's trying to do a little ownage of the enemy territory. They're not quite able to get the purple buff and steal it away from Octa Gaming just yet.
Look at the J-Kite's damage, you know, it's on Saber. It was only one skill. It was like 20% of her HP.
Wait for
You know,
it.
so Octa Gaming
See,
has
he's
to take
scared
care
the
of
skill
all
too,
that
bruh.
potential for J-Kite, but now, oops, on the river.
Yeah, you have to catch the head.
Saber's gonna go ahead and use that split. Big flicker there comes out from Blink, and might actually Saber gonna go ahead and disengage from that, try to get away. Thanatos TZ goes ahead, takes a little bit of damage there from Chimera, who's sitting at 0-3. I want to say Yusun Shin is another one of those that you need to watch out for as you start getting into the later and later game. The game's gonna have to start dealing with that gold laner. Lucy might be in a little bit of trouble here. 3 members down comes the Raging Phoenix, but it is not able
That
to
top
save
lane is gonna be
Lucy,
gone
and
now.
looks like it's gonna be a top
They are gonna trade it for bottom.
DreamHack off screen does look like Chimera gets taken out by Thanatos TZ.
This is probably going to secure this turtle for DreamHack. So they might have lost their bottom side, but they are going to take the neutral objective.
We have a 2v3 in the mid lane, but DreamHack is concerned about guaranteeing another turtle, and is one more objective for the Dragon Boys.
Yeah, and I want to say that Octa Gaming is trying here, but they're starting to kind of fade more and more away. As we move later and later, I think that's kind of, King a little bit in trouble.
Jump Style in a bit of trouble. Blazing Duet comes out to the back side.
Blazing Duet coming in from V2 into the back line. We do have 2 down. Jump Style and J-Kite go down on the back end, and now starting to feel a lot of that damage coming out from the Claude. I was just about to talk about how the
Looks like they're going to trade turrets again, and unfortunately, Octa is going to take that. They do kind of hit both mid and top turret.
As you start moving into the late game, and that's something that DreamHack needs to be
So big win for Octa Gaming there. 2 kills, 2 turrets.
Within the next 4 minutes, DreamHack needs to be looking at closing this game up, or they're going to be dealing with basically a completely different team that's more mobile, that's got a lot more damage that they can dish out.
Yeah, you know what, Private?
Yeah, at this point, they lost their lead. They're there, and their lead is actually gone. They only got 500 gold lead, but they do not have lead on the map.
Of a DreamHack team, you know, but the buff like pushes the enemy away, because it was a very good ultimate from Claude, and maybe that could be more players for DreamHack taking down, but it was only 2. You know, so maybe somehow DreamHack was saved by the bell, saved by the ring so far. But of course, the game is
saved by the rain.
The goal lead is almost the same here, so both teams are playing so well that here, for me, that could be a matter of detail to be lethal for any of those teams.
Well, that's why I said, like, as you start moving into the late game, especially for Lucy, starts getting a little bit more tanky, he can get into that back line. He can possibly get that Petrify on more than one person. Follow that up with Zetchian's ultimate, where you have the Raids of the Phoenix to come and throw down another stun. That is the perfect opportunity.
Right, first Lord is up, Black Dragon comes out.
With that blazing duet, where you've got the entire team stunned with 2
Saber might be in trouble.
there. Speaking of which, Blink might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to go ahead and get put down there. Gets pushed back there by the glue. All the while here on the backside, King trying to put some damage onto Segan. Is it going to be enough? Down goes King. He does trade his life for Segan on the back end. V2 able to use his battle mirror image to get in and out, trying to keep those stacks up. Blink goes put down on the backside as well. That's going to be 2 down for DreamHack. Jump style is still up, so they do still have an opportunity to possibly be able to get this Lord. But Blink is on the other side of the map, going to be looking to pick up the purple buff from Octa Gaming, but that's going to go ahead and allow a very free Lord for Octa.
Yeah, I believe that split up team fight could not be a very good for DreamHack, you know. By the time you have a Sora and a Chai and Shakeite here with a very AoE, so maybe a DreamHack is not about like trying to a specific pick off before an important objective here can be a very good. But sometimes I think that only the block team fight can be better for DreamHack, because the last one here was so in favor for Octa Gaming, guaranteed 3 more kills, and in consequence they guarantee the Lord also. So 11 minutes here, the goal lead is almost the same, just a little bit ahead for Octa Gaming, but not a big deal, and the Lord is heading in the bottom lane for the turret number 2, Private.
Yeah, V2 already has the 3 items he needs to be able to be doing a huge amount of damage onto the back lines, and things have just slowly been turning.
Lord marching on bottom side. That turret is gonna fall. They might get a second charge.
Blink on the bottom side going to be looking to maybe take some damage. They don't have an initiating factor.
No, they won't. It won't.
King is split up trying to take away the top tower, while the rest of
they don't get any inhibitors. The DreamHack is holding on, but as they are falling behind now, it's gonna be rough. Oh, big initiation there. Okay, wait.
Blink. Shakeite able to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Saber uses their own to get out of the tower range as well. A great, I want to say it was a great thought there. Thanatos came in from the flank on the side, absolutely surprised Shakeite, but the quick thinking of DreamHack, Blink got in the way, able to put on the damage. The Thanatos TZ immediately gets the kill and turns it around on them.
Yeah, trying to bait
good defense. It does put them back in.
Especially with the
they don't have the map presence, but they can definitely bounce back if they play it right.
This very cool magical damage by the mage of DreamHack so far. Here the Mountain Shockwave just to spot the composition for Octa Gaming, while DreamHack is just trying to work to take the turret number 2 down the top side. They are able to do
if
that.
Jay can just catch Saber like one time, just lacking again, they'll be fine, bro.
I was just waiting for that, not be wrong here. But you know what? After 13 minutes, I think I believe that the game is too even for both sides, because
any honestly, she can catch any of them lacking, then they're gonna die. The combination. No one has Purify, so.
But he's a very squishy. So he has to take care about like peek off, especially before the objective. But now the Lord is open once again, Private.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for an angle in.
Flickers are down, so we're not going to see nothing crazy big here. Shifting Cloud does come out.
Going to come in there. Black Dragon is out. Jump Style actually gets disengaged from the Lord. He's looking to come in. Thanatos TZ able to go ahead, find himself a Lord, while V2 pays back Jump Style, finding a kill onto him. And unfortunately for DreamHack,
yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a sweep. I don't think they can do anything at this point.
Lucy once again being the hero, because he was downing 3 players for DreamHack, and they were not able to at least fight back for the Lord, you know. So only the Jump Style trying to steal the Lord with Retribution, but he wasn't able to do that, and he was taken down sequence. But now once again, Octa Gaming has Yeah, but we have Cheikite, right?
Sometimes Thanatos TZ sometimes has some of the greatest plays, and then there's some you're just like, okay, okay. And maybe it's just the positioning, and Cheikite has some amazing games in them. Sitting at 3-1-3-2, especially as a Vexana with this type of mobility on the composition is already something to behold. Like we said, she was
Malefic Gun just locked in for V2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're about to close out. Oh, wait, there we go. That's all they needed was to catch somebody off guard. Blazing Duet comes out. A lot of damage, but it doesn't seem to be enough. V2 goes back.
Oh, actually, Saber able to pick off Chimera, so that's going to be a 2-1 right there.
There is no Blazing Duet, though. They can stop this Lord push. They can hold on to their inhibitors.
As a DreamHack, a reset on the map.
Yeah, that could be worse for Octa Gaming here after losing 2 players. The V2 playing so solid with the Claude, you know, using the Daxter hologram here so good, so cleverly. So it was guaranteed the life for Octa Gaming so far. The King now taking so much damage. Ooh.
Oh, she's dead.
That's going to be it for Cheikite there. It's going to be taken down. Thanatos TZ found a great deadly magic onto the backside there, and you didn't have a flicker for
man.
to be able to
just when you thought, even with players down, they were still able to coordinate and make something happen.
Great success. The great success was a little bit earlier in the game, but the problem is that I feel like Octa Gaming, while they
those numbers,
success, they're able to transition that into objectives, into tower pushes, to the point that you see that DreamHack is almost, they've got 1 tower left there, despite having 10 kills, and there's still the entire mid lane open for Octa Gaming. And I want to say like that, especially when it comes to strategy, that mid lane is so important to be able to try to open up the map, and it makes it less so, once those towers get taken away, your team has less and less areas to be able to run away to get safety to, and that just says something about the way that the difference between the way DreamHack and Octa Gaming consider these fights and consider what they're gonna get out of these fights.
Yeah, I was seeing, like, when you were talking about that situation, I was seeing Thanos trying to flank.
Oh, big shifting clouds.
Yeah, they're gonna go. Oh man, actually,
it's not.
Go in there. Black Dragon's gonna go well into the back line.
They're not gonna get anything out of it though. I think this was a Hail Mary play. It was a Hail Mary play, and it did not work out.
Gonna go come in for the side there. Jump style in trouble. Is gonna have to use that dash to try to get away. In comes Chimera.
Oh.
Down goes Sagan as well. Now for the hills.
There might be in trouble. Trying to hold on.
The kill onto Chimera. He does. Chimera was doing the best he could to try to get those auto attacks off to get a lot of that health back, but it wasn't able to help him. He still gets taken down. 2 down for the side of DreamHack, 2 down for the side of Octa Gaming. The only difference being
it was almost there.
Have a jungler on the side of DreamHack. It's unfortunate that
they gotta rush it. They have to rush it. If they don't.
Yeah, 2 for 2 here. Saber now he's doing the front line. What a mess here in the last few minutes in this game. As you said, there's no Thanatos. Oh, no, he's back. Okay.
Gap where? What do you mean gap where?
Again, and both teams
they gotta rush it
around this very important goal that could be for anyone here, Private.
Unfortunately, they're not. Everyone's up. Flickers are down.
They want the fight. They're very confident in their ability to kind of be able to
Petrify is up for Lucy, and V2 does have their flicker. It's looking rough for DreamHack here. It's possible, but it's looking real rough.
In the front, actually is going to have to use that flicker. Is going to use that split. He's sitting right on top of a Blink. Lord still very healthy just yet. Nobody any worse for wear. Oh, here comes the Black
Dragon comes out.
Swimming. He's looking for Cheikite. I'm not sure if he was able to see her in that bush, but now the Lord very low. Black Dragon did its job of zoning out the team, and Thanatos TZ able to quickly scoop it
like the zoning is just fucking impeccable, bro.
Oh, my fault. Smart because by the time they were fighting for the Lord, DreamHack lost 3 ultimates, and so they could read that situation and even lose into zone 3 plays for DreamHack. So DreamHack they were not able to fight back. But
Yeah, Saber in trouble here, getting whittled down, gets taken out. Oh, he has the immortality, though. Is that going to be enough? V2 has his ultimate out. Just use the winter crown, but the rest of the team swarming around him, but not before he's able to take down King. Jump Style is next. J-Kai gets taken out by Thanatos Teasy. It's just Blink alone. Has to get the base.
Oh, damn. Shit, they actually closed out. I missed it, too.
Over Dream
Box.
Take my energy, take my money, take my everything, Octa Gaming, for guaranteeing the victory here in the.
All right, yeah, we kind of had a feeling that it was already going to be a sweep, and that is exactly what just happened there. It was a good start by DreamHack. Unfortunately, they just could not hold out to the end, and Octa completely turned that game around.
Going strong. They're 2-0.
That's crazy.
So far in these past 2 days. They're doing an amazing job. Their synergy is on.
I think that's 2 sweeps for Octa.
This is something that I was kind of the little inkling.
That is 2 sweeps for Octa Gaming.
When it comes to strategy, when it comes to the understanding of the compositions and the game,
it's good to see. We love to see it. But I'll be right back. Let's
because they understand what they need to be able to do to
see y'all like
as
a couple
well as being able to allow out a Sora and know what you need to be doing.
Kuma
know that you need to extend this game a little bit longer. Know where their power spikes lie. I know we were talking a little bit about the Harley.
I'll be right back.
Not as effective in the early game. I actually do want to see. I would love to see what his stats were for that game because I feel like he didn't have the greatest effect, but the rest of the team was definitely coming in to be able to facilitate a lot of this victory for them. Here we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of those stats. Yeah, 6 and 5. Not exactly like the overall jungle monster that you would expect from the team, but V2, I feel like a lot of their cards were definitely laying onto V2 to get that Trinity build to really start laying on the damage to the enemy team.
Did you see what I saw here, Private? 2 Heaven's Feathers in Thanatos' hand? I had to believe in my eyes so far, but maybe for Thanatos here, like I think he thought about his responsibility, you know, especially to try to guarantee the objectives. And we were seeing like maybe sometimes he trying to do some kind of crazy plays, you know, and maybe it wasn't working out for them. But thankfully for Octa Gaming, the rest of the composition, they were working so well. But even though Thanatos played so well, actually, he guaranteed some the objective here, guaranteeing the Lords, you know, especially when the rest of the composition worked so well here, trying to like making some pickups before the Lord, before the Turtles here. We saw now a double kill for Thanatos, you know, so the whole team for Octa Gaming here was like very, very in a synergy, you know, they were very solid once again to win versus DreamHack so far, guaranteeing a 2-0 for AMER South.
Yeah, that's Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, Thanos, his Hirechi game is really strong. On that second Lord where they had the fight, like he just swooped in and took it, even though the Suyu was right there, ready to take it as well. He's just like really on point with getting his shots in, and that retry, he's really good with that.
Yeah, and being able to get in and out. I was trying to take a look at the Feathered Heaven to see what kind of stats you kind of want. If you're trying to double up on a Feathered Heaven, you get magic power, attack speed, and cooldown reduction. I guess I maybe he was just looking for that attack speed so that he can continually be able to put on the stacks even after he didn't have those cards for him. But I mean, a great game nonetheless. As we go ahead, take a look at this MVP.
Oh yes, and our MVP is V2 with the 306 KDA, 772 golds per minute. Wow. Okay, he was doing amazing.
Yeah. And especially for Claude here, this Marksman, which is being very it's being very helped and assisted by this soldier emblem that gives him a lot of sustainability, you know, the life is still in the basic attack. So it's been like almost unfair, using this emblem in the Mars command. But hey, it doesn't matter, So they know that, and if it's in the game, you can use it, right? So V2 here took an advantage of that and guarantee an MVP with this squad with a very good KDA and 105,000 of damage. It's a lot of damage here, Private.
Yeah.
Yeah, a huge amount of damage too for him, and the basis for his team to just kind of hold the line until he gets that Trinity build, and he can start getting to the back line and start doing a lot of that damage. Especially because I feel like you have two major responsibilities. Two major responsibilities for the Vexana, for Chaekite, and that was to just not try to die. The only problem is you've got one flicker on you, so you're either waiting for the Blazing Duet to come in to try to get position on that, or you're constantly watching for Harley to try to come in from the flank, and we saw that especially in the early game. Trying his best on the Harley to try to find those opportunities, find those windows to get into Chaekite. But like I said, she's got amazing positioning on that character, on a lot of her mids that she plays. Unfortunately, it just was not enough once you start getting into the late game, once a lot of those cooldowns started coming down, and you only have one flicker. That's probably the big weakness for the Vexana pickup, because at the early game, we saw the amount of damage. We saw the amount of pushing they did. The only problem, and a big one that I pointed out, is that once you get those kills, once you're able to win those team fights, we need to be able to transition those into objectives, to towers, to lords, to turtles and stuff like that. Because by the time you get to that late game, if you don't have the enemy to a point where their backs are against the wall, they're going to start coming back, especially with a composition like that.
Yes, keeping map control is very important in the game. Like you just seen, it just makes or breaks the game, right? You can get those kills, you can be dominating in that factor, but if you're not paying attention to the map and you end up losing those lanes, they can totally change the tides.
Yeah, he was really important. V2 was really important because I believe in the early game, the things were not so good for Octagame, And I remember one team fight that he got 2 kills with the Blazing Duet that brought the Octagaming back to the game, and gave them confidence to fight as the same with DreamMax, and they were very confident to the rest of the game, Private.
Yeah, I mean, great gameplay by them. Unfortunate here for DreamMax. Like I said, just not able to find the control that they needed in that early game. Even with the Sora on their team, with the overwhelming presence. This is the big matchup that I've been seeing there has been having something else to threaten the enemy team when you're taking on a Sora. The Yuzong doesn't exactly win against the Sora in the XP lane, but I feel like the Yuzong also provides a lot of offensive capability for your team to offset what Sora brings to the enemy team, especially being able to get into that back line, being able to be a threat, and to kind of waste a lot of those cooldowns as well. So a great game by Octagaming, and like I said, when it comes to strategy, they seem like they're very sound in it as well.
Yes, that was an amazing game. That sweep, well, let me just say, that was my prediction, right? My prediction was Octagaming. I was basing all of my predictions based off of the previous day, so.
Yeah, another person that can read the future with us, guys. That's her. That's Xena, the master of the prediction so far here.
Well, just for now. I don't. Just this time around.
No, but it's been amazing watching this team kind of come together here, and especially seeing how the amazing thing for me is to see how successful some of these teams are from yesterday, especially seeing how great DreamMax was able to do, and then to just be shut down with, I want to say, with picks that you would think would be very powerful, very strong, and it turns out that they are, there's an answer for it. I mean, like I said, they were setting up the draft so that they could either get the Freya or get the Sora pickup, and they ended up getting the Sora pickup, but it was immediately answered by something that could be able to clap back.
Yeah, you're totally right, and especially when we are talking about Octagaming here, Private and Xena, because we are talking about a team that came through the AGT South, They lost the final, but they are here with 2 victories so far, Xena.
All right, let's get into the interview. Let's chat with the team. All right, we got V2 here. Hey, V2, welcome, welcome. How are you? Oh.
Yeah.
V2, can you hear us?
Oh no.
Oh, unfortunately, it seems like V2 little audio issues for the for that interview, but we can.
But at least you guys got a glimpse of him. You got a glimpse of V2 in the live.
Yeah.
It was great to see V2 there too, because like I said, a big star of that last game, especially the trust that he enables in his team, where they're all just kind of like calmly like, all right guys, I know we're getting beat up here. I know we're this Vexana putting all this damage on us. We're just waiting. V2, I believe V2 was actually that what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we were talking, and we were talking about like the goal lane here for Octa Gaming, like especially in the second game here, he played so solid once again, you know, because okay, he was playing with Claude, okay, he has a very high mobility, especially with the Dexter hologram and using the Blazing Duet causing so much damage, you know, but you have to be good for that, because for example, I can play with Claude, you know, but I'm not so good as V2 to perform it so well as he did in the second game, you know. So this is very good situation for V2 so far.
Yeah, would you say that Harley's way of playing and Claude is very similar, like getting in and out in that way with his Blazing Duet with Harley's ult, you know? Is it a little similar? I have not tried playing Claude. I played Harley, but then I thought maybe I can try. But would you say it's similar?
Almost.
Almost? In and out? Oh, it's looking like we get to speak with the V2 again. Hey, V2, can you hear us this time?
I think that...
now we can't hear V2.
Oh, okay.
Hey. Oh, it's very low.
Can you hear Xena? Can you hear Xena V2?
Can you hear us, V2?
Oh no.
Okay.
As long as as long as you can hear us. First of all, congratulations! Great 2 dominating games for your team, for Octa Gaming, and especially with that last game, your team not the greatest start off for Octa Gaming, but it felt like a lot of them had a lot of trust on you to just wait for you to start getting those items that you needed to be able to really start doing damage. Is that something that you guys were discussing? Was there any point where you guys were just a little bit worried, especially with the damage that was being output by them?
My team always trust me, so when we are starting losing some team fights, they are talking like, okay, wait, V2, they need items, so I think they trust only me.
Oh, nice. So they boost you up all the time, so they make sure that you get all the items you need, so then you can take over in the late game.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So V2, Octa Gaming came through the ADT South, right? So now you are in the AMER South here, playing with some of the best teams in the MLBB scenario in South America, Latin America. So far, you are 2-0, 2 victories in a row. Okay, we know that the team has to be confident. The players has to have the confidence for like being so far in the tournament. But did you expect that result so far? Like, okay, I mean, honestly speaking, did you expect that 2 victories versus 2 good teams?
I think we are trusting in our game. I don't like to think like, oh, we are lose. I think any team like to think like that. So yes, I think we are expecting like to play our game. and we are doing that.
That's good. Keeping it positive.
Yes.
I want to say, I would like to know what is the decision making process like during drafts? Because one thing that I've noticed when it comes to Octa Gaming is a lot of picks that other teams are afraid of. You guys just kind of let out, where it's the Zushin pickup, the Sora pickup. You let other teams have those, and you seem very prepared for it. Is that more on the coach that's kind of like, all right, guys, this is what we're gonna do. We can let that out. This is what you're gonna pick, or do players have more input on? Hey, guys, I know what we're doing. I know that the Sora's out there. I can deal with it. How does that go when it comes to the drafting process for you guys?
When we are preparing to start the draft, we some deals like that. We think like, oh, some guy will play with that or with this, and we are preparing mentality to play against, because it's only 3 bans after we come to pick heroes. So we need to play against some heroes, and we are choosing like that.
All right, so you do your homework and you make sure you see what the enemy teams can play, and
It's our scouts.
try to train against it. That's good. All right.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you about the gold lane. So you play the gold lane. What is your favorite hero for that lane?
My favorite hero is 1-1, but I don't
1-1.
Yes, I don't think I will play 1-1 in that season because she's very weak.
She's very weak right now, but she's fun. She's fun.
Yes, it's very fun. I like that.
Yeah, Vito, I have a question for you. It's about the Octa Gaming's lineup, right? Because if I'm not wrong, you also have S-Dat TZ in the mid lane, right?
Yes.
In the lineup. Okay. When it comes to the game, when it comes to like to see who you are going to play against, for example, do you guys talk about like who the best option in the mid lane, for example, to play against? For example, today is versus Remax. Maybe Sagan can be like a very interesting counter player for DreamHack, or you have this like this basic structure. We're going to play with Sagan, and maybe in some point we are using S-Dat in the lineup.
I think it's about our training week like that. Sagan is playing very well, so we are confident to play with him. So we will stay with that formation.
Oh, cool, nice.
It's all about confidence. It's all about
Gotta be confident. Be positive.
Yeah, be positive with others.
Awesome.
All right. Is there anybody that you would like to kind of send a shout out to, V2?
What?
Is there anybody that you would like to
out?
send a shout out to?
Okay. I want to say thanks to everyone that watching right now. To everyone to support our America. So basically that, and say to my family that I love so much, everyone, and to my zoo, my girlfriend. Yes.
I love that.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yes. Kisses to everyone. Kisses to everyone.
All right. And take care, V2. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for speaking with us.
Bye.
That was so nice.
Yeah, just a little taste of kind of the preparations that go into a lot of these preps, especially when it comes to a lot of these teams that seem like to have an answer for every single thing that is out there. And the answer, it's not really a surprise. It's not the exciting, nothing exciting. It's just you have to prepare for it. You have to train against it. You have to try to expect it. Train against people who are going to play these heroes.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's keeping everything positive in his head. That's a way to go in, because some people get too caught up in it and get so nervous and kind of like just go into the match, and it messes the game up for them because they're too in their head, right? And the fact that they're so confident and so positive about everything, I think that helps them with getting through these matches.
And it's also very interesting that Vito said about like the lineup performance, you know. So he said that okay, this week we're playing with Sagan. He's playing so well, so we decided to play with Sagan, you know. And maybe in another week, if,
All right, we're back. Why do I feel like we've are going to play? I feel like we've been going for so long, but nothing's happened. No match has played or anything, right? Have they just been talking this whole time?
And actually, it's very interesting.
Oh, they were having an interview. Okay.
It's always great to get
long ass interview.
A little bit of a sneak peek about how things and decision making and things kind of go. V2.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Bro, that was like a 5-minute interview, bro. That was like a 5-minute interview. No wonder it took so damn long.
For your team, for Octa Gaming, and especially with that last game, your team.
Oh, and he was muted the first time, so they had to probably fix it. All right, fine. And they were probably stalling as they were getting it ready. Okay.
Everything. V2, another star player, like we said, MVP yesterday as well. So today as well too. Just
long ass forehead.
Phenomenal.
Bro, what?
For his team.
Yo.
And definitely helping out.
Wasn't even look, bruh. Really?
As well. So a very strong team here for AMER South.
Rude.
Yeah, so V2 gave his a favorite gold laner. If you guys want to put in the comments below, like in the comments, what is your favorite gold laner and why? And do you like Wan? Just saying.
Man, just saying shit to say shit.
His favorite one is Wan. I don't have like real memories with Wan, especially playing against. You know, she was really annoying, especially with the ultimate. You know, with his invulnerable phase. Yeah. Like, oh no, it's okay. Maybe now. She's not in the meta, she's not so strong, but in the ranked games, I like to ban Wan because if you're playing against someone who knows how to play,
yes, really don't mention it.
Oh,
it ain't.
We're at a point where we're gonna start getting to higher best of matches. Right now we're at best of 3s. We're already starting to see a couple of picks that we didn't think would come out there. Once we start getting to best of 5s, possibly to the best of 7s, you might have opportunities.
You're more bro, just a hater. Okay, yeah, no, it's not. I thought he was talking to me when he said you're more of a hater. I don't know, y'all both a little equal in the hating department. What's up, Wolf? Welcome in, brother.
Like a global band to basically take a lot of things off of the table and
they're taking forever to start.
Options more viable.
Hello, boys and girls. Puma is back.
Global bans are a treat to have this time around. It's exciting to see. We already saw Trista, we already saw
Smoke.
Teddy, we already saw X.
Yeah, Puma's back.
Wan might be
temporarily, if not permanent.
Maybe, you know, we can count like how many goal lanes, how many marksmen before 1-1. Like Barry, Claude, Moskov, Bruno.
Always been here. Oh, you are? Give me that smoke.
Well, we saw Bruno. Bruno, he does a lot to damage for sure. We saw that. He
seem to be a hater all the time, bro.
Obsidia appeared here. He was here.
This was the first series, right? We're like an hour and 30 minutes in. Like, we're gonna be here for a minute, bro. I don't know if I wanna. I don't know. I might not watch all of today. 3 days of this, like back to back. This is day 4.
A partip redact Scavern. Raver did Scavern.
He's not allowed to identify as a marksman. You know, I think we need to check our privilege here.
Anyways, guys, make sure you like this stream, please. Make sure to like, share it.
There will be no knocking out quite yet, as we are still in the Swiss stage, as we're moving closer to the
in the jungle, Fashion in the mid lane,
all right, 9Z Globant. Where are they going again?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay,
bro, in the middle. Mewing.
Lineup for let's go. Influence rate.
Oh, influence rate.
Comes with Arctic in the XP lane, Hotu in the jungle, Syndra in the mid lane, Fury the gold lane, and we are heading for a Steffe.
All TV comes in the form of PC form.
To finish the lineup in the roaming. That is the Influence Rage lineup that lost yesterday versus Entity 7. So they have to prove themselves that they are really strong, and now they have a good chance.
Miles, sure, for a bit,
talking about a very good one,
but Gwen, no, because
especially
she has a habit of
on Gusta La Gusta in a gold lane.
that too, but she likes to get on my bed and just keep meowing because she wants me to go up there. I'm not going up there.
One lost against Entity 7, one lost against Alpha 7. And I know we talked about this off screen a little bit.
All right, Series 2, draft number 1.
Figure that out, especially when both teams kind of lost. And
that whole time I was out there, they were just talking, doing an interview and stuff.
A clean sweep, and Alpha 7 was very dominant in that as well. But for me personally, I feel like
my stream, yeah.
But
yeah, but not these three. No.
The answer. And sometimes when you have some of those good picks, when you have some of those perfect compositions,
no, I'm saying like what I'm watching, they can't hear us. My stream, they can hear us.
You see it all the time.
But I'm not.
Finals,
oh my days.
When two great teams
pretty much
run the gauntlet finally face off against each other. One team eventually, I mean, it just they don't get the points. It looks like a very dominating loss, and it doesn't mean that the team is good, but sometimes it just means that the answer that the opponents had was so strong. And
first of all,
y'all niggas is crazy. Bro, this shit,
first of all,
like somebody just dropped a fucking Minecraft tornado and just
all that shit is Saber. That's all Saber. My this is the limit of my match.
I wish we could see Freya playing here in the Land of Dawn, but so far
Saber.
in the second
no,
game,
it's not. That's yours.
he is 100%.
That's yours, nigga.
And the draft phase. You know, it's a funny thing here. Like we're talking about different teams, and when we see the first banning.
It's all Saber, for real.
Teams here and other teams, we can see some kind of like a different perspective and different point of view for the teams, because if we look back for the first game, for example, DreamHack always started banning gold laners, Marksman, and here we are seeing like 9Z Globant banning for Vias. Okay, we have Carry and Korea, so XP laners and Romy with a high potential of engage here, and maybe with a very good execution combo. And we are seeing now Influence Rage.
He comes and like, well, he be here all the time. This is like the first fucking first time he's actually left.
Also banning Sora here.
I gotta do laundry. That's why that's.
Yeah, we do look like we're kind of lingering on a pick here. Boxia, Zushin is still
I don't know.
open.
You tried his Instagram?
So there's a big, strong... Yeah,
I think don't use Facebook.
That's going to leave open the Zushian here. I don't remember if Influence Rage yesterday was one of the teams that left open Zushin. One of those teams that feel like they have a plan for her. But I know 9Z Globant right here is kind of considering it. They obviously were one of the ones that banned it. They're kind of considering.
Always gotta have. Okay, that's great representation.
I want to say I'm leaning towards yes, because if you're one of the ones that's going to ban it out, you kind of feel. I feel.
Oh God, I missed so much. What the fuck? I don't know. You seem to be a hater. At least I'm not homo. Bro, what the fuck?
Yes. Influence.
I'm referring to the emo.
They did really well in their previous, even though they fought against accidents, they did give a fight. You know what I mean? So that's why I kind of had them as my choice. But like you said, 9Z Globant also had Alpha 7.
Point the camera down to that.
The draft and all that. I guess. Oh, Marcel.
I have no jurisdictions over that.
Point the camera down to that.
Your brother's
Nigga.
Okay. All right, so let's see Marcel's performance here in the 9Z Globant hand. But probably we were talking about like Influence Rage and landing Zushin open probably in yesterday. I'm seeing here like versus Entity 7. I think that they always banned, you know, Zushin, because Entity 7 played with Valentina, Eevee, and Azitian in their composition, you know. So maybe for Influence Rage here, like, okay, they can let Zushin open, or they can ban, but so far they are like, I don't know, but they're forgetting, or they have some kind of plan to play again.
I don't want to get up to get my SIGs, bro.
Especially when it comes to
Crazy. Not bro in the middle of mewing. I read that. Gotta have sick under your pillow. Under your pillow, bro. What? I'll start doing that now. That shit's gonna crack. It's all Saber for real. For real? What? I didn't even hear that shit. Did it actually play? Who was that? That was that's Puma. It's my older brother. Older.
Apparently for this first bit of the draft already.
Yeah.
I know 9Z Globins,
He's
I know that they're kind of at a point,
visiting.
especially after what they faced yesterday with Alpha 7. Like I said, before Alpha 7, Marcel wasn't exactly, basically 0%. What they saw from Alpha 7 maybe opened their eyes to a lot of the damage, a lot of the potential that you can see. Let's hope that's the case, because
just
what
now
we have seen
seeing what I said.
It hasn't
Oh
exactly
yeah,
spoken well
here.
for
I'll handle the
Marcel.
predictions.
It
Thank
takes
you.
a lot
Handle
of
the
team
predictions.
cohesion. It takes
Fix
a
it
lot
up.
of
Make
communication
guesses.
and a lot of
Draft
understanding when it comes to timing.
OP life advice from Wolf. These
like
cigarettes
they're
under your
being
pillow,
very
bro.
tanky on the team of Influence Rage here.
Can't
They
type
picked up
today.
the
It'd be like
Hilda,
that, Kron.
and they
Don't
have
worry.
that Fredrin. So
Cigarettes.
they're trying to kind of
And?
like dominate the earlier rate, kind of
Hold on.
give a little fight. They may even invade, you know.
Yeah, maybe trying to get more confidence about like dominating the map, dominating the jungle to get info, and maybe trying to deny some farm and resource for a 9Z Globin. And we're seeing Marcel here with Claude, and I can think of some mage with a projectile that Marcel can work so well. Maybe they already banned Farsa, but they
Got the Marcel out. Marcel Harley works pretty good. Claude's a good follow-up, but what are you gonna pair it with? We had an amazing game yesterday with Marcel. Please do not sell and make this shit a horrible game for Marcel. Please. It's kind of already looking rough. They got the Hilda, they got the Fredrin, which is gonna be kind of a little rough for Marcel. And even harder for the burst. So like Rage wins.
Not probably. It's
So far, yes.
Guarantee for the girl lane, but he's not open for the first game, and now waiting for the last ban for Influence Rage.
It depends. It depends what 9Z Global pick. Well, and if we talk about overall, I'm pretty sure Rage is gonna win. Influence Rage is gonna win for sure. Almost certain.
Marcel's golden hour. Do those shots
But if we're talking about this game in particular, if they utilize this Marcel correctly, they could win. Like I said, it's looking rough. They got the Hilda and Fredrin, which is they're both durable. They both got CC, which is gonna mess up the Marcel. But even worse, Hilda has that early game damage along with defense penetration. She doesn't really have penetration. She just lowers your hybrid. I wouldn't really call that.
Waiting for that last
lowers it for everybody.
For the side of 9Z Globins.
Cross your fingers and export Rome comes back. Yeah, okay.
Yes, Harley's cards kind of work like Chinese ult, right? So, like you said, it's going to work well with that golden hour. But I'm seeing that people are saying that Granger would have been a better choice than a Claude, because he can also, for some reason, to work with Marcel.
Granger's pretty good. But no, Claude's not bad either. Claude's not bad. Claude is good for the follow-up after the golden hour. But that's if you have someone paired up to like set within the golden hour or Kimmy.
So I think that maybe the Blazing duet could be the same. I think could be the same situation, but who knows? But yeah, we can. I think we can see in this game. But now, what we can see here is
there goes the Bruno.
Bruno for the gold lane.
We seen how that Bruno performed yesterday. Them kicks hurt, bruh.
Smart damage if they can kind of continue on and get that protection. Early game, I do like the early game coming out from Influence Rage here. You've got Eve, you got the Hilda, so you've got a decent amount of mid-clear and rotating ability. You can harass the Harley. I'm not exactly sure how well, I guess you could consider him an early game roam as well. He's got a lot of CC. He gets pretty tanky in that early game as well. But like I said, I hate to say it, but it's just, I feel like this the entire match is going to be based around how well I feel like 9Z Globins can actuate with Marcel to compete with him, to get that CC and to get around it. And then they're going to go ahead and pick up Zushin as well.
I had a feeling they would pick up Zushin. Once they saw that Uranus, man, they're like, we saw what happened. We don't want to deal with that again. So we're going to take out the Uranus so we can pick Zushin a little later down the line. Kind of like throw him off, thinking we're not going to choose
I don't like that. I don't like the draft.
Yeah, but I'm thinking.
I don't like their draft at all. Because how are you utilizing the golden hour here?
Because if the golden hour comes in a bad time for, especially when she's stacking the land
how are you using the golden hour?
That could be a very bad thing, a bad time for 9Z Globan, you know. So I don't know, maybe I would choose Kimi and that composition, or the glue is another one, because I'm thinking a composition that can
another way you can use the golden hour, it's a little less guaranteed though, is like you can use it on someone. Like if you can freeze a good majority of their team and then like give your team the 3 seconds to position on your targets, and so when it ends you just burst them. That's another way you could use it. You don't necessarily have to like work with the golden hour, but like just use the time that you get. I can see their draft kind of working, but
with the glue, with the Zushin, the potential.
I don't know. I don't really like their draft for the Marcel.
Is there, which means that you're gonna have to be on a level of communication, on a level of patience, and on a level of synergy that is going to need to be amazing.
Oh, there goes the first yawn of the day.
It's not impossible.
Apologize.
It can work, but you guys are definitely. You're gonna have to be one by one. A golden hour comes out. Wait for it. Then it goes down. Then we're using these different alts. You cannot be interrupting your team.
Yeah, one thing I know for sure, that kind of perfect synergy doesn't happen with my friends, you know. So if I play with my friend with that kind of composition, I'm sure we'll have some kind of fighting after the game, you know. But okay, guys, it doesn't matter, because what matters now is the second game here, the second match. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. And now it's 9Z Globan versus Influence Rage. Both teams lost yesterday, Private, and they are seeking for redemption.
Oh yeah, definitely seeking for redemption. Not both teams want to go ahead and continue that losing streak here. So definitely want to show out and want to be able to kind of show that they have what it takes to kind of get a W in this scenario. I feel like Influence Rage, it's very interesting that they, with what they allow, for me, it's interesting to, I think at this point, depending on where we're at, allowing the Marcel isn't as much of a death sentence as it should be, especially when you allow Marcel, and then I feel like 9Z Globan adds the complication by picking up a Zushin. That adds more complication by adding the glue. So now you've got all these different factors, all these different
pause instantly.
Variables.
Betting all on Rage. Damn.
Correctly to make everything work. Whereas Influence Rage, their composition, I don't want to say it's not complicated, but it's pretty straightforward. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, there goes the second
it's
yawn.
Out. The real world manipulation is going to stop the enemy team from escaping. Steffi's just going to be up in the front trying to put as much damage on it while they're surrounded by the real world manipulation. Fury's going to be trying to rain damage on him.
Bro didn't put no points on Rage. Bro's lying. There's no point.
As it is for 9Z Globans.
Yeah, you're totally right here.
I'm trying.
The idea and the execution for Influence Rage is way much easier than a 9Z
I kind of feel bad if I was a caster.
You know, I think
motherfucker gonna be yawning all fucking day.
With 9Z Globan here, with
oh man,
Parlay can work very good and very well with the blazing duet from Gusta La Gusta. But I believe that it is gonna take time to work and be effective so far in this game.
Bro.
Yeah, I'm going to see how well that does, especially in the early game. I
hope Hilda Rome loses.
Valuable, or if you're going to get the value that you want out of a Hilda's
going to
need to constantly be roaming around,
constantly be go either way. Known, a lot of early game on both sides.
As they can to try to be a threat, but right now, I feel like 9Z Globan's doing a good job of trying to offset that. Hilda's not really even able to get a lot of pressure in. Oh, you do see like Chino, a little bit of
Thanks for the follow, Mochi Stan. Welcome in.
Yeah, both teams here like only concerned about like getting reaching the level 4 as fast as they can, because the first turtle
we're in the middle watching MCT AMER South, supporting our caster buddies, as well as getting a look at the South American competitive scene.
Very
oh, pause meta times 2. Shit. Up.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of pauses.
Especially, well, they're not going to have both of their gold laners there. As you can see, they're both doing. They're both going to be pretty stuck up at the gold lane there. But there is the potential for a lot of things to go wrong during that first turtle fight as well. I feel like Steffi's in a good position too, especially in the early game where Hilda's just very strong. You're not going to have a lot of damage that's going to be.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I feel another yawn just sitting there, bro.
Interesting. Like I said, neither of the roams here for this first turtle have their 4th level, so we're not going to have that big damage.
I tried to stop it. I somewhat stopped it, but it still came out, bro.
From Marcel, but so we're going to see how well I want to say this first team fight goes without
4 in the past,
the
what, like 5
of that golden hour.
What caused it?
Yeah,
I wonder what caused it.
Globen's idea here, like they were playing with some comfort zone.
Another almost 8 early game, but late game there's no CC.
He brought
falls
Harley
off.
yesterday versus Alpha 7.
Then she's just finished. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much how it goes. You have to be ahead for Hilda. Like, she's terrible on defense. You have to be ahead. And you have to end the game pretty quick. If not, then you just need like someone that's like the fact that it's paired with the Fredrin is actually really good, because even though Hilda might fall off, she can still lock down one person in the mid to late game. You know, with her skill 2 and ultimate, even though it's like only a second stun for each like little hit, and then you know her ultimate's about to stun for like a second. It's something, and it's long enough sometimes to allow that Fredrin to get in and also provide some CC.
Golden hour, the lantern of Zunshin stacking the crowd.
But we'll see.
Especially the
or at least enough time for like allow for her damage to do the damage they need to do. Unfortunately, on the side of 9Z Globin, they're also in the same case with Marcel, where if they don't end pretty quickly, they're gonna be in trouble because Marcel does not scale well until late game, as he cannot build HP and he can only build defense. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, Bruno don't give a shit about defense.
So this execution happened so
once those items are locked in, he's gonna be fucking cracking that shit.
Because if it's not working, if it does not work, that could be a very bad time for 9Z Globin in this first game.
Yeah, and that's the big thing too. I think you even mentioned too.
If Claude ults outside the edge of Marcel's ult, no, it does not. It doesn't.
Didn't do so well, but
and the reasoning is because yeah, even though it is a projectile, it's a targeted projectile. The only thing that works and
Alpha 7 had, and sometimes it can be really hard to judge that.
The golden hour, Marcel's ult, is projectiles that are untargeted. So like Granger bullets, Kimmy shots, Harley cards, Chanje's ult, Bane shards. Like, it has to be a projectile that doesn't have a target. Because if you need to target, the golden hour doesn't allow you to target. So like characters like Ixia doesn't work. However, I believe Chaotic sent me something. I didn't get to watch it because I woke up like pretty late and had to get ready. I believe Chaotic sent me something and is saying that Marcel might be able to, like, they're gonna change this golden hour to where you're able to target people. And if they do that, I promise you now, Marcel's gonna be banned forever. So they might as well just keep the golden hour how it is. If they change it, it's over, bro. Yeah, it would be OP. You put a character like Ixia and they're completely fucked. You put a character like Claude and they're completely fucked. Put a character like Leslie, they're completely fucked. And the issue with it is when it's a targeted basic attack or something, it's going to hit. It doesn't matter if someone stands in front of it. So if they do decide to do that, Marcel's just getting banned permanently. I'd rather them not do it.
Yeah, so we're back in the game here.
He's in a good space where he is now.
Open, and it was started by 9Z Globin, but Influencer Rage wants to fight back.
Yeah, they've already got
all they really need to do is just if they wanted to make him decent, is just add some HP to him, but they're not going to do that. All right, big turtle fight.
Ready for this fight, so I'm kind of wondering, is there a little bit of a miscommunication here? Down to 10%. Hotun is able to
go to Influence Rage.
Easily.
Has to flicker out and is not going to get away. 2 people fall on 9Z Globin. It's looking like it might be 3. They're going to steal some jungle here. Not going to go for red, though.
Yeah, do you remember when when we were talking about like the team's composition, the team's lineup, and I talked about like 9Z Globin In theory, they have a very good lineup, you know, with very good players. They're very experienced one, especially Gusta Lagusa, which was a champion for the last MPL seasons, you know. But one thing that we have to talk about is because there are some there's a
advanced server already changed it. Yeah, but some of the changes that happened in advanced server never actually come to original server. Advanced server is literally just for testing purposes, and it's not always guaranteed. We've seen that with a number of heroes and a number of people.
Yeah, Steph is able to get away from that. They're going to big fight over this Litho Wanderer. Neither team was trying to give it up until Fashion came along.
Okay, so Gusta Lagusa likes to be more like to play slow, you know what I mean, like to play in the late game to getting items, resources. It is
either way, it still stands. Like if they do put that in original server, if they change Marcel like that, he's just gonna be banned forever, bro. He already has a high enough ban rate. It's gonna be permanent ban.
Lineup, they have to be on the same page.
Bro's literally gonna be perma-banned.
That they're not even the same page. You know,
even in his current state in the competitive scene, he's getting banned. This is literally his 4th game out of all of the AMER series. Out of like 40 games. Alright, maybe like 20-ish, 30-ish games. He's only been in 4 games.
Things starting working out for him.
Oh, that's an absolutely perfect point too, especially when you bring in the game from yesterday where Albero Crazy took a lot of deaths, definitely trying to make the most use out of the early game, and ended up, I want to say, I don't use the term feeding too often there.
A little late on the golden hour, unfortunately. I've seen what he was going for there, but
yeah, there might be a little bit of a miscommunication when it comes to team, different play styles, people who like to hang back, and maybe we need to kind of start getting onto the same line here where
the 1v1. But he's forced to retreat and he might die here. Damn.
And Gusta Lagusta goes down. 3 members of Influence.
It was a 1v1 until they pulled up. Gusta Lagusta is gonna take the death there.
Yeah,
Influence Rage still with the lead. Oh, they found a kill on bottom off camera.
In the bottom lane, but meanwhile, Influence Rage took down the first turret in the top side here. So that was a very interesting cross match.
They're rotating bottom to protect that turret. Make sure Luzino.
You know, and once Lagusa was taken down, but now in the river, that could be a 2v2
they're not gonna get that push.
But Influence Rage now are playing safe. After like almost 6 minutes in the game, the goal lead here almost heading for the 2k for Influence Rage. The items, the Has Claws in the Bruno's hand versus Demon Hunter for Gusta Lagusta. So I think that 9Z here, they have to play, you know, one of the win conditions for 9Z Globen is Gusta Lagusta's performance and the late game in the power spike for Claude.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you can see here, I mean, Influence Rage all the way at the bottom lane. The Fury's just chunking away at this tower on that Bruno. That's going to be a tower for Influence. That's going to be a 2nd tower for Influence Rage as we're talking about it here. And not just that, though, but he actually rotated lanes. And I love to see that when it comes to the marksman. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. You get your top lane, then you immediately rotate to the other side while the team is busy and start chunking onto the next tower. And great, I want to say great forward thinking there by Influence.
Okay, golden hour there is used. And again, unfortunately, you can't really do anything with it with the juice team. So it's like, it's kind of, I don't know. They didn't draft it right. They just did not draft this Marcel right. And the golden hour already came out, so there's nothing they can do. It's another turret. Turtle going over to Influence Rage. Louisian.
They're not even trying to stop there.
Oh no.
Albero Crazy. Oh, Holtun takes a decent amount of damage underneath the tower, but that's going to be another turtle, the 3rd one for Influence Rage.
Yeah, I think that
now, even though they got all these turtles, they got these turrets, they only have about 1.5k lead. You know, you want to see more of a lead here, but unfortunately, it's not happening. So, you know, 9Z Glow is doing a decent job trying to keep up. However, I believe this is where Yeah, that turret's gonna fall. Now they are all in trouble. They are in trouble. They have to get out. Deadly Magic does find Syndrak, but Steph is there to pick up those cards.
3-2 right now. 9Z Globin just a little behind, just under 2K.
Yeah, maybe a little bit greedy for Influence Rage now, trying to get the kills on in the top side. They took down the turret number 2.
But again, it's like in terms of draft, both teams fall off. But I want to say 9Z falls off even harder, as Albero will not be able to be like, he's just not going to be able to take these hits anymore. At least Hilda is still going to be durable and provide that front line. Fredrin's going to be stronger. Yuzong's gonna be stronger. They have options, and Bruno is just gonna be hitting like a fucking wrecking ball.
At the end of the tunnel for 9Z Globin so far.
Only really late game they got is Gusta Lagusta on 9Z Globin.
Getting his items a little bit faster than Gusta Lagusta, and the problem with that for me is that even if Gusta Lagusta eventually does get his just get the 3 items,
but Gusta Lagusta has to find has 2 targets. You either gotta go for Syndrak or Fury. And I can imagine Wind of Nature being locked in for Bruno, possibly. If not, then you know he still has ways out. He has his dash, he has his ultimate. Ways.
Speaking of which, we do have a Deadly Magic on the back end. Is going to go ahead and force away some of the members of Influence Rage. Chino right there. Are we going to be able to find
Lord's going to go over.
Hotun for Influence Rage is going to be able to find it now. The disengagement from 9Z Globin, but you do have the split out onto the field too. Hotun might be very low as well. Gusta Lagusta sprays some damage onto Steph. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Chino for the side of 9Z Globin. That's going to back off the rest of the team.
Big win for Influence Rage there.
Get themselves a Lord, and right now 9Z Globin sitting objectiveless.
Nothing worth it now for 9Z Globin so far, because Lucio was trying to take
they got one turret,
down with the
something,
ultimate, but it wasn't enough. Hotun was like with the full
life,
one more Lord, and in sequence they were taking
mid turret's gonna
9Z
fall.
Globin once again, but now in the river on the purple
Steph's taking a bit of damage, but it don't even matter. He's gonna recover all of that real quick before that Lord even crashes.
So confident. They are now heading the goal lead, almost 4K.
Oh, Steph might be in trouble.
Okay.
Yeah, Steffi gets a little bit of damage, but it's just not enough, especially now that Fury has started to come.
Yeah, that Lord is going to be melted.
Just check out the amount
Probably no inhibitors on this push, but they are going to open out the map by taking down these tier 2s.
That just increases the sieging ability that they do have for this composition. Sitting at 2 and 4, and a little bit over a 2K gold lead, but I want to say at least
3K now.
1K of that is on the Fury.
Yeah, so far Gusta is trying to like that's it. Gusta Lagusta is a very good goal laner, you know, so he has a lot of experience, especially like playing behind the goal lead, so he somehow he tries to do some magic here and not getting behind the goal lead versus a Fear or any gold laner in the AMER South, you know, so that's why I think that 9Z Globin, the situation could be worse for them, because Gusta Lagusta is it is able to handle the situation, you know. But we're talking about Mobile Legends, right? It's a 5v5, you know. It's not only V1, it's not
I want to see items. I want to know what we got locked in so far.
Same page, you know, at least trying to buy more time for him, or trying to get an idea of execution that can work so well for 9Z Globin. But so far, Private, as we're seeing here, is only Influence Rage playing forward, playing aggressive, and 9Z Globin isn't able to do something. Oops, Arctic?
Ooh, Arctic almost got caught there. He's going to have to use that Black Dragon to get away from...
Had he used the Golden Hour, they could have possibly got that kill.
Well. Right now, Syndrak, when it
possibly gotten that kill, but the fact they didn't. It'd have been a good pick before the Lord, too. Unfortunately, they didn't go for it.
I was sitting at 1-0-1, not doing a terrible job. We do see that the Trinity build has been locked in for Gusta Lagusta. Fury already has his triple when it comes to the crit build that you need for the Bruno. So he's going to be doing an immense amount of damage, not just to the heroes, but the sieging ability he's going to be able to do on those towers. Here, Oh, Chino checks the wrong.
Jeez, Chino was taking a shit ton of damage.
Down to 25%. Influence Rage turns their attention. They don't even really want. I feel like they're just baiting out this Lord. They want the fight. They want to be able to, because they know.
Once again, a very low kill game. Even though it's a low kill game, a lot of movement has been happening. It has been pretty much action packed. There has been fights. Everyone's just doing a good job staying alive. Both teams being pretty disciplined, not being greedy, not giving unnecessary deaths.
Yeah, check it out. This goal here.
Golden hour falls in.
Yeah, oh yeah, we hope the golden hour actually comes out.
That's a good way to utilize it. That is a good way to utilize it.
Rage maybe blinked a little too long when it came to kind of dropping that, going back to their purple buff, and 9Z Globin kind of scooped in there.
That is a very good way to utilize the golden hour. Catch the enemy jungler and it bursts down the rest of the Lord. It's a little tricky because you gotta try not to get the Lord in as well and freeze it, but that was utilized perfectly. It's not gonna give them a lot of push.
I was about to say that
they might get a tier 2. They might even get that mid, but that's probably all they're gonna get. They're still pretty behind. Still pretty behind, but it is at least gonna buy them a little bit more time to position themselves better, unless they all die here. Steph's gonna die, mortality falls in.
But immortality procs onto Steffi, so that's gonna be 2 down for 9Z Globin, and that's this is something that you were talking about. Unfortunately, the team sometimes is not exactly on the same page. Brutal Crazy right after that fight, no vision on the enemy, just walks through.
Deadly Magic comes out. Unfortunately, I'm just gonna eat that up. Cards don't connect. Damn, they're not gonna even get a turret out of this.
I think that after they
but it at the very least buys them more time to hit their
lost the Lord here, and once again, like we saw, like losing trying to burst the player for Influence Rage, but it didn't work out. So even though we were seeing Bruno that already has the Malefic gun that increases the basic attack range,
I just drew a blank.
Nova has to take care about that situation too. So
basically, I just gotta give him enough time to catch back up.
Here that can face check, so much easier than a Burn Crazy with Marcel. When you have also Yusong here with Arctic that can use the Black Dragon to zone the 9C Globin's player out, you know, so it's become much easier for Influence Rage to dominating the map, dominating the pace, you know, get more info about like the enemy spot and the objective, especially when we are talking about the Lord at this point of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, what I'm not seeing though, coming out from
Malefic gun locked in for Gusta Lagusta.
They did get themselves a little bit of breathing room. Is that I don't see the synergy with a lot of our abilities. We do see that the golden hour is getting caught out there as well. So take a look at some of these items here. You see still a 1,400 gold lead there by Fury.
Yeah, Bruno's down there full build. He should be popping off by now.
Looking for those last items. We do see that the Malefic gun has been picked up by Gusta Lagusta, getting just a little bit more of that range. I can only imagine that Fury, I was going to say Fury would probably be looking for some range, but it does.
All right, I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off twice, though. I doubt it's going to happen.
It's going to give him a full build as we start. Influence Rage starts on to this next Lord. Steph is going to have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Black Dragon onto the back lines of 9Z Globin. Big pop-up lands onto Chino, who's going to activate.
Chino's dead.
He's way onto the back line. Is he going to be able to survive here? Getting choked down by
Divine Glaive and Queen Wings is locked in.
The rest of 9Z's right there.
Demon Wings, whatever you call them.
For a position. It's very odd that they took the L, but they're actually in a better position when it comes to this Lord. Rest of Influence Rage comes in here trying to put on the damage. Steph from the backside looking for an angle. Finds Louisano and some deadly magic. Down goes Steffi.
They found a kill, but they're still going to lose Lord here.
That is going on. Able to zone away 9Z And
Steph is not gonna be up for this Lord push, unfortunately.
Once again, the sacrifice that was really worthy for Influence.
They might be able to buy enough time as waves are coming on top side. They might be able to buy some time
Here I go. I found Luis
to allow
so
Steph to reset.
With him, he was taken down. But meanwhile, Influence Rage guaranteeing the Lord that is also already heading in the top side here. But now both teams are heading up. Influence Rage is one step away ahead. 90 Global, but now they can be trouble.
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and start putting the pressure on to try to join up this Lord on the
Power
back
spike.
end. Glazing duet followed up
Power
by
spike.
Red Bull
That's
manipulation. Black Dragon on the backside looking for some of the squishier targets, but it does look like 90 Globin putting some damage on the Hotun and Cindric on the Black Lion.
A lot of damage out here.
Chino goes down.
Oh man.
With the kill there.
Oh man. That might be it. Lagusa is still up. That's gonna charge. That's gonna fall.
Lagusa trying his best to put on more damage.
He needs a blazing duet. If he's gonna defend, he needs a blazing duet.
Adjusts their sights to go ahead and take down the tier 2 tower at mid. Now looking to do the same to the mid high ground tower. Base is cracked wide open. Just the high ground tower. Ooh, bounced back. Immortality has been procced by Steffi. Blazing duet is out, but the golden hour stops the damage. Down goes Albero crazy. Look at the core right now sitting at 10%.
That freeze wasn't necessarily horrid. I feel like
is going to have to disengage.
he did manage to get one of them. However, it did stop them from hitting that turret. If they were unfrozen, they would just locked on turret, and that would have been it. So I wouldn't say that was a necessarily horrid golden hour. Wasn't a horrid one. Could have been worse. They could have lost right there.
For 9Z a Globan. But okay, when you see in the little map now, 9Z Globan is trying to play forward to seek for something, to trying to find someone lost in the jungle. But the fact is, there is no line of defense of turret for 9Z Globan. So Influence Rage has a very good situation. But still 9Z Globan isn't done yet. They destroyed. They took the turret number 1 mid lane down. But it still is a very large advantage for Influence Rage. Here they come.
Yeah, they have Harley on the opposite side of the map, so they're going to need to watch out if they're going to try to engage in a fight. They don't have the numbers.
Oh, no.
Do have a little bit of a trap there from the real world manipulation, followed up by Golden Hour. Does trap out the Black Dragon. Arctic gets frozen on the
good Golden Hour. Forces them to back off. Good Golden Hour. Good defensive Golden Hour.
Flank coming in from Louisenho, and that's going to force Influence Rage to back up, but they do have a Lord sitting and ready.
Yeah, now the Golden Hour came in a good time, like especially for it to counter the Black Dragon from Arctic here. So it gives a 9Z Globan a time to disengage, a time to survive. But the fact is, another Lord, maybe 9Z Globan wants to fight back.
They don't have a choice. They have to fight back. Yeah, that might be it. If they don't drop somebody here, it's over. Yeah, it's over. It's over. They needed to take somebody down here, and now they got everyone up. Immortality is on Jolton. They are gonna sync up these waves, and it's just gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough.
Possible.
They need to keep their eyes on it. They instead have to back up. They start focusing fire, and then meanwhile on the back end, Influence Rage able to get themselves another free Lord.
Yeah, now the Lord is handling the mid lane here. It could be a very good situation for Influence Rage. There's no line of defense for 9Z Globan, and they have to survive somehow. But look at the flank for
Or push down on mid.
Yeah, Hotu tries to come in, gets caught up immediately.
Waves are pretty much synced. Golden Hour comes out. That just bought them time to burst down that Lord. It's gonna help. That's actually well played. Good, well placed Golden Hour. They might be able to defend this. Without that Lord, they kind of struggle a little bit. Waves aren't quite synced. Top and bottom are, but mid is going to hit a little early. It's going to give them time to clear.
Two side lanes about to start crashing in a moment as 9Z Globe.
And see, this is kind of where Hilda falls off. They don't have no real initiation to force them out of base or to set up inside of a turret. So that's where the Hilda kind of falls off here. Yeah, you could send in Holton, but like he only has so much range. Their other initiate is the Black Dragon, but that's not going to work inside of a base, unfortunately. Could, but it's very predictable. It's not instantaneous like someone like a Beleric, a Tigreal, or a Minotaur, or a Grok. Like, that's kind of where this Hilda falls off. They're having trouble ending the game. But it also goes both ways because they, on side of 9Z Globin, they also don't have no real. If they Golden Hour onto Fury.
For the team there, and Albero Crazy is gonna have to get away as the Black Dragon comes swooping in. Albero Crazy swings around, no worse for wear just yet.
Albero has to find Fury. He has to find Fury.
On Arctic, on Steffi, both of them have immortality, so they have more than enough tools to get to
another Lord is up, and the Golden Hour is unfortunately out.
To start protecting a lot of these objectives, and this is exactly
Petrify is out for Arctic, but Flickers are on for everyone else.
Back end here, looking for the flank, takes a heap of damage. All the while, all of this damage continuing on the Lord. Influence Ray trying to back it up there. 9Z Globin in the
oh man,
able to find the Lord like it's nothing, like there's not even a fight going on around him. Meanwhile,
if he takes down Fury,
like Chino might be a little too far to the back line of
wait,
Ooh,
big fight. The Blazing Duet just got wasted in the Golden Hour. Oh my days, bro.
Death there. The immortality has been procced for both of them. Oh, at the base, it's just Albero Crazy by himself trying to defend against this Lord while the rest of the team trying to scramble.
That's GG, bro. That's GG, bro. That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate.
That is a backdoor.
On the back end here, looking for the flank, takes a heap of damage. All the while,
they could have probably had this fight right here. He hold Albero, hold Gusta Lagusta. They could have had Syndrak right here, but
comes
like that's so unfortunate, bro. This is why wasted Blazing Duet. He could have gotten two people here. Steffi would have went down. Like,
looking for an angle. Hotun in trouble. Chino trying to line up that death there. The immortality has been procced for both of them. Oh, at the base, it's just Albero Crazy by himself trying to defend against this Lord while the rest of the team trying to
that's so unfortunate. You hate to see it.
Or you try to do something.
But again, that's why I say
we just need to go full
you have to match up the Marcel properly.
The
like,
problem is there was no right answer. They tried to go in, they tried to put as much damage onto them, but like I said, they're at the point most of the team has immortalities. They're already so tanky. And then unfortunately you had the Lord coming down to your base and you ran out of time. They tried to send Albero Crazy back there, but the minions and the Lord were way too much for him to be able to take on himself.
Yeah, so
way Hilda flickered to stop blood. Yeah.
Victory for Influence Rage, but there's one thing that I really would like to know. What really happened in the first game? Because if I'm not wrong, I think that every time there was like a fighting back for 9Z Globant for some objective, could be a turtle or a Lord, Louisiana was far away, you know, like we saw, like I believe there was a Lord, Louisiana was in the purple buff, or it was a turtle, you know, another Lord, Louisiana was far, you know, so every every goal, every objective, Luizinho was so far from
Marcel
the
is
objective.
Cheeks unless he is with at least 2
Maybe
combo
the
heroes.
communication could
Bea,
be
Chandra,
a
Kimmy,
gap for 9Z Global lineup.
etc.
Or I mean, I've seen stuff like that before, where you start.
That's
without,
it's that's the problem. It's like he's set. He's a character set up for a certain way. You don't necessarily need a projectile character. Yes, it is amazing, but you need something. They had the Harley. They just wasn't finding the angle. Like, hey, Harley's cards work. If they would have had a better EXP that can actually use the golden hour to their advantage, like a Terizla, a Guinevere, a Khalid, like there are options for that golden hour to be beneficial rather than a hindrance. So it's like, again, they didn't draft it right. We seen one good fucking Marcel game. I forgot what team it was. I'm pretty sure it might have been Alpha 7. We seen one really amazing Marcel game. It was Alpha 7 because they were flexing at a certain point in Alpha 7 style. We seen one good Marcel game. It was played properly. Had the Chanje.
On the
Like,
lineup for 9Z,
it was done
that
right.
No
It was done
real
well.
true frontliner
They had the Guinevere. It was like they had options. They had a Terizla. They literally had Terizla, Guinevere, Chanje, and I forgot who their marksman was. I believe it was Claude, but Claude was the follow-up to after someone got caught.
But I think there is a kind of a little responsibility for him. But now here comes the MVP for Bruno.
I might be wrong though.
With the 304 in.
But they did it right, basically. It was done right.
701 golds per minute, 70.
Definitely was hoping to see
total
more.
damage. Fury takes it all with the Bruno. We've seen that the Bruno has been doing very well here in the last 2 days.
Oh yeah, especially when we just went through like a big list of the gold laners that can be possibilities. Bruno being one of those. The amount of damage, like when you get to that late game, he's just kicking boulders at you, and it's not just you that you need to worry about. It's the towers, the sieging ability of a Bruno once it starts getting into that tower. That's why I said, like, it was such a great composition. You had the Dragon, you had the Yuzong, you had the Hilda pushing into the back line, and you have a choice as the enemy team. It's like, either we try to fight.
You can only use cards once in that time. Yeah, but once is enough. You pair it with the deadly magic. Like, what you would do is you use
Bruno's just kicking mountains at it.
You use your deadly magic.
The game was fascinating. It was only giving.
Hopefully before the golden hour, or during the golden hour, and it freezes, and then you throw your cards, and that's honestly enough.
The future team fights,
they'll get that full stack of cards, guaranteed.
9Z Global, not only because of the composition, but idea of execution.
And then by the time it finishes, you'll have another stack that you can throw in there.
Playing forward and playing safe. The execution for 9Z Global was not so
Harley's
easy,
not
especially with Marcel here.
With
so
the golden hours,
maybe in the second game, maybe 9Z Global could think in a easier composition, with a wombo combo or something to turn the game even, to win the second game.
Yeah,
I feel like there's yeah, go ahead.
No, the Marcel wasn't doing so well. Did he almost lose it for them at that tower? Like, did he freeze his teams?
Another lose for Marcel.
I'm not gonna say he specifically lost it for him. It didn't help. But
it didn't help. They just didn't draft it right. That's the thing. Marcel's not a bad character. It's just these teams they're supposed to be pro teams. They're just not using him right, which is, again, it's kind of makes you question how pro are the pros. You know? How pro are the pros if they can't utilize Marcel correctly?
With Marcel, he's one of those heroes that you just there needs to be a specific plan for it, and I feel like even when we saw it, the last time we saw it successful was Alpha 7 yesterday, and it was a very
It's an empty bag.
I don't want to say there weren't too many moving parts to this composition that we had to worry about timing with. It's basically Marcel activates his ult on somebody, everybody spray your damage at that target. And as soon as the ult ends, boom, they explode. It was very simple. It's not one of those, all right, Claude, we've got a timing on Claude to kind of put out his ult. And he has to be in a position. He can't, like, it's very odd, and it's very
Why are you touching stuff?
Don't touch stuff. Right, and I feel like a lot of teams, they're just, we're not, he's too new. Honestly, he's too new for a lot of these teams that haven't had the practice with him for what he provides to teams.
Yeah, and
even
though I'm liking the courage of the teams bringing Marcel in the meta in the games here, because okay, he's new, but they're trying to play with Marcel. They're trying to adapt with the meta because they know that Marcel is getting
trying to make her way in
strong, all across the world. So they're trying to play with Marcel. They're trying so many different compositions to like playing with Marcel. Okay, most of them the results are not positive, but even though they're trying to bring not only Benny but picking Marcel here, so far Alpha 7 knew one of the best ways for fighting and working with Marcel, so maybe the other teams can learn that too.
It's not that hard.
Well, yeah, Marcel has not been a big factor for sure. The only way he worked was with that off the non-meta Changi, right? And I've seen that played a lot outside of like tournaments and all of that and ranks, and they make it a thing. And that combo is deadly, so I wonder if that'll come back again.
Well, and then there's also other things that kind of go along with the Marcel. I feel like if you treat him like another CC that you have to treat him like another CC that you can use to lead into other CCs that you had. Like I said, when he was successful, they had what? They had the Terizla, they had the Guinevere, all heroes that specialize, that only get stronger when you can hold a team down and basically root them somewhere very still. So when you have heroes like that, it can't all be ranged. You have to have something else that can maybe follow up with it, but there has to be the timing with it. Like I pointed it out yesterday. There's timing that's expected. We saw a Suyu that tried to use what was it, the Soul Sever to be able to kind of spring out damage, but the ult hadn't ended yet, so he basically kind of wasted the ability. There's all these things that kind of come in line with using that I'm definitely not at that point. I hate having to deal with the Marcel on my team. I feel like there's a lot that he provides that I myself am not ready. I'm sure to the bane of a lot of roamers out there who are starting to get good with him, starting to learn. He's one of those that I know probably drives people crazy in in ranked matches, because like you have all these expectations as a Marcel. You want the perfect synergy, you want the perfect
and that is exactly why you do not use him. Don't use a Marcel in rank. Your team does not know how to use it. Utilize it. Most people have. There's very few. You can high rank, some of them do, but I don't know, high rank is kind of sketchy. We be having goddamn epics and mythics for some reason.
Utilize that, and I don't think
epic level players and mythics right now, even though their rank is mythic, they still play like
his
epics.
Inclusion offsets some of the more established strategies, the more simpler strategies that are out there.
Yeah, I'm still banning Marcel when I'm playing solo in the ranked games, because people saying, "Oh, why did you ban Marcel? He's so strong." And I say, "Okay, he's strong is one thing. You know how to play with him. It's another completely different thing, So give him more time, and I'm maybe in the future I'm not allowed to ban Marcel, but." Even though, we were saying here in a competition, in a competitive scenario, so it's not so easy to work with Marcel in some kind of composition. So maybe to get just a little bit time to work with him. He's really strong. That's a fact. No one can deny it. But maybe with this complex situation and complex pack of ability of Marcel, maybe we need just a little bit more time to adapt and play with him. So I don't think that okay. Maybe the teams are trying to do something new. They're trying to surprise the opponent or surprise the enemy, you know. But we are talking about AMER South. Okay, we're talking about Swiss format that gives you just maybe 1 or 2 chances to still survive in the competition and trying to get to top, you know. But if you lose time trying to find that kind of composition and not trying to play the safest way, maybe there is no time enough to get back in the competition.
What do you guys think is the biggest reason for Octa Gaming for their win?
You mean
for them winning
Influence
that
Rage?
last? Oh, sorry, Influence
Yeah.
Rage. Sorry, my
Portable.
mind is still back in Octa Gaming in the other match. But anyways,
Well, like I said,
Influence Rage.
It's the core of what I said before, is that you chose something that was super complicated, that needed all of these boxes to be checked to go right against a tried and tested composition and a tried and tested strategy. And I feel like the biggest reason that this is a huge topic is because Marcel himself is not a complicated hero. He's not a Fanny. He's not a Lance where you need to know like everything that's going on. You need to have cables all over the place. He goes in, he stuns, he stops things. You know what I mean? It's very simple. The problem is that the synergy needed from the rest of the team is so complicated. So everybody sees the simplicity of the hero and you're like, all right, this is gonna be easy. All right, we're just gonna go in, 1, 2, 3, get that stop, and we're gonna be able to get the success that we want. Speaking of Fanny, Influence Rage gonna go ahead and start things off with a Fanny ban.
Yeah.
When if Marcel counters Fanny?
Yeah, I mean, I
You
think
can
that,
freeze her
banning
midair.
Fan,
It's kind of
banning
wild.
Fanny in the first ban
Not
here
even
in
with
the first
ultimate,
stage,
just with
especially
passive.
because
Just
now
have somebody
Nice
yoink
Global
her
is
ass.
adding in the red side, so that could be a very interesting situation for Louis.
Marcel with like a Kalea.
Now banning
Marcel with
also Freya one
I think
more
somebody
time.
like
What a
snatch her off
surprise.
the sky.
And
Kalea.
Easy now in the mid lane for Influence Rage. But still, there are so many broken heroes, so many strong meta heroes open, like Zunshin, that is also banned here, Zina.
Yeah, Zushin, of course, will get banned. She's a strong player in these. She's meta right now for sure.
Her hooks would probably
do well
stay
that
in the
last
wall,
round,
but you can still
it
snatch her
probably
out
could, like
the
you said, it
sky.
could have been the synergy of the team.
Their characters
and it
literally
just didn't
meant
work well with
to
that
snatch her out
composition.
the sky. Like, don't matter if her hooks is in the wall. If you catch her with an Atlas or a Kalea, she's going to stop.
Or Sora pickup on the side of Influence Rage. They want to, if you want to try to guarantee one of those picks, you go with the Valentina ban, maybe force the Sora ban so that you can go ahead and pick up Marcel if you're at a point that you want to use.
And as far as the freeze go, no matter what you got, his passive is gonna freeze you. No matter who you are, what you got, what you're doing, you're gonna freeze. That's why you can freeze the dragon. It's CC immune. He will freeze. You can freeze Martis. He's CC immune. He will freeze. Even though it's like a split second. Guinevere during her jump, you can freeze her. Johnson during his card, you can freeze it. In fact, I legitimately like just running in front of the Johnsons just so I can freeze him to dodge right out front of it.
Maybe a Claude, for example, guaranteeing the gold lane here to being
that's his strength. That's what Marcel's strength is. Like, don't matter what you have in terms of CC immunity, he will and can, or can and will stop you.
Okay, he was Boxer, as we were talking
But
about,
that split second of time, your team needs to be able to follow up. Then when it comes to the ultimate, then that really is going to freeze her, but it's a different kind of freeze. With his passive, you're still targetable. You can still take damage. With his ultimate, you're not targetable. You don't take damage. But you can still set up to do the damage.
Go with some priority here. Maybe the Suyu. The Suyo you can go with as a prioritization here. I think we talked a little bit about the carry, a big marksman that's super strong as well. Or maybe we might go with
an implosion on Fanny. I'm pretty sure catches her.
Like I said, we've been seeing the Valentina's been
I guess you wouldn't pair that with Marcel.
Or none of them. Harley it is.
It's very funny, right? So we were talking about like so many situations, possible situations here. The composition, Scary, Claude, you know, Marcel, and then there goes a no. Harley, go.
There's a lot of meta heroes right now and a lot of choices to choose from, so it's really hard to kind of guess what their first choice will be.
Yeah.
It just depends on their team draft or what they have planned against the other team.
As it goes, from a lot of these pickups, as exciting as it can be for a best of 3, that's kind of why, like, when it starts getting those best of 5s, you start seeing like a little bit more outside of the box thinking and people trying to put together some of these compositions that you just don't see every day. Fredrin and Valentina picked up for the opposite side. I feel like the Valentina may be out there to try to offset the possibility of a Marcel.
Marcel's dash does not apply to freeze. Not the dash. The dash is just a speed up.
What ultimates are we picking
The
up
first skill is just an immobilization. That immobilization isn't going to stop the thing. What freezes people is his passive.
So we'll see where Influence Rage goes here with those next 2 pickups.
That's what makes him so strong, because he doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to use the skill to freeze someone. It's the passive.
Right. I was talking about Khalid.
It still has a cooldown, but he literally just needs to walk next to you. That's why you see them just run and rush people, because they don't have to do anything.
His life back with his regeneration. I don't know what it's called, the sandstorm. The sand thing, but you know,
Good news, you're lame for that joke.
He stays tanky. He likes to initiate, and
you're so lame.
The team in and out.
But I'm gonna laugh.
Also,
Girl, let me
stun and get that CC for Harley to get that
All right,
time
Khalid,
to throw his ult and burst down
and
some enemies. So that's a great choice.
It also, having the Khalid on the side of Influence Rage takes it away from a 9Z Globin. The combination of Khalid and Valentina, you basically can one-shot the mid lane right from the opening start.
Yeah, so now we're seeing Harriet in a gold lane here for a 9Z Globin. Okay, magic damage we have. Also with Red Ring, also with the physical damage. Also in the jungler here to try and guarantee the objectives. But now we're heading for the other phase of banning here, of other fanning phase. So sorry. And okay, what are we waiting to see here for the other bannings? Because
when you really think about it,
still,
Marcel is actually really strong, not in an aggressive sense, but he's really strong in protecting his teammates. And sometimes that split second throws, like that quick stop is enough to offset a lot of errors. Think about a Fredrin, you dash onto somebody, you're about to hit them with something crazy. You freeze them in place for a second, your teammate can get away. Guinevere jump, same thing, freeze them in place, they can get away. Penalty zones coming in, you just freeze them, it's delayed. Minotaur ult, your team is stuck, you give them that split second they need to get away. It's a really strong ability if you use it right.
I think that Nizing can ban Claude here, or to influence Rage maybe, because
the first skill name isn't even like what makes him good. Like it's a nice immobilization, it's a nice little extra CC, yes. But really his passive is what makes him so good. His ultimate is nice, but if his passive is utilized correctly, good. That's why he's so strong in the early game, because he's able to rush around and hit these characters with his passive. You know, maybe open up opportunities in the early game.
Well, I feel like on the side, that's where I was gonna go.
It's not like Khalid's strong, but he's still pretty strong.
You've secured your early game, so you open up the options of having a late game marksman. Claude, you're not really gonna kind of try to pick into a Harith, because Harith kind of dominates that lane and really can kind of hold off. He just does so much more damage in the early game than a Claude can do, and you have
Ranger
the carry that really can lean into that late game. So a big pick off there by 9Z Globant. I'm trying to figure out what else you have.
Ranger.
Especially since Bruno was already picked up by Influence Rage. Granger is a possibility for Influence Rage as well. We're still waiting for that next pick from 9Z Globant. Looking for a roam, looking for an XP lane.
It's a new one? I don't remember the phrase.
That would be Grok.
It's a Grok? Oh, okay,
Grok.
okay. Right, so very hard engage for 9Z Globant so far.
I like that.
With the Wrath of the
Grok on the Fredrin, very durable. They took out the carry. They can't really counter. As far as penetration, marksman.
That could be very interesting.
You could pick Claude, but you kind of put they said, you put yourself in a very bad position. Granger's not going to be able to crack through that wall either. So
for Grok, that I was going to say, he's one of the ones I haven't seen a lot of in.
Damn, I think 9Z might have won draft here.
He provides he's kind of up there, not as
there goes
effective
Granger.
as Hilda or Khalid in the early game, but he does provide a lot of damage, a lot of tankiness. He pairs well with the Valentina because he can help clear that lane early. She sprays it down, he just sweeps, clears out the entire lane, and he's got a great amount of movement speed, a surprising amount of movement speed for how big the character is. So they're going to be able to get to those side lanes very quickly as well.
Yeah, Terizla's being picked up again. He's making a comeback here in day 2 as well. And I remember you said Granger was not a great choice against Aherith, was it? Because of the fact that...
I'm not a fan of it.
yeah, because of the mobility or something. Because Aherith is also as mobile as Granger, so he can catch him.
Yeah. And he's going to depend. He's going to depend on the skill shot.
Lapu? I kind of like the Lapu. They got enough crowd control with the Fredrin, Valentina, and Grok. Lapu for that back dive.
So Fury here has not a very easy situation.
Most likely his Tara is going to either be Zetzian or Ranger. We'll see. Yeah, I'll go.
Let's wait what happens. But I like the idea for Terizla here, but because it gives just a little bit of idea of execution for Influence Rage. Maybe they're trying to synchronize most of the ultimate with the penalty zone, with the Sandstorm. Maybe the Syndra comes with ultimate from Zetian, for example, to try not only to spot but to stun the enemy. That could be a very interesting situation for Influence Rage.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get started in game 2 of this best of 3. Influence Rage fighting against 9Z Globant, a possible game point for Influence Rage, while 9Z is fighting to continue on to bring this to a game 3.
Okay, so now we are heading for the next game. That could be the last one here. That can be the second and last one. 9Z Globant versus Influence Rage. We are waiting just a little bit more for that show, but here we are.
Yeah, but great composition coming out there. Terizla, like I said, you said we haven't seen. He is actually probably, I want to say, one of my my favorite XP laners that has kind of fallen away from the meta. His mobility, he's surprisingly tanky and strong, and the amount of damage that he can do once he's getting a lot of those stacks onto you is very surprising. But right now we're in a meta where the sooner that you're able to close in onto the back line, and not just close in on the back line, but you have to have the ability to search bushes, to get around, to see where everybody is. And that's because I want to say he can't get to the back line. You can get that flicker into his ultimate to get onto people, but what he doesn't have that a character like a Yuzong or a Glue or something like that has is Yuzong is able to kind of, once he activates that Black Dragon, he can fly through the air, search bushes, search different areas to try to find and lure out a lot of these marksmen. And I feel like that sometimes is what a Terizla can kind of lack sometimes.
Yeah, he lacks that mobility. He's very slow in that sense. Flicker
He
would
still
be a
hits
good
hard.
choice, like you
Durable
said,
as a
but,
truck.
when I do play him, I play
It's hard
Vengeance.
and is built.
Just so he's a little bit more tankier and he can take on a whole bunch and be that extra front line for the team. But he's a choice to go in the tournaments for sure, because he does lack that mobility. A lot of the meta heroes are very mobile, and I do like seeing him here though, 2 days in a row.
Yeah, we saw them yesterday. We saw him yesterday. Like Hesse was saying that, yeah, he's too slow, you know, but he has his a strong point. You know, he has his ability, especially with the penalty zone, that could be very interesting for the idea for influence rates, composition here, and execution. But let's see what is going to happen in the second game. I'm so excited to see, because for 9Z Globen, it's not even the now or never, you know. But if 9Z Globen lose a second game in a row, the situation can be very, very hard for them, you know, because they're heading down in the bottom side, you know. And I believe the next game could be a best of 5 or the survival in the competition. So it is very important for 9Z Globen here to guarantee the second game to lead to the third one and decisive. But it's not going to be easy, because we're talking about Influence Rage that went through the final in the last season, lost to Black Sentence, but is still a strong team here so far.
Yeah, definitely a strong team to be competing in. They've been showing it, especially when it comes to a lot of these strategies. And kind of letting
I gotta look it up now. What the hell causes so much yawning?
Into kind of a circle. They still kind of remain very, very strong, even when they weren't doing so well in the early game. And that's kind of one of those big marks of like a great team, is being able to kind of have that patience, let the enemy kind of run themselves out while you're kind of being
that's so bad.
Kind of waiting for a lot of those power spikes to kind of come out. And here we're about to get started.
It says
here
fatigue, sleepiness, or boredom.
At the 42nd
I don't think
mark.
I'm sleepy, bro. I know I'm.
Yeah. So once again, everybody, let's
feel bored. I do feel like not entirely stimulated, but I'm not bored.
And it's now or never for 9Z Globen, at least to trying to lead to the third game. But now we're seeing Gusta Lagusta that can be in trouble, 2v1, but he survives.
Yeah, a lot of mobility on Gusta Lagusta on that Harith. So, and that's why I said I kind of, and I think you brought up a really good point when it comes to like the Harith versus the Granger. I feel like Granger has like a little bit of he's gonna have a harder time than Harith is in the lane, but that doesn't mean that a Harith is gonna be absolutely dominated Granger, because there are some great Grangers, and it does take a skill shot. So if you're absolutely great at predicting where the Harith is going to go, where those skill shots need to be, you can actually dominate in the lane. Right now, it does seem like both of them are pretty even.
They do got some good poke as well.
A little bit of that support that came from
Granger, that poke is always annoying. They got Khalid as well, who can always reset
1v1
easy.
Versus Gusta Lagusta, but the party is going to rock in the bottom side of the river, because 4 seconds left for the first turtle here, Private.
Yeah, Turtle is up. Does look like both teams in a very good position here to try to contest that. One more here waiting for 9Z Globe, but they do have 4 members. In comes the Khalid. We do have a big
fight already.
With that Rage
First blood going over to Influence Rage.
Able to find a kill onto Louisenho. A great wall from the side of 9Z Globen to reset the Turtle. Push the Turtle out of the Turtle pit there. Reset it, followed up by the big stun and a big pickup for the side of a big pickup for the side of Influence Rage.
First kill and Turtle is going to go over to Influence Rage.
It does allow them
not looking too good for 9Z Globen right now.
Yeah, that was what we're talking about, like especially with the penalty zone from Arctic and the Terizla. And Influence Rage is still guaranteed the first Turtle also here. A very interesting early game for them. 9Z Globen has to, like, okay, it was a good idea for Burrow Crazy, like spanning the wall to get inside the turtle, but so far they didn't get the goal, they didn't get the objective. So more than a good idea, they have to do something about, especially with the execution on the composition here, because if they don't do that, Influence Rage is gonna play forward.
Yeah, we already saw. I mean, even with that wall, you kind of needed the follow-up there. Louisenho, in fact, just got caught by a great penalty zone from Arctic, and then the damage. Like we said, when it comes to a Charizla, the damage he can output is very surprising. I believe that his second ability does true damage as well, so he's just a huge mark for no matter who gets caught into that penalty zone here. Right now, starting to expand already.
Second
1K
skill.
over.
He does true damage only if he has War Axe. Pretty sure it doesn't true damage. Just does a shit ton of
just one kill on the board, and I kind of want to say too, you saw this in the last game too. It wasn't a high kill game, and that's because Influence Rage is doing such a great job of kind of juggling these fights. They don't really, you see a lot of skirmishes around, a little back and forth, some poking, but they're not really setting up a huge amount of fights unless it's going to lead to an objective. It's going to lead to a turtle fight or secure it for them or a tower.
Yeah, in the first game we saw Influence Rage always concerned about like securing and guaranteeing the goals, the objectives. And in the other hand, we used to see 9Z Global always concerned to play well with Marcel, which didn't happen so well. But now the second turtle is still in the bottom side of the river. And
all right, second turtle. I don't know. Oh, big ultis. They are going to find Louise. Oh man. Oh yeah, it's not looking good for Globin at all, bro. They're not looking good at all this match. They're kind of getting stomped.
Yeah, he's low. Yeah,
getting a retreat, so they secured his blue as well.
Basic attacks are in his skills, but he's
they left. Oh man, that Fredrin just arrived. Like, damn, where's my blue, bro? That is unfortunate. And clearing out the rest of the jungle as well. Yeah, that gold gap is gonna start increasing.
Oh,
no. Oh, Cheeto! He thought he was gonna be able to get away underneath that bush. A great read there by Hope.
They're gonna get that turret as well. Jesus fuck. All right, yeah, I think Globin lost this. They're about to get swept. This early game coming from Influence Rage, this map control, and just these fights overall is just working out in their favor.
What a very strong early game, but oops, Steffi.
Tried to come in with the
Steffi with the wasted flicker and raging sandstorm.
Magic goes out. Profession finds a great amount of positioning. The rest of the team covered down for him. Unfortunate. Gusto Lagusta actually comes in with his pointing on some damage.
Ooh, okay, Gusto Lagusta.
Killed her with the help of the damage coming from Feshin. Syndrak tries to punish them for it, but is not able to supply in kind. Meanwhile, Steffi puts a little bit of damage onto Albero Crazy, but 9Z Globin finally on the board.
Feshin, why did you steal Gusto Lagusta's skill? Jokes aside. 9Z Globin still got the first kill here, but even though Influence Rage is working in the macro, Gusto Lagusta, I think that he can take the third in the bottom lane down. He just let the Inia wave to do the job, and now Influence Rage is trying to do the cross map here. But even though a 9Z Globin is still in the game, especially with Gusto Lagusta, but could be better if Gusto Lagusta.
As long as they don't make any more mistakes like that, they'll win this. But I don't know if we want to see a sweep. I don't think we do.
Kind of start rotating around the map so he can start getting fed, and that's going to have Chino up at the top lane. Ooh, Steph actually in a little bit of trouble to have the Rage of the Phoenix coming out. Big stun lands on the two members of 9Z Globin. Albero Crazy takes a deadly magic, is able to get away. Luisenho takes the rest of it, while now Influence Rage is going to have to back off from this fight. So they do have the turtle up right now. That was going to try to set it up, but they don't find the kills that they need. Ooh, a big wall traps Arctic, but now they need to worry. Can we protect Luisenho from Arctic? Yeah, they're honing in on Arctic. They don't want him to get another kill onto their jungler as well. Coming in.
Oh man, again.
He still manages to get in and get the kill onto
Chino's gonna go down.
Chino's
dead.
Snatches away the turtle. Arctic with a kill onto Chino.
I feel like Albero should be helping Luis with his zoning a bit more. I don't know what's going on, but they are locking down on Luisenho a little too easily, bro. Way too easily.
Arctic, you are unbelievable. You are ridiculous.
Arctic is having an amazing game. 6-0-1.
I was sensing, I was feeling.
Oh, that's damn near all the kills, bro.
Was with a very low HP, but he was.
Yeah, y'all was saying Gorilla moves slow. Don't matter. They don't have much mobility on their team anyway. You take out the one that mattered, the jungle.
For Influencer Rage, guaranteeing more kills, guaranteed one more turtle, one more turret for in the mid lane for Influencer Rage. Now here we probably have a hero of the game. That could be Arctic.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially if we're talking about the beginning of this game, they're doing very quick, very swiftly right now. 7-1, about a 6K gold lead for decided Influencer Rage. Arctic.
I love that shit ton of defense he gets.
Ability to get in there and hone in on Louise.
Oh no! Oh no! They're in trouble. Flicker comes out from Albedo. Gusta is dashing around. Steffi might be in trouble here, but is able to regen and withstand.
Chino, that's going to be one down for 9Z Globin. But as I was saying, like, Arctic has been doing such a great job through these objectives. He has a wanted poster. The only face on it is Louisenho, and that is his only job during these objectives.
Now this turret is going to go down in favor of Influence Rage. They're knocked down to inhibitors and one tier 2 in mid.
I remember that movie, right? So Steffi was like in the wall, and he was saying, I'm not stuck with you guys. You are stuck with me here. So Steffi went too forward. He played aggressive, and he provided more damage, especially for the following up for Influencer Rage.
First Lord. Deadly Magic comes out on Albedo. Chunks him down a bit. Man, Arctic is hitting, bro. Them things are hurting. If it's doing that much to Albedo, I don't want to know what it's going to do to everybody else.
More than a distance away from me, because he has been a factor in every one of these fights.
And he still has the flicker ult.
Look how far back Arctic is. He's waiting for a good opportunity to be able to get in there. Like I said, his only job is to jump onto Lee's and Ho to be able to do all of that damage.
Oh, if you flicker in that bush. If he flickers here. And they find Chino.
Fury with the last hit there.
Penalty zone comes out, but not the flicker penalty zone.
Latched on, get some damage onto him. Now we're playing around with the Lord. Does look like Influence Rage does want to kind of bait this out. Wants to fight with 9Z Globin, and I'm still on the fence. Does 9Z Globin want that fight? It doesn't look like it, as Louisenho being forced back, and that's going to be an easy Lord pickup for Influence Rage.
Yeah, first Lord guaranteed by Influencer Rage. Gusta is trying to at least reduce the damage for 9Z Globin, trying to take the turret down. But now he decides to head back in the base because Influence Rage is focusing on the mid lane here.
Yeah, that's the problem. Ranger got damaged, but not that much to be punching through a grot.
Yeah, and now they are only left to hide.
Still pretty early in the game, though.
For the side of Influence Rage. 9Z Globin just having a hard time. They're at a point right now. It's 10K.
All turret shields are down. They are definitely guaranteed a inhibitor or two. Again, if they play it correctly, waves are synced, they might get 3. One is guaranteed.
At this point, like I said, 10K gold lead. Lord crashing up at top, and the rest of the team going in. Influence Rage trying to put the
one guaranteed, and they're gonna initiate on that big flicker penalty zone, and that's probably game. They're gonna get swept. Yeah, that's it. Okay, Gusta's looking to make a play, doing a shit ton of damage. Oh wait, the clapback is there.
While Fury gets taken out by Fashion, but answered and replied by Hotun as well. Now the team has to turn around to take care of this Lord.
All right.
With Gusta saving the day, at least for now, for 9Z Globin, but the fact is, the base is open.
They are biting back. Gusta did bite back there. They got the kills. They forced them back. However, they still lost 2 inhibitors. They only have 1 more on the bottom side. Unfortunately, Lord is gonna be on bottom side. So this next Lord is not in 9Z Globin's favor. Lead is still about 8.2K for Influence Rage, so it's not looking good.
They are waiting for the next Lord
not looking good at all for them.
In a safe way here, the second game.
Yeah, maybe overstayed their welcome just a little bit there. They did get a decent amount of kills. They got 2 high ground towers down. There's only 1 left.
But then again, they were a bit like a little greedy on that play. I don't think they'll be making any more mistakes like that.
For I think he just it was just Influence Rage waited just went a little too long under enemy territory, and that just allowed Gusta Lagusta to really rain.
Oh no. Okay. There's a sandstorm comes out.
Right now,
all right, it's gonna be up the Lord. Not a problem.
8K gold lead for the side of Influence Rage. Absolutely correct. But there needs to be something done. 9Z Global needs to figure out an engagement tool that they want, get to the back end. The only thing is that's just easier said on paper than anything. If you try to engage on the Syndra, you've got that passive that's going to create distance. You try to engage on the Fury, he's got a dash and a flicker that he can use to try to get away from you. We already know Hotun's got his teleport, so it's very complicated for what you want to do. And now, as we've been seeing from a lot of these matches, now they have a timer. Now they're going to have minions pushing through it, and they need to keep track of that.
I don't even think they're going to be able to contest this Lord.
Yeah, and now Lord here with a half of HP for Influence Rage, but now here comes 9Z Global.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, 9Z Global, we do have a play coming out there.
Penalty zone comes out. Gusta Lagusta's in trouble.
He's very low. Is he going to be able to get away? Look at all the shield that he's able to get. Chino on the back end, looking for the escape.
Oh no, Chino might be in trouble. Chino gets out just barely. Oh man, the snipe. That is this GG. No, they don't. I don't think they want to try to end here. Okay, they do have Lord marching down. They just gotta wait. Fortunately, bottom's not pushing. Oh wait, okay, no. Zaman Force came out early. That's GG. That's it. It's over. It's a sweep.
For 9Z Globin and a clean core pickup for the side of Influence Rage.
Another clean, fast victory for Influence Rage. Guaranteed the first one here for them. 1-1 now for Influence Rage. Still survive in a competition. Xena, it's a very good one, but now guaranteed victory for Influence Rage.
That is a 1-1 in the Swiss stage for them. They're doing an amazing job. They kept dominating the map, keeping that map present and making sure that they had total domination and control of it. They were in sync. They did a great job here.
Yeah, and a great synergy there from Influence Rage. I mean, and especially when it came to like the pushing power and being able to transition a lot of their kills into objectives.
Arctic is really, Arctic's gonna get MVP for sure, bro. That Charizla was fucking like just finding the mark every time. And then the one time they didn't lock down on Gusta Lagusta, they paid for it, but Arctic was like, all right, bet. Turned around when that Lord fight, penalty zone straight onto him. Forced Gusta Lagusta back.
They were just able to brush that off, wait for the next Lord, and to the final push.
Yeah, so we saw like 9Z Globin trying so hard to still survive in some team fights, but the idea for Influence Rage was so better, especially for the execution with Hotun and Arctic. My goodness, what happened to Arctic in this game with Charizla? 6 kills, the gold, and almost a 10K for him. I don't know about you guys. I know I'm not a pro as you to read the future, but here I think that we can say that. Oh, but there's also Fury. Fury played so well with Granger too, but come on.
Yeah, it's not hitting. Not hitting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Arctic's been dominating this game since the very beginning, finding his mark every single time.
About how slow Charizla can be, but being able to get to that back line, all these times being able to take down Gusta Lagusta. But you could see there, I want to say it wasn't just Arctic too. There was a big focus. Even that last time you saw Deadly Magic was already on Louisenho. So Hotun was able to kind of get to the flank, hit him with the Deadly Magic, while Arctic was able to come in with that penalty zone. zone as well. Here you can see him going in, big penalty zone, lands on, and then still swinging away at Luis and Ho. I wonder if we have that third one too, where the entire team finally realized, okay, we need to focus onto Arctic. We need to be able to bring him down. And they tried to focus onto him. Unfortunately, he was still able to get back. I believe he used the flicker and the penalty zone to get on to Luis and Ho to find that final turtle.
Yes. Yeah. He can go in and chunk down that damage with all of his hits right there and get his life back. He's a really tanky one to deal with, and especially as well Steph here on the Khalid. He did an amazing job initiating and getting in on that and allowing his backline to go in and get the kill and finish it off.
Yeah, and it was very important for Influence Rage's idea of the execution for Arctic here, because it was really important, especially for like with the penalty zone trying to neutralize, especially the plays.
I want to see I want to see one where they catch Luisa on penalty zone.
We didn't see Luizio in the second game, you know, like Fredrin was like, he didn't appear, you know, so most of because Arctic was always with the flicker and the penalty zone open to trying some plays, to try to do something to neutralize
right here.
Their
finds the mark,
their plays. So it was really
finds the mark
crucial
instantly
for Influence Rage here to win, guarantee the goals, guarantee the objectives, and in a sequence win the game so far to guarantee.
And just snipes him. Wow.
Yeah, well, the big thing is they
flickered for that too.
Reduced Fredrin to what an assassin needs to do, which he needs to hide away until he can't just linger out there with the threat of Arctic and to be able to single shot him. As we take a look at the MVPs.
Yep.
All right, our MVP, of course, is that Charizla you guys were saying. He did not die. He was so tanky. 608 over here. 631 golds per minute. 40.3k in total damage.
I'm so surprised. I thought it would be Fury. But here we are seeing
the KDA was lower. It wasn't going to be Fury, bro.
And the highlights for the MVP of the second match here. So we were seeing he always like
penalty zone. It's the mark.
Being proactive, especially with the penalty zone.
That was the first fight.
Like not only zoning the players from 9Z Globe and out, but also guaranteeing the damage and the kills. You know, and maybe the follow up for other players to spread the damage against 9Z Globe, and it was really worthy for Influence Rage here, guaranteeing the second victory.
That penalty zone, though, I can't talk enough about Charizla. I love him. He's an amazing hero, and the fact that he's being chosen now, I'm fangirling.
Yeah,
I wish.
I mean, Arctic did
I could see how they put like a lot of the stuff together, like production-wise.
Was going to be trying to do, and I talked a little
definitely has to be more than one person.
Tanky junglers versus the
dude on the right got to be
four. Whereas tanky junglers, I mean, they're comfortable to just sit out there in the fray, waiting to be able to get that retribution. And Charizla able to punish that on to the Fredrin too. He's just hanging around. It makes him the prime target for a penalty zone, for not just the penalty zone, but also
I think True should get up there.
To get that deadly magic, makes him a prime target.
Considering it more and more as I watch.
Definitely being able to kind of chunk down into Fredrin, like to the point where you said we weren't even able to see Fredrin for most of these fights because he, like, it's like, what do? He's no longer able to sit in the center. Now he's got to play the assassin game where you have to hide in a bush and wait for like the prime opportunity to try to dash in and maybe get the retribution off on the Lord. And that's just, once you're at that point with a Fredrin on your team, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, you're totally right, because they came up with the Fredrin, you know, like, okay, he is a very tanky. He can't buy more time with possible team fights, for example. But when it comes to objective, when it comes to goals, when you have a Charizla in the other side, when you have a Harley with the teleportation situation, that could be very not so good. That could be very bad for Fredrin, you know. So maybe if they come with another jungler, you know, another like a mobile jungler with a mobility one, maybe Joy, maybe Hayabusa, for example, who gets the invincibility in the shadows to trying to guarantee or steal the Lord versus Harley could be better, you know. But as you said, here, Fredging was totally neutralized, not only because of the Harley, but and the rest of the composition for Influence Rage, but most of because of Arctic, what Arctic did in the game, you know, especially with the penalty zone, zoning the players out, so they could do nothing in the second game here to try to guarantee the victory for a 9Z Globen. So 2-0 Influence Rage.
Well, yeah, they did an amazing job there. Having those front lines actually really helped them in the fact that their back line was really bursty damage, right? So they were able to dish that out and keep them stuck there and keep them engaged with them to get those shots in.
So that would be, if my math is correct, that would be 2 2-0s that we've had today. It's a very dominating matches here. First with Octa, then with Influence Rage as well. They're really showing out here for South America right now when it comes to
who did Influence Rage?
Strategies that really to the point that it's not even an even. It doesn't feel like an even game when you have those answers that basically are affecting every angle of a match to be able to finish these in such a dominating
Influence
fashion.
Rage lost
Just
to
some
Alpha
great games here
7.
by Influenced Rage as well.
I mean, not
I'm
Alpha
not gonna
7.
lie, I'm very surprised by some of the picks that are actually doing very
I
very
forgot
well
what that
here.
is.
Charisma,
Something 7.
Like I said, I kind of almost had him just confined
When their
to
logo
the
doesn't
fact that he provided so much on the Alpha 7 strategy where he was able to line up with the Golden Hour. He's able to provide a pop-up for Guinevere. Here, it was just as simple as being able to take advantage.
But it was a 2-1.
Of a Fredrin
so
and,
maybe
find a lot of
maybe 9Z Globen might be the weakest team.
By Influence Rage.
They might be the weakest team. They first they lost Alpha, now they lost Influence.
Right. So this next one, be like Rico and be like, so where is
Thank
that third
you
game?
so
we
much.
Really want to see it. We want to see this fight.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Getting the back-to-back fights.
Maybe the next
got
like
food.
2 matches that we still have for today. But you know, also interesting here because now we have two teams with 1 victory and 1 loss. That is Dream Max and now Influence Rage. So maybe in the possible future they can face each other, which is gonna be very interesting because there are two strong teams, there are 2 very good teams. They faced each other in the last seasons, you know, when like this historical is like almost balanced for both of them, you know, so it's gonna be very interesting. Okay, we have to know about the other games also, okay, but I would like to see Influence Rage versus Remax to see like which is gonna be the best idea and the best situation so far.
Well, eventually, I think we might, once we get out of the Swiss stage, start getting into the playoffs where teams start getting eliminated, getting to the lower bracket, we might have an opportunity for that. So it's going to be a double elimination. So they will have, I feel like, the opportunity for the better teams to face the better teams as well. So we might have an opportunity for that. Like I said, right now we're at the point where a lot of teams are kind of feeling each other out.
Always love my mama. Nah, let me stop.
The points. I'm just kind of.
Oh man.
Might be at the point where they're kind of trying certain things out, see if it works, see if it doesn't. But I want to say some of them maybe not so successful. That being one being the Marcel, others being super successful. Where we saw that just now with the Charizla, that's something I
one of those songs you don't understand as a fucking child. As you get older, you're just like, fuck.
He was doing a wonderful job for sure. The fact that he can give that CC for his team, even just for a short time, was really helpful to those matches.
Yeah, we were talking about Terizla now. Terizla appearing twice, the 2 victories so far. Maybe we could see another Marcel coming, but now with Terizla.
Well, they do work well.
Yeah, now you think about it, every fucking favorite character of Xena is appearing, bro. You got the Harley in, Lilia's in, Terizla's coming out. Like, all her favorite characters are fucking being played.
It's happened 2 times. It's not it's not crazy that it's happened 2 times. It's just weird it's happened that it's twice. So and 100%. So I mean, great little things that we're seeing here in the AMER South, and that's why I said when it comes to the global bans, it's such it brings such surprises and different things for us.
Thank you so much. I dropped it.
And probably as players, I think as
That's
players,
stupid. Thank you.
from most of them, I've just heard nothing but good things about it because they like being able to play something different or think about something different when it comes to their lane.
I'm gonna see a lot of Trizless being played now, for sure, in the community. You're gonna start seeing him pop up right and left. They're like, he's meta now, guys. We gotta play him. It's gonna happen.
That's usually how it works.
Don't mention that.
Well, speaking of the community, can you guys like and share the stream? You know, make sure you get more views on here. Show them what NA is made of. You know, North and South. We're all trying to, you know, grow and be a bigger community for everyone, and you know, we will just share what we love, right?
Yeah, well, that's well noticed, well remembered, Xena. So you
put it down below.
Chat, you were the main star of the show. It's all for you guys. So
share the stream or you die.
Call your friends, you know, to stay tuned and watch. Only the second day of AMER South. We still have AMER North too, and on Thursdays and Fridays and Saturdays and Sunday we still we are here with the AMER South. So things are gonna be wild. Things are getting wild since yesterday. So call your friends, call everyone to watch AMER South here, which is we promise you guys, you are gonna enjoy it so much as we are enjoying here. Watching, like bringing you all the action, all the emotion for with these games so far, you know, so it's going to be very good. But Xena mentioned about like the community bringing this meta hero, especially in the ranked games. Guys, please practice before, you know, we have the classic games to practice with the hero, you know, so
bro,
we used to have some kind of situation.
Bro's trying to say it. He's trying to say that their ass.
Yeah, but as they said, guys. Yeah,
trying to say your ass.
No good. And make sure you check out our socials, check out these streams, follow every one of these channels: MLBB, NA Esports, Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. We're everywhere. The K, I know what that means now.
Yeah, guys,
professional.
Yeah, if you guys miss any of the action that happens up on the weekends, whether you're a North or South fan or both a North and South fan, if you miss any of the action, you can definitely check us out on our social medias to find out everything that you might have missed, maybe some little things about the players, information. I know Rico has some things on his Instagram talking about some of the teams as well. You can catch some of those videos from our casters as well. And I believe there might be a little something about diamond drops, Xena.
Oh yes, we got some diamond drops for you. The longer you're in the stream, the more chance you have at getting these diamond drops. So be sure to stick around and watch us. Be in that chat, you know, like, share it, and you get more chances wherever you are watching the stream.
Yeah,
Stay
you know
and
what?
Watch.
Yeah. You know, guys, I would like to know if the casters can participate, you know, because I'm also watching the stream here. So please, guys, I want to know if we can participate, because I need diamonds to change my name on the game. You know, like my name is really weird. I want to change, you know, I have to get the card to change the name.
How weird are we talking about the name here?
On the game, trying to keep it up. My name on the game is Niggas Fisher.
What?
Fisher. Mine's just Demoness, but you know,
yeah.
Maybe I need to be more creative and be something like that.
It is just because when I was a kid, it's a kid joke, you know. So Xena, go ahead.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a short break. Thank you guys for sticking around, and make sure you stay and stick around for the later matches. We have Entity 7.
Nigga Fisher, I swear I heard something too.
Have Black Sentence against Infinity.
I was like,
miss those.
No.
See you in a little bit.
Bro, why is bro ringing the bell? Let me go get water. Oh, we're taking a break anyway. Good. Where'd the sound go? Bro, did they mute the stream? They muted it themselves. Alright, say less. I don't gotta mute it. They did. I see what Deadpool was talking about now. All right, we are back with 1 minute 35 seconds left. Next is Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Probably gonna be, I don't know, bro. We'll see. Maybe the highlight of tonight. Speed up, make sure we're on time. Pretty sure we're just about. He said black. Who? Who said black? When it comes to this Naruto shit, that fucking picture finding different shit, I hate that with a passion. Like, I can do the other two without a problem, but that fucking find differences, I hate that shit. With a passion. But we'll be back on about 16 seconds. Yo, that is good. That they get a 5-minute break for 8 hours is fucking insane. They could at least gave us 15. Thank you for the alert, Poogie.
From the break, guys,
Welcome
we are
in.
back with MCT AMER South day 2. We are super excited.
Motherfuckers gotta go 8 hours without food, bro. Like that shit is wild. They could at least give them 15, 30.
We were able to see a Trizla again, which was amazing. Yeah. And I hope you guys grabbed your snacks for this next set of rounds.
In other words, she's hungry.
We were able to see. Sorry, Private.
No, we're about to move into the second half of it. If things have already gotten kind of very spicy here, but a lot of domination happening, where teams at this level are starting to kind of figure out those recipes, those ingredients that they need.
Hope you're having a good day, Pookie. Everybody else in here.
With a lot of these
even my lurkers that might be quiet.
That here, we're wondering if it's going to continue here with these next 2 series that we have, Rico.
Yeah, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Both teams with 7, you know. I only pay attention to that now. Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Both teams won yesterday. Yeah. Both teams won yesterday, you know, so I'm really excited about this match because you have an Entity 7 with the Trinity that they were the former champions in the last season.
Xenoverse 3,
7, which lost to the Black Sentence with 3 players. They are now in Entity 7, so let's see what is going to happen, and let's see if Alpha 7 they readapted to play against these players, you know. But now
that shit's confirmed. That shit might actually be fire. I enjoy Xenoverse too. I never played it.
We have on Alpha 7 side Hisu, Flick, Frost Steven, Steve, sorry, Alpha Tizzy, and Pakitu. With no coach.
He butchered so many names. I don't blame her.
I think they talked a little bit yesterday about that how much synergy that they have with each other and on the agreements that they have, and just being mature enough to kind of being able to take each person's opinion in with them. But Rico, let's go ahead, take a look at the next roster.
Yeah, now it is time for Entity 7 lineup here with Akashi in the XP
Hide
lane,
on Bush,
on the jungler, Shin in the mid
lane, they gave her this.
Doom in the gold lane, and Vagine and roaming. Always reminding you guys the Trinity that they were the former champions, Hide on Bush, Shin, and Doom for the old Black Sentence now in Entity 7. So it's gonna be very interesting how they are gonna play against Alpha 7, which considering that they already won the last season with the Black Lanterns with another players, Steffi and Orochi. Steffi now is in Influence Rage, and Orochi, I forgot where is he now, but I'll look for him. But now we are seeing the present. What matters now is the present, like Alpha 7 playing against versus Entity 7. And I know if you remember, guys, yesterday Hasu said that what in the past is a past, you know, like it's behind. It's not like what matters now is the present, and they Hassel told us that their rival is themselves, you know. They're like the greatest enemy is themselves. So let's see how are they gonna play versus Entity 7.
Yeah, that's gonna be the big question here. Yesterday a very dominating performance against 9Z Globins. And especially being one of the only teams that has successfely used Marcel as well, speaks to the cohesion and the synergy that they have as a team, and the understanding that they have together. Here does look like Marcel has been left open for both of these teams as well when it comes to speaking of which. And I'm wondering,
they're really gonna give him a Marcel game, bro?
E7 scoop it up. Not even a hesitation either. A very quick scoop up there by E7, if I heard it correctly. I'm pretty sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Got me a little nervous there for a second. Yeah, I was pretty sure I heard Marcel.
Okay.
Here's the thing, it's easily countered too. So.
After seeing what happened the other day.
Yeah, it's a very interesting case to analyze now, because we saw Alpha 7 with a very good,
now all they need to do really, they can just lock in all the heroes that's gonna counter the golden hour. That you can. This is why Marcel is good and bad, because it can be countered. All they need to do is pick Chanje to themselves. Like they just need to pick characters that can counter the golden hour.
I thought I heard Laku, but that's gonna be we have the Claude and the Harley coming up for the side of Alpha 7. So I'm very eager. For me, especially as a fan and a player, I'm definitely honing in right now because I want to see what are we going to do against Marcel, because obviously as Alpha 7 we have the respect for it, we understand how it's used, how it can succeed. I definitely want to see where it flounders, what is Alpha 7's plan to kind of deal with that here. A lot of abilities here that can kind of get stopped by it as well. Harley, like we said, when it comes to ranged hero, I feel like Marcel kind of excels at it. I don't even know if you could tell it. Like you've been saying, Rico, when it comes to Marcel, what he
bruh, not them copying their draft. Oh my days.
When it comes to like stopping and shields and stuff. Okay, they're looking for like the exact same composition that Alpha 7 tried to go with when they had Marcel.
So they're trying to see if they can do the exact same thing, so we'll take them down with their own plan. I don't know. I feel like Harley was chosen to deal with the Marcel because he's able to get in and out, maybe try to waste Marcel's ultimate, you know. Do you think Entity 7 will be able to repeat exactly what Alpha 7 did?
Oh shit.
Maybe, but
oh
I
shit.
I think
That might be big.
It's not going to happen because if they do something like as
nah, it depends on who's their Rome.
Has some idea to.
Depends on what Rome and EXP they pick.
With that situation, you know. But now he comes with Valentina and the third pick here for Alpha 7, which is really interesting considering the pack of ability and the ability to copy the ultimate for other sides, you know. But I was thinking about something here that can be very interesting for Entity 7, especially with the ultimate from Harley here, which we know that can cause a burst of magical damage.
Why my mom keep calling me Birdman? Bro, I don't know. You tell me, shit.
Even right at the time of the ultimate like stacks and blow it up, I think that Marcel can help the ally with the golden hour and avoid the elimination, you know. So
fruit gives 50 health.
One of the things here that
you know
it's gonna help Entity 7 in this
Stones of Steel. Who picked that?
I think you hit the logic on the head. For me, it just goes to the basics of this is the composition.
Oh, they banned it. Okay, yeah, it's a good counter for Marcel.
And I doubt it's a composition that they are completely unprepared to do.
It's actually funny because everything that counters Marcel can also be used with Marcel. So
without really having a plan for it, and especially with that interview yesterday, I don't think that they're the type of team that didn't try to consider this. And here they're going to.
Bro, why does bro rub his hand deviously before dinner, bruh? Bro, just be like, oh yeah, this shit good, bro.
Completely about mobility on the map. So
Birdman, bro.
Has a dash or a way
I don't get it, but
to try to dodge abilities, to try to get away from a penalty zone. The only problem for me is that you're banking on the supposed ability to be able to get away, but that's what Marcel is supposed to like go against. He's supposed to hold you there. So if he does catch you, it's going to be, and that's going to be the big thing for me.
Gonna be sweaty.
Catches you, or he
if Entity 7 does it right.
You're going to be looking at a bad game for Alpha 7 because you've got all of these abilities that can kind of stack up and really kind of put the hankering on you. If he doesn't catch you, it's going to be a very hard game for Entity 7 to deal with all of these dashing abilities.
Well, I don't think they're going to go glue here anyway. I wouldn't want to go glue.
Valentina is able to take Marcel's ult, right? I'm not sure if you guys spoke on that earlier because my earbud was kind of dead, so I had to swap it. But she's able to do that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, so I feel like this could be anyone's game for sure, and the fact that they have that ultimate on both sides.
It depends how they pair it. They have to pair it with something.
It's gonna be coming from the 2 golden hours happening the exact same moment.
The only problem is Valentina's golden hour doesn't freeze Marcel. That's it. That's like, and it will freeze her. They actually no, because it's IMU. I don't think she will get frozen by it. That's questionable.
You know, like waiting now for Alice and
that's scary.
XP laner for Hasu here. You know, it's a very sustainable hero. Sorry. Now we're heading for the two final heroes to finish the composition from ATT 7. Just waiting now. I forgot the phrase. It's a woman, one of the heroes. I can guarantee for sure. But no. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Alice. It was a phrase of Alice. I'm sorry. Waiting for it to. Never mind.
I don't have to be the one. I don't have to be the one to tell you that the name's right.
YSS.
Alice just got picked up.
Lunux doesn't really pair with it, but YSS does.
It's Lunux.
Oh no, wait, Lunux is probably
wrong. I wasn't wrong. So sorry, guys.
Oh, that's what you heard.
Okay, yeah.
So, the big thing here, on the side of Alpha 7, they are pretty heavy on the magic damage side. So I'm wondering if that's going to kind of become a part of it, at least for the early game. Because if you stack the deck against, like, magic defense for the early game, you're definitely going to have to worry about the Claude into the late game. Linux coming out
I
here,
get it. Because even if they freeze Alice into it, and they jump on Alice, she can kind of still sustain when hitting her.
So a big pickup when it comes to trying to rein in on some of those tanks that you see in the opposition. And a Kaja
I'm
pickup,
confused.
which I'm actually
No. I'm curious to see how this goes. Let's see.
He takes a very interesting amount of time. Your team. Like I said, Alpha 7, we've seen the interviews, how it comes along. You need to be on the same page. That is something that Alpha 7 has in spades. So if anybody can make the Kaja work, I feel like it's them.
Yeah, you're totally right. But Kaja here, I have to be honest, that blew my mind just a little bit. But it can be very interesting for Alpha 7, especially with this potential for peaking, for a peak off. But I was thinking about like what targets are.
Xena looks very professional today. I feel like she was like casual professional yesterday, but today she's like business professional.
Maybe in the jump or the Requiem Violet. I don't believe it's gonna be Sheen with Lunox because she has an ultimate that she can be invincible, like with the light and shadow. So I'm still thinking about like the idea for Kaja here.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see how these compositions come together and if they're gonna be successful. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of Alpha 7 taking on Entity 7. Both teams walked away yesterday with a victory here, looking to do the same today.
Yeah, both victory teams here in the first day, so now they're facing each other in the second day of AMER South. So let's go. Welcome to the land of dawn. Oops. Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, Vagwin came in there. I'm actually wondering who got that. It does look like Flick from Alpha 7 was able to get the Little Wanderer, but not without Alpha or Entity 7 looking to try there. Here, Hasu looking to try to put some damage on. I believe, I'm not even sure who got that. I don't see the gold emblem anywhere on there. But, I mean, both teams, I want to say both teams probably here very evenly matched.
Yeah, and I believe that Prosy here is very comfortable with Valentin, especially with the dash one to, like, to get this mobility and not getting surprised or suppressed by Guinevere, for example, or Marcel with the crowd control. So that could be very interesting situation for Alpha 7. Meanwhile, on the top side here, it's an interesting matchup here, but I think that is not so interesting for Terizla. As I had to say yesterday, that is a slow hero, but now Paquito is heading on the top side.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and try to see if they can gain a little bit of, I want to say, letting them know that they're there. Hide on Bush coming up from the bottom side. Hasu actually comes in there trying to put some damage on, but Hasu has already activated a lot of that ability to start draining health from the enemies. Now we're going to go ahead and start onto the turtle. Entity 7 getting a good position of it. Comes in with the penalties on
first blood.
Down goes Flick immediately for Alpha 7. That's going to put Entity 7 in a great position to be able to take this, but they are not done. Hasu comes in.
Big flicker. Big flicker. Wow.
The ultimate Hydon Bush is down, and Alpha 7 has not given up on us. Even though they just lost their jungler, the team around them able to find
the turnaround and clap back, bruh.
What a great response for Alpha 7, because
That they got 2 out of it, and
really,
still got
good.
turtle, bro.
By
That
the
was
time
actually
that,
very well played.
Terizla
Fucking
reached the
Flick
level 4, it was
zoomed back for
immediately
that.
the flicker and the penalty zone to guaranteeing the kill on Flick. But Entity 7, I think that they took a little time. Oops, in the mid lane. Right.
I don't think they was ready for that clap back, bro. Motherfuckers was probably celebrating right there and then fucking got that clap back instantly.
Players, but now,
I'm good.
okay, so the tempo here was really interesting for Entity 7, but I think that they took a little time to, like, guarantee the turtle. So it gave times for Hasu with a big and very good outplay here from Alice to guarantee the kill, and gave time enough to Flick to respawn and heading to the pit and guarantee the turtle for Alpha 7. So far, so good. The first
Blazing
Alpha
Duet.
7 now Blazing
Not
Duet
really doing much damage though.
versus Doom. It's not a very interesting matchup here. A Claude versus Insurrection so far.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I feel like both heroes actually scale very well once you get more gold, couple of items on them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays into it.
I don't know if you guys can and where.
Peekaboo. Paquito on the other side there, looking for an angle to see if they can try to get in there. But I want to say a good read by Doom, who's able to read this mini map, see that he doesn't see the jungler, doesn't see the roam on the map, and he's going to go ahead and hide underneath the tower until he does, which was a great read. And I feel like some people really underestimate that type of knowledge to understand when you see something on the mini map and when you don't, which is more important because that means that they might be hiding. You should always just assume that they're hiding and waiting to try to get that gank onto you. And you see down there that Vaguin came in on that Marcel, started clearing out the bushes, try to get that information to him, let him know what's there and what's not.
Yeah, we could talk about like which ultimate is better, if from Claude or Insurrection, but both ultimates had different purposes. But now the second turtle is all on the river and the bottom side, a mountain shockwave once again to spot the enemy, and now Alpha 7 is just a little bit further from the turtle. I don't think that we're gonna be a fight back. No. Oops.
Yeah, they're not even able to contest it. And I want to say,
big divine judgment.
Goes in and actually gets, he does get taken out.
Oh, big spatial migration though. Paquito does not get away from that, unfortunately.
A double there for Frostlane Eve, and that's going to be 3 down for Entity 7.
My goodness, Frost here was insane now with the triple kill with Valentina, as I was talking at the beginning of the game. It's a very complex zone here for Frost and Neville, especially not only because of the dashes and the mobility, but the idea that he can copy any ultimate here that can bring so many options through Alpha 7 depending on the situation, you know. So it was a triple kill for him. If I'm not wrong, I think that he copied ultimate routine.
You should have just left it, bro. Now you're gonna lose your life and turret.
He goes down, and that's gonna give Alpha 7 an opportunity to go ahead, get that first tower scooped up from Entity 7.
Yeah, but now in the middle, oops, another fight.
Yeah, another fight in there. They're not really in a good position to be contesting here. They don't have vision on that Elbush just yet as well. 2-5 right now. Alpha 7 still hanging in there. Gold firmly, I want to say starting to firmly get in their side, about 2K advantage for Alpha 7.
Yeah, now we can see Flick here guaranteeing the purple buff once again for Alpha 7, and still waiting for the next turtle, which is going to be here in the upside of the river. And now we're seeing Hasu roaming for the mid lane. Could be a 4v4 here, but now Upatizi can sense the danger because can be a dive.
Oh, he's actually come in with a little bit of a blazing duet. I feel like that was more or less to kind of shy them away. He wanted to be able to take down that minion before it did too much damage to his turret there. While the rest of the team, I feel like they're doing such a great job. Entity 7 taking advantage of this, the river now, that the expanding river here, to be able to kind of make their way and get to this objective very, very early. As we go in with another fight there. Have the golden
oh, they found it. They found it.
I saw the jump go in, but they do find the Violet Requiem as well. Shin able to find the kill onto Hasu.
It was perfectly timed. It's not mistimed. It freezes. That's why it works. Because it's guaranteed to hit. Oh, Blazing Duet comes out. It's not enough. Unfortunately. Alright, got something. 7-7. The sevens are fighting.
Really golden here now. Private guarantee a very important kill in front of Hasu, because they took down Alice here, so it was impossible to Alpha 7 buy more time to trying to respond back the team fight. And now they could guarantee more kills and the turtle for Entity 7. So far, the game is like, no, not a good lead now, because it goes in favor for Entity 7. Almost 2k for them. At least the kills are even, but Entity 7 now taking down the turret in the top and the bottom side here. It is still like the game is even, but I think that Paquito with Kaja here, that he can, I think that he must find a good spot and a good flank to get in a specific pick off to try to help more Alpha 7 situation.
Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Alpha 7, they're not able to kind of, there's so much that they need to be able to watch out for, whether it's like the Guinevere jumps, the penalty zone, looking for the ultimate that comes out from Vaguin, the golden hour, to be able to kind of fit in that divine judgment that they want to get out there, and then try to get that damage out there.
Big divine judgment. They freeze him, they save him.
Does have that golden arrow surrounding him to try to keep him out of harm's way, so it does look like Entity 7 was able to protect him. Now starting to put pressure onto that mid lane as well.
Yeah, it was a very good situation also. Once again for Entity 7 here, they tried to engage.
That's two big ultimates out.
Alpha 7 was trying to respond. The golden hour came in a good time here.
As far as time go, I'm pretty sure Divine Judgment will come back a little bit before. Both have really long cooldowns, so.
Find the angle here, but with no success. But now we're seeing Paquito and Flake. And okay, Vagin is heading down, but now he can be surprised. Oops.
Oh yeah, speaking of which,
they just got completely blitzed, bro.
Take down Flick, and that's gonna happen right before this Lord comes out here. We've been talking about teams that are so good at being able to establish these great fights that mean that they have a great opportunity for some of these objectives, and Entity 7 showed that in spades already.
I know, Entity 7 showing some golden hour hits, but they can't get really anything out of it. They managed to take down Paquito.
Yeah, another kill for Entity 7, the turret in the mid lane, plus the Lord. Everything working so well for Entity 7. They still continue the pressure. The target now is the turret number 2 on the top side, which is the taken down. And the mid lane also can be the next target, while the Lord is heading in the bottom lane. Entity 7 so far in a way here with a lot of advantage. And now they still continue, but now I think that they decide to head back.
Yeah, for me right now, it's kind of a question. I mean, you have the Divine Judgment, and they're having success with it. They're finding people. They're able to get the pull there. The only problem is, I'm kind of wondering what the plan was when it comes to, like, Divine Judgment comes out, but then Vaguin comes in with the Golden Hour and immediately is able to save it. So, and now you have a massive cooldown in the Divine Judgment down. And I'm wondering what the plan was, because are you even trying to kind of waste out that Golden Hour before that happens? Or do we have a plan after that? After the Golden Hour comes out, are we going to be able to utilize something to get in there? And I feel like that's going to be on Frostlane's back. Do you take the Golden Hour? Do you take the or do you take the penalty zone from them to be able to kind of answer and clap back once some of those cooldowns have been rushed? But now pressure onto the bottom lane. You can see them come in. Golden Hour does go just wide of all of the team members, but that does not stop Entity 7 from being able to take the bottom high ground tower.
Yeah, the purpose was on here to take down the turret in the bottom lane and guarantee super minions for Entity 7. So far, we're seeing the items here. Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, and the Blade of Dispel for In Sun Shin. So he is really strong with Doom with 2 kills here. But as you were talking about, especially with the Marcel situation here, so Vagin is in a comfort situation, especially to protect his teammates with the Golden Hour here, as you said. With even with the Kaja's ultimate here, it's not very interesting for Alpha 7, because Even if Kaja fits the ultimate here, hits the ultimate in a very interesting target that comes back in with the golden hour and protect him. So especially with the golden hour, an ultimate with a very large AoE. So it's going to be very, very hard life for Alpha 7, but here they come. Oh, Bakir!
Oh, they thought they had them in the ambush there. Even had a conceal plate for it. Unfortunately, it does not pay dividends for the side of Entity 7.
Wasted that flicker too. Wasted conceal and flicker.
Shied away from that ambush. But another thing for me is when we took a look at the items, there were a lot of Radiant armors built up on Entity 7. You're talking about 4 members of Alpha 7 that are doing magic damage for.
Oh, they seen him.
At about 50%. Flick goes down. Doom able to find the kill there. The rest of Alpha 7 is.
Bro wasn't paying attention. He thought he was hidden, but the YSS ult.
Lord, that's gonna be another Lord for Entity 7.
Oh no.
But he can be the next victim.
Watch, that arrow's gonna freeze.
Oh, yeah, he does get
He's dead.
the golden hour. The rest of the team is right there.
Damn, bro. Yeah, that's it. That's GG.
By a penalty zone, but Paquito goes down as well, trying to help out his teammate. Doom does take down another high ground tower. Now pressure starting to mount at the core of Alpha 7. Hetsu trying to come in, put on the damage that they can, but look at all the damage.
GG. Game 1, Entity 7. Holy shit.
Yes,
morning. What's up, Amy
once
TZ?
again here, guaranteed the first victory for Entity 7.
Shit, all right.
It is only the first game here, but here comes the victory for the boys
I don't
of
know.
Entity 7, Zina.
Entity 7 looking like they got some heat. What are we watching here? We're watching MCT AMER South, which is basically MCT AMER is basically like the replacement of NACT or ML. Thursday and Friday was for North, which is like Canada, US, and some of these northern Latin countries. That was Thursday and Friday. And today is MCT South, which is the South American countries. And so we're watching that today. We're watching the second day of the Swiss stage. And we're just basically, and the reason we're watching it is because whatever team wins the North and whatever team wins the South end up facing each other to see who goes to EWC. First place goes to EWC, is guaranteed. Second place is the wild card. So it's a big tournament to see who's allowed to go to EWC from the Americas. Thought NA would be like East and West instead of South and North. That's because it's not just North America. It's Canada, Latin America, and North America,
yeah,
like
especially
this,
with the idea for Entity 7 for Vagin being a protector
and
from his
United States America.
You know?
Like, it's
working
all
with the golden hour to avoid the divine
all of
judgment
America
and
plus
some kind
Canada.
of pick off from Alpha 7. Here
America.
now we're seeing the stats. 11 kills, sorry, for Entity 7 versus 6.
But
we're seeing some items
yeah, we
also
just
with low in hand and
we were expecting more from Alpha 7. We also have a team in North. There's Alpha 7 South and there's Alpha 7 North. Alpha 7 North is dominating all of the northern teams. They won all their matches, 2-0s. And then we were expecting the same from this Alpha 7. They 2-0'd yesterday, but today they just got beat by Entity 7. It's one best of 3, but 1 in favor of Entity 7 right now. And this is a pretty dominating match for Entity 7 too, so I'm a little concerned. Maybe it might be a reverse sweep, possibly, but it depends. Maybe they gave him to Marcel, they just wasn't expecting them to utilize it so good, but they utilized it pretty fucking well. And
I don't think that is going to be the MVP
but I'm doing good. It's been a while. But we're starting to get interested back into ML as like opportunities are opening back up. You know, and competitive scenes are opening back up. I don't plan to play competitive. I may coach a team in the future or work on some others.
In his games right now. So he's doing an amazing job here in this tournament.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
Yeah, very interesting.
Work on some random stuff in the background.
100% win rate.
Maybe it's because I said I wasn't going to play competitive. I don't know. Something decided they wanted to kill me.
Go ahead, take a look at some of these highlights there. You see that big penalty zone with the flicker to start things off immediately took down Flick. Another penalty zone came in there as well.
It was a good response from in the early game. Definitely a really good response from Alpha 7. But NCT 7 was not shaken up by it. They just said, all right, say less. And they came back and hit them harder.
To be able to try to offset that. There was a successful divine judgment coming out from them.
Right there.
As well as we take a look at some of these highlights.
We love to see that, man.
Yeah,
that's why it's so good together.
Taken down before, right before the third turtle here. It was a really crucial.
And it gets a jump right after. It's crazy.
As,
here's another thing to take note about the golden hour. When you're frozen, your cooldowns still do go down. So yeah, keep that in mind.
It was really good. But not only because of that, but Sheen here with Lunox, he played a very
so if you ever freeze a teammate because they're about to die and they need like a dash or a shield or something, those 3 seconds can give them enough time to at least get their next skill ready.
Yes, let's see who our MVP is. Oh, Lunox. You were just speaking about Lunox. Our MVP is Shin with the Lunox.
This man is getting every fucking MVP. Damn near.
415 KDA, 40.5k total damage.
If you're a mage and you're constantly getting MVP, that just means you have an understanding of your mid lane role.
I just get blown away every single time I see the picture of Shin with those that beautiful head of hair that he has.
Every time.
I remember he was MVP along yesterday as well for that mid position.
Just have an understanding of your mid, of mid, and what you're supposed to do constantly in battles that you need to be in.
Because of the offensive power that she has to be able to come in with the brilliance to kind of offset a lot of the engagement tools that enemies have, and then be able to use the darkening to chunk away at a lot of the tankier heroes that are making their way through this meta.
Yeah, I can feel you, Private, when you talk about Sheen and in the shampoo hair commercial. I can feel you. Don't worry about that. But
I can feel you.
Jokes aside here, we saw Sheen with a very high performance and solid performance with Lunox. It was like he called in the spotlights through the execution with Marcel and the rest of the team. So it was really good for Entity 7 to guarantee the first victim. But we are talking about global ban, so this composition is not allowed to repeat for Entity 7, maybe for Alpha 7, but it's another. It's another point. It's a talking point for another time.
I don't even want to say that Marcel is responsible though. Just the draft overall, like everyone played it really well. Yeah, there was a few good golden hours, but I don't think Marcel was like a deciding factor in that. The team synergy and just the way the map was played, the responses from Entity 7 to Alpha 7 was just better that match.
Like it's repeating just a little bit because they're losing the loss of the first game. So but we're talking about Alpha 7. They have the tools, they have the potential to reverse that situation, but so far it's 1-0 to Entity 7.
Yes, they did put on a fight there, and so I do believe that they can have an the upper hand in the next match too. So you never know, it could be anyone's game. That's what I love about Mobile Legends, that it can always go. Someone can mess up and there you go. There goes the game. So I feel like these two teams do an amazing job. They have that great synergy, and this time around it didn't work well in Alpha's favor, but then maybe Alpha might take on that Teresa Marcel thing again, unless they ban it out from Entity 7.
I'm wondering if they do ban it out or they allow the Marcel to get through and take away some of the other pieces that have been pretty integral to the success of the Marcel strategy, that being the Terizla, the Guinevere as well out there. Both two heroes that meld so well with it.
I hate that new hero so much. It's so disruptive. Yeah, it is. That's what makes him so good. Like,
it's I know,
but it can always backfire. It's a double-edged sword.
When it comes to certain players that are on this team, when it comes to Entity 7, so I know there's.
But if it's utilized right, like even not just the ultimate, like just the kit in general, if you utilize it correctly, it's he's a force to be reckoned with. You just gotta end games fast. That's all. The passive is the most annoying. Exactly. The passive is the real strength of Marcel. Fuck the ultimate. The ultimate is great. Yes, absolutely. But the passive is really what makes him so good. Doesn't matter what you have, what you do, you're going to be frozen for that split second. And that split second is enough to get a lot of people out of danger, or even better, is enough to find a pick-off that you want to find.
Well, it's looking like we were gonna have to find out, right? I feel like I think this would be the game, if any, that it's gonna take us to a game 3. They basically used Alpha's lineup here, so now what are they gonna do? Try to match that again and find some other out there thing, you know, and try to copy that. So it's gonna be interesting.
Damn, she's calling them copycats.
Yeah,
crazy. Crazy. I kind of want to
we
mess
have
with
some
her. I
changes
am
in
gonna
the
mess
lineup,
with her.
especially
I don't know if
with
she. I'm pretty sure she.
that came from Influence Rage from the last season for.
Nah, let me
Alpha
not.
7 and
See, I want
Infinity
to mess with her, but I feel like some
And now
people in
Entity
chat will
7 is
take it
like,
wrong,
they
and then I'm gonna put a
live
certain thought into people's head.
new situation, because the last season they were
That is
like
the MR.
the 7C, the seed 7, you know, like they almost were to the relegation.
I feel like people will take it wrong in
actually, they
chat,
went
and then
through
it'll
the,
turn
like, the
into a whole
relegation,
thing like
through the ADT South
fucking
to
Clippers
continue in
and
the
shit.
South here.
Can't
They
say
wanted to do
anything
that.
out in
And now with
public.
Sagan
Clippers be
acquisition,
like,
which was really good for no.
his
Octane
host called
Series,
Entity 7
we're talking about, like,
copycats
Entity 7,
and
sorry.
yada
And
yada
now
yada
Infinity
yada
is
yada.
very good for them because they're living another history now.
You know what I
once
mean?
again,
Like literally anything will set
Infinity
people off.
winning with the versus Alpha 7, it means a lot. It means a lot. That might means a lot for them, no, but once again, as we were talking here, Alpha 7 has the tools, has they know the way that they can reverse that situation. It's not going to be easy because, as we saw in the first game, they have a right idea of composition and execution by the part of Entity 7. So everything can happen in the second game.
Yeah, and especially looking at some of their players. I mean, Upatizi, Frostlight, Eve, they were both MVPs for their last game, so they do know what it takes to be able to kind of dominate and get some of that great positioning that they need to be able to kind of formulate a lot of these plans. Right now, it's just going to be what are they going to be able to do at this point? Do we go with something with Marcel? That's the biggest question right now, too, because Marcel is out. And I'm wondering, do you ban this if you're Entity 7, knowing that you can't pick him up, that what Alpha 7 is capable of with him? Basically, we've seen, I want to say,
out of 5 games, so 2 wins. So he has a 40% win rate now.
With that winning strat, he's almost kind of a liability if that's all we have in the chamber for him. This is going to be the big question for me. Is Marcel strong enough to still need a ban because he's got so many of these different options that will meld well with him, or is he not? And we can allow him out knowing that he's got a very thin or a very specific lineup that he needs to be able to be.
Oh no, it can. The lineup can expand
with some of these series.
Do you guys think that Charizla would be ban worthy here nowadays? Like during these past 2 days, do you think he's ban worthy, and do you think that they
not
will
ban worthy?
I think that they wish that they could ban, but there is still other broken heroes open to them to think about, you know. So Teresa, it can't be the one of them, but we still have Baxia, we still have Freya, which has like 100% of prioritizing so far, you know. The question is, for Entity
What's up,
7,
Wolf? Welcome back, brother.
Maybe they can ban Marcel, but we have a 2 situation here, right? So one situation is Alpha 7 played with Marcel, and they know how to play with them. They know some kind of a composition idea for
I've always been
execution,
here.
right?
Bro's been quiet,
But
so it's a welcome back.
now the situation is Alpha 7 knows how to play with Marcel, but Entity
Yeah.
7 knows that too. You know, so if Alpha 7 picks Marcel, I think that Entity 7 has an idea how to counter Marcel's composition. You know, so it's gonna be very interesting to the second game, which is gonna happen here. If Alpha 7 is bringing Marcel or not.
Bruh.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get right started into the draft. Alpha 7, go ahead and take Carry off of the wheelhouse there. I'm wondering too if there was maybe something else, maybe a little better that we could have gone with when it comes to Alpha 7. I know the big question is Marcel and what he provides. He's kind of fresh, so if his uses aren't known, I want to say even lesser known are the counters that we can kind of go with against the Marcel. And I'm wondering if there was anything maybe better that we could have looked at. One thing is maybe there was an option that wasn't magic damage that we could have probably gone with last time, as I feel like when we looked at the items very early, a lot of those radiant armors came out for Entity 7, which meant even if you caught them with the Divine Judgment, the burst damage, you were going to have a lot of trouble trying to burst them down with a ton of that radiant armor that they had already equipped.
They pick up Valentina this time around because they were like, we're not using her, you're not going to use her, right?
Yeah, I mean, so far Marcel is still open, but we still have to wait at least the third ban here for Entity 7. You know, but the fact is, I think that one thing that I think that Alpha 7 is still thinking, especially for Flake in the jungle, because he used to play with a lot of assassins, you know, but so far we didn't see these assassins in Flake's hand, which is a one of the comfort zone for him. But now Marcel is banned by Entity 7, so they don't want to buy these ideas, you know.
They left Sora open, and Valentina's off the board.
Yeah, and
there.
Yeah, with Valentina taken off the board and Sora open, that's going to leave a very open spot in the XP lane for Sora. We've seen this kind of matched up a lot of the times with the Yuzong in there. Just not that Yuzong actually is able to kind of stand toe-to-toe with Sora, but it's somebody else who can be a threat to the enemy team into the back line, which will kind of not counteract.
A7 all the way. Oh no, they got cooked in that first match. Brock Jushin. That does leave the Sora open.
They go ahead and scoop that up with the Grok.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought that Entity 7 would choose a ZT here, especially from her buff to push away the enemies, you know, because Sora has the ultimate in a tanky form to get the enemies together, like to get in control, get the enemy together with the ultimate, and maybe ZTN could be some kind of a counter with the buff to spread them away. But no, they decided to choose Zunshin here in the mid lane with Grok. Okay, it's a very interesting, especially the controlling in the mid lane and getting pressured on the river for Entity 7. But now here comes the respawn for Alpha 7
Raining
with
down,
Show
raining.
Inherit. Show coming up. Guys, do you remember, I think Hasu said yesterday that his favorite hero is Show, right? But I don't think it's coming for Hasu, don't worry.
I'm actually quite curious about that, because especially when it comes to trying to get to the back line, get onto Zushin, disable her, and burst her down, that is a great option. The reason we don't see Cho very often, though, is like Fanny, he takes a very high skill level to play correctly. Even if you're able to get the jumps, even if you're able to get the way of the dragon, you need to be at that perfect angle that pulls the enemy back into your team, that allows them to be able to kind of burst it down. And it's just, there's a high skill cap to even be adequate at a Cho. Much rather here, where we're at a pro level, where you need to be fantastic at it to make sure you're hitting those angles, hitting those stuns and those pop-ups on the team.
Since Harley has been a favorite,
I wonder who was the one that decided to use pop-up. I prefer not, though.
who would he target? Harith? Like, I know Sora's really tanky, he can get his life back. Cho, he's able to escape pretty quickly. They just want to take it? Is that the reason?
Yeah, maybe it can be, maybe it could be his target, you know. But we can think about the idea that not only the burst damage from Harley's ultimate here, but he can work with some kind of a follow-up, especially with damage, you know, like maybe with the blazing duet from Cloud here, for example, to help to burst the enemy down. That could be an idea, or other enemy with this kind of damage could be very a good ally for Harley to try to burst the enemy. No, not only himself alone, but working with the rest of the composition, it can be a very good a very good situation for Harley. But now we are seeing here Entity 7 banning Guinevere and Fredrin at the final here for banning, and now we're waiting for Alpha 7. They banned Uranus for XP lane. Okay, maybe they can ban or Lapu, or I think that Alice coming from banning also.
They're gonna ban maybe a gold laner, maybe another one.
No, Cloud.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still looking for a jungle on the side of Alpha 7 here. A lot of the jungles got taken off by the side of Entity 7. I think you still have a Suyu out there. Don't have the Boxia. I'm actually kind of thinking, what else do we have for the jungle that can be successful for this team right now? Definitely still looking for that gold lane for the side of Entity 7 as well, especially you saw that big focus coming down on the side of Alpha 7 when it comes to the gold lane there. Carry was taken off there. Claude
Bruno?
off first pick for the side of Entity.
Yo, we're seeing a lot of Brunos, man.
Okay.
I don't know, man. That's the
Bruno
third Bruno.
Well, in the few games that he's been in.
His first game was very dominating. His second, not so much. Was still the MVP, but he wasn't as dominating as I would hope for.
Bisuyo or maybe Lancelot for Flick, you know, with the second ability, which is become invulnerable, especially.
There's 3 games we've seen Bruno now.
Harley's ultimate, he has to wait the right time, you know, to use to avoid the burst damage. So that could be an idea for Alpha 7, which is also in a very good jungle to guarantee objectives. We are waiting to see now the rest of this composition. Maybe okay. Oh, what's
Eve and a Fanny. Holy shit.
Okay.
You have a Fanny out on the field, and
you got a good amount of crowd control and early game damage. You got Harris from mid to late. And you go Lapu? Did they ban Phoveus? They banned Phoveus.
So that's gonna be very interesting.
They could have went Kalea even. Like, there were options.
It's gonna be very interesting here. Alpha 7 pulling out all the stops here.
Then I guess you would be lacking damage. That's the only. Ah, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So let's see what's going to
I don't
happen
know.
in the second game here, my friend Private. But now here comes Flick.
This can go either way, but Alpha 7 has the play potential. But the Cho and the Fanny,
it can work with this composition and the idea.
There's a lot of play potential as well as Sora.
You know, maybe with the lantern, with the stacking here for with the zoom.
Go either way. I'm kind of interested to see
okay,
where
maybe it can work, but it's not that easy for Alpha 7 idea here, especially with Flick working with a Fanny. We're seeing also Frost with an Eevee in the mid lane. It'd be okay. He can be neutralized by Zunshin also. But let's see what's going to happen now in the land of Dawn, my friend Private, because this is the second game for Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. 1-0 for Entity 7. Let's go.
I thought it was side being close.
Definitely looking to not be on the losing end here, and looking to kind of break this 2-0 feast that we've been having for the last 2 series. Here is Alpha 7 on this Fanny. I want to see how quickly we're going to be able to. Are we going to go ahead, try to invade onto that red? No, they're going to go for the Little Wanderer first. Is Alpha 7.
Yeah, no purple buff from the enemy, Flick. There is no buff over there, but he's going for the lizard at least. And now we're seeing Hasu trying to guarantee the golden purple. Ooh,
First blood already. Off screen, by the way.
So sorry about that.
Off screen, by the way. Like, I'm looking at the map because the fucking camera's not holding, like, camera, please.
To be honest, I wasn't expecting that because he doesn't have the level 4, you know, so... Okay,
It's a Fanny, bro. Fanny's a threat from level 2.
Versus Bruno. That was very good.
That's a big first blood.
Here, a 2v2 situation, Private. I don't believe
they're just going to go ahead and ward away from it while they clean it up there. You know who else wasn't expecting it? Doom. Okay. Because he got his clock cleaned there. A great job by Upatizi, who was able to kind of whittle
freezes the lane.
Allowed a Flick to be able to kind of come in there. And that's just like we were talking about, the great communication coming from Alpha 7 and having a composition that would utilize that so that you can be, especially when it's a fan.
I wonder why he held that there so long. Oh, the fast clear get his level 4.
Can come in from anywhere on the map. They're going to go ahead and start off at 7.
Okay, shifting clouds come in. Big. Big.
Bush able to find the retribution.
Oh, he might be in trouble.
In a little bit of trouble here.
He's in trouble.
Able to find a kill onto Hatsu. Peekaboo comes in, finds a kill onto Hide on Bush. Real world manipulation is down to secure the escape of Peekaboo. 2-1 for Alpha 7.
That could be worse.
Entity does get that turtle, however.
The way of the dragon. He,
I don't know how much the gold turtle is, because I feel like it's not worth it for some of the guys.
Even though the first turtle was guaranteed by Entity 7, I'm really seeing all the items so far. Not the first items, the first primary items for both teams, but they're reaching for it. But the fact is, the first turtle was guaranteed by Entity 7. 2-1 for Alpha 7 so far. 1 kill for Pekino.
Hello there.
1 for a Flick. Things are gonna be wild here, Private.
Yeah, we're at the 3-minute mark already. 1K gold lead for the side of Alpha 7, even though Entity 7 got the turtle. So that's just telling you, ooh, Akashi takes a little bit of the damage coming out from Flick. Wall just misses a Flick, but Akashi taking some more damage. Hesu, ooh, coming in there, taking a couple of swings. They're not low enough for the cutthroat just yet.
Wow.
Oh, but Hesu comes in with a little bit more damage onto that sort of fact. Kito on the side there, looking for an angle, but does not find it just yet.
Yeah, he was spotted while he was walking through the top side, so that's why he didn't. He decided not continue this chase or trying to do some kind of isolate someone here on the top side. So he heads back, and now we're seeing the 2v1 up Upatizi in the grass here, just watching them guaranteeing the golden crab so far. So as you said, so we are having 4 minutes in the second game, and the next turtle, 5 seconds remaining in the bottom side, and the Flake is trying to guarantee the purple buff that gives time to Entity 7 to guarantee the second turtle.
Oh, here comes Paquito, but does get spotted out by Shen. So it's not going to be the surprise that they wanted 4 members of Entity 7, 5 now lining up.
This turtle's looking like it's in a favor of Entity 7. Shifting Skies just came out. Unfortunately, it was Thunder form. Yeah, that was just a bad choice. Okay. Fanny in the back line. Has to get out though. That's gonna be a win for Entity 7. Oh no.
For the side of Alpha 7, but Flick still able to get to safety, and that is going to be a turtle for the
They might have lost. Okay, there we go. It's a 0.0k lead. And Entity is now tied up with Alpha 7.
Entity 7. What a crazy, frenetic team fight here that also once again goes for Entity 7. Meanwhile, Flick was trying to cause damage in the turret in the top side, but now he heads back from the base. Yeah, 5 minutes here. We're seeing out the items once again. Starling side for Harriet and Hoss Claws here for Bruno. We want to see it, and we have to see which gold laner he is gonna impact more for in this game. But even so far, Entity 7 feels comfortable with almost a 1k ahead in the gold lead.
Okay, another Thunder shifting shot.
Yeah, Hasu actually goes in against 3 members on the back.
Hasu needs to stop. That's 3 times now. You keep going Thunder form. You need to go Cloud form. If you're gonna do a team fight, you need to Cloud form. Zaman Force is out. Not enough damage, really. Oh, Cutthroat comes out. Holy. Flick has to get out. The Flick is doing good. Flick is actually doing good. When it just comes to these team fights, it's like Hesu needs to like you don't have a major set on your team. You need to act as that major set has to soar. You need to Cloud form. You need to Cloud form and disrupt. Every time you go Thunder form, you just kind of you're making yourself squishy.
It's like they are resilient and they know what they're doing so far. The goal lead always now 2K, and now in the jungle in the river. Oh.
Yeah, he put the way of the dragon onto the ground. Vagrant actually it gets taken down by Frostlight Eve.
Nice.
That real world manipulation.
See, go Cloud form and you have a much easier time, bro.
Entity 7 to set up this next turtle take. Entity 7 does not want anything of it. Possibly a free turtle for Alpha 7, the first of the game. Things starting to turn around a little bit for them. I was actually
It's gonna be their turtle.
The dragon kick on.
They might also get top lane. Yeah, they get top lane. Wait, the dragon found. Bravest fighter come out.
Yeah, he tries to go in, flickers in, finds the kill onto Frostlight.
Flick finds another kill.
To get the reply as well. That's going to be a 1-for-1 for Alpha 7, but this mid tower is looking very weak.
Oh wow!
Right there to
tonic
put the
charge
damage on Doom with that Bruno. This is what you're talking about. Once you start getting some of those items, once you start getting that crit, Bruno is just a sieging machine for a lot of these towers.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, here the items, Malefic War and the Blade of Heptases for Flick. Why the Heaven's Feather and the Stardom side for Harley here with Hide on Bush. 6 kills for both teams. And the goalie is...
Nice turret found for Flick. Flick finds shit. Oh, Flick's in trouble. Flick's in trouble. Ah, that's... Okay, Shifting Clouds come out. Full combo. They're gonna find these kills.
Who are able to find a kill. It's going to be 3 down for Entity 7.
Big brawl on bottom side. 3 down on Entity 7.
With Alpha 7 right now.
Yeah, you know, a Flick will take
this is a very even game still. Only about 0.5k ahead for Entity 7. Alpha 7 leading in kills and in turrets.
Okay, the game is even so far for both teams. And now we're seeing that Flick can work like
you taking her too?
He can work so well, especially when it comes
I thought she was staying for a few days. She said a few days. It's only been a day. It's been 2 days. Yeah, hasn't been that long. Oh, big Shifting Clouds. Unfortunately, there was no immediate follow-up there. Oh, find something in the back.
Unfortunately, Flick has to return to base.
Nah, you're not gonna find nothing though.
And I believe, did that get picked up by somebody there? I'm trying to look for the purple buff on any of them. I guess Hide on Bush was probably able to pick it up. And now they're gonna go ahead, start up on the Lord. Deadly Magic comes on to Paquito, down to 25%, but Hesu is right there. Upatizi, in comes Flick, looking for an angle, looking to find a Cutthroat, not able to. The Lord's getting lower and lower. Zaman Force down, Paquito goes down. Hide on Bush with the kill there, able to scoop up.
Lord going to Entity once again.
He wasn't able to guarantee, and now
I don't know. NC leading ahead now, 2.3k lead.
The first Lord actually that is already heading up in the mid lane here.
They're definitely gonna get this tier 2 in mid, almost guaranteed. I don't know if they get any inhibitors though. There's 3 tier 2s up still.
Now it's not so good, my friend Private.
Oh, yeah, now they have a Lord coming in at mid. That's going to take down the tier 2 tower. You have a purple-less buff Flick who's not going to be able to do much on the...
Oh, shut down on hide on bush.
And you get those buffs refused to you, you're really hoping for your team to be able to do enough for you to just come
Where the dragon comes out, but
here,
really they're just forcing them back so they can clear up these lanes and set up.
Job by Akashi and Shin to kind of zone them out, and then Bagwin doing a great job on that front line. Here they're going to continue on, maybe be able to finally pick up this purple buff that gets walled off. A great job by Bagwin to give his team some time to be able to pick it up, but Flick right there with the retribution.
Yeah, I was confused. I thought it was not the purple buff. I thought
People
it was
still
the
play
Lord.
Harif. Yes, Harif is always
like
like somewhat in meta, bro. Always.
Walking through the jungle, but once again, Gary T.
Still a 2.4k lead for Entity, but Alpha is still kind of like they're still making plays here and there where they can. Yeah, they gotta back off this turret. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, big tectonic charge does go onto Paquito. Real world manipulation slams down. Akashi finds a kill onto Paquito.
Once again, he goes Thunder. Like you need to be going Cloud form. He goes Thunder form. He's not doing damage at this point. He just needs to go Cloud form. Yeah, is this gonna be a sweep for Entity? If Hesu goes down, it's over, bro.
Down to 10% health immediately.
That's Entity 7's powerful here so far, my friend. And now they're heading. Okay, they decided to head back. They got on purpose. They got the super minions in the top lane. Okay for them, but now they're heading, waiting for the next Lord. While okay, but now Entity 7 is like it's living. They're living in the purple buff here. No purple buff for Flick, but he has to use the cable.
Way the dragon lands. Unfortunately, it's not going to be very good. Cloud form comes out. Gets the combo in. He is forced to back off, though. He's probably going to die here. Oh, man, that's it. That's it. That's GG. That's GG, and it's a sweep. Esther, what are you doing? What is he doing?
To stop them. He's gonna try to take out these minions, but Doom takes him down. This is
a sweep.
Another clean sweep of the night.
Wow.
This time for Entity 7.
Vagin here fulfilling his dreams to dancing with the recall effect. That's the tradition from Vagin in the MLBB scenario in South America. So guarantee the second victory for Entity 7. 2 victories in a row.
Yeah, they just got swept. Like, no way 7 versus A7, bro.
Was moving so well.
It's Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. That's what we're gonna have in the final.
Their assists and kills, and they were neck and neck.
They did it. They did it well.
Wonderful.
Can't even be mad.
It was like it was on point.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was a possibility that Alpha 7 could get beat by Entity 7. I never thought it would be a clean sweep, just 2-0 for them. I thought they'd be able to kind of answer back with the type of performance that we saw from them yesterday. Here, Entity 7 had, like we've been talking about, had the recipe, understood the assignment of what they needed to do. I feel like they put Alpha 7 on the back foot, starting with the draft, to the point that I almost feel like the Cho pick, it didn't really work out as well as Alpha 7 had hoped. And that was purely to take it away to try to set up the Fanny pickup. And unfortunately, a great read when it comes to Entity 7, did what they got the advantage and did exactly what you're supposed to do against the Fanny. Your main objective is to try to get control of that purple buff, get control of that jungle to refuse it to them.
Exactly, Private Dancer. Especially when it comes to these junglers, which who is really addicted not only addicted, they depend so much for the purple buff. You know, we're talking about Fanny, we're talking about Ling. You know, they are very dependable for the purple buff. So as soon as Entity 7 read that situation and started living literally in a purple buff from a flick, he was uncomfortable. He was like, oh, he couldn't do nothing because so far, even before that kind of situation, he was really proactive. He was really strong. He was like searching for the kills. He was assisting and helping the team. But by the time that Entity 7 started doing this, it started like avoiding and
Oh my days! Thank you for telling me. Shit, I did not realize. I don't know when I pressed the mute button.
He was neutralized.
What was I saying?
He disappeared in
Oh.
the game, you know. So that was a good reading here for Entity 7 to guarantee this.
So Entity 7 won. It was a sweep. But Hesu did a very good job, is what I was saying. Hesu did really good finding the kills, finding the picks where he could. Not Hesu, Flick. See, I had this so perfectly laid out, and now that I realize, I fucked it up. Anyways, Flick did an amazing job finding the picks, finding the kills, was very fast with the Fanny, did what he had to do. However, it really came down to Paquito and Hesu just making the space for Flick to be able to move more freely. Like, Paquito wasn't finding the way of the dragons where they needed to be found, and Hesu just kept using shifting clouds on a thunder form rather than a cloud form in those early fights where they really needed that crowd control and disruption for the team. So that's where it really came down to, and that's why I feel like Alpha 7 kind of just messed up in this second game.
You're looking for when you're trying to kind of get a fight started with a Fanny on your side, and when you're using a utility like the way.
So no, absolutely great play from Flick. But I don't know. Paquito and Hesu just wasn't hitting the way they needed to hit. Maybe if they would have had a better time with a different roam other than Show, I feel.
Power, especially guaranteeing and stealing the purple buff. And also the rest
I don't
of
know.
the Entity 7's
A7 lost both, yes, they were swept.
With Lapu Lapu. And there was a team fight that we saw that he bought so much time for Entity 7.
It's looking like finals is going to be Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Like finals.
Even if he was taken down, he was able to take someone with him, you know. So he bought so much time for Entity 7. We saw Shin with Zoom Shin. He was like low profile, but he was really crucial for Entity 7, especially with the lantern stacking up and controlling.
Notice when he did use the cloud form though, he was a lot more durable. If he was just more well placed and did that from the very early game, they would have been fine. Unfortunately, they let Entity 7 snowball and
Our MVP is Shin, the one that they could not reach. The protection on this Shin was amazing.
Shin is just carrying with this damn mage.
40.5k total damage and 572 golds per minute. What do you guys have to say about our MVP?
I mean, it did an excellent job,
and it's a durable Jushin. Look at the emblem, tenacity and brave smite.
Did such a great job of protecting him, and you even see there, even if they did get caught with the way of the dragon, he had that purify. He was doing a great job of trying to create that distance here, and you can even see there.
Everybody looking at fucking Alpha 7, they needed to be looking at Entity 7 now. Shit.
So, I mean,
they wearing the crown on their head right now.
They were on the map, where the keeping their distance out there, and just a great job.
We're gonna know for sure when it comes to the best of fives, though. When it comes to these deeper hero pools, that's when we're gonna really know what teams are gonna shine.
They got on to
once we get to the best of fives.
The other players that you didn't want, and when you have a Zushin that's just spraying down damage on you consistently, you're gonna have a bad day.
Yeah, and even though the purified situation, she still have the ultimate to gain reposition in a team fight to survive and buy more time for Entity 7. So it was really good for them. It was really good for their composition. And we'll talk so much about Marcel, about Zunshin. You know, when it comes up to Zunshin, she has a very high win rate so far in South and probably North. I'm not sure, but I believe so. So now we have 2-0-4 Entity 7, 2 victories in a row for Entity 7, reaching at the top again. We have so much to wait from Entity 7. You know, I had some doubt by like, okay, the Trinity from the old Black Sentence went to Entity 7, but there are still 2 players that they also have to get the kind of a synergy. But as we are seeing, the synergy is working so well. 2 victories and they are on top.
Yes.
Yeah, a great job. Yeah, a great job by by Entity 7 to be able to kind of walk away with this. You already talked about it before, and that just speaks to the skill level that a lot of these players have to be able to kind of come here with this group and be able to be as dominant, especially because I'm like, I hope this doesn't displace the type of skill level that Alpha 7 has to what the viewers are seeing. To see them get beaten this way sometimes can skew people and be like, oh man, Alpha 7, they're kind of with the performance we saw from this yesterday, this doesn't really speak on the ability of Alpha 7, but
all right, I get what he's saying, but at this current time, 9Z Globin is looking like the weaker team. They lost twice, both were sweeps, I'm pretty sure. So being able to perform like that against 9Z Globin doesn't really say much for this current Alpha 7. The fact that they did lose to Entity 7 though does say a lot about Entity 7.
What do you guys think?
Entity 7 now has 2 sweeps, I'm pretty sure. No, not 2 sweeps. They went 1 and 2, I believe. Let me double check.
I agree with him, and we can plus here, especially with Paquito and in this lineup that is a new acquisition. Because we were talking to Hasu yesterday, and he told us that Paquito, like, he fixed very well with the rest of the team, because like he is crazy and the rest of the team are crazy as him, you know. But it's still, I think that they have potential to get higher, you know, especially with Paquito. Because Paquito was from Influence Rage in the last year, and he is really good. But now with Alpha 7 composition, Alpha 7 lineup, I think they have this curve to get high, to improve, to grow this gameplay with Paquito. So at least for me, I would not discard Alpha 7.
I hope they win it overall. It's looking grim. Looking grim.
Yeah, I especially when it comes to, like, I want to say, like, if you're gonna search for a weakness, not that it was a bad play, but it did seem like maybe they were kind of not as synergized as the rest of the team when it came to a lot of those ganks coming in from the roam from Paquito, who was trying to kind of find a way in. I mean, it's for me, it's halfway. It's halfway. It could have been synergy, but a lot of it is just that it just was not a great a composition to go into as a Cho, and it just did the Entity 7 did such a great job of maintaining that distance, always being aware of that one person that they were trying to protect, and making sure of it. And there was some
that's what it just came down to, not finding the way of the dragons, and then Hiss also not creating the space that was needed with the cloud form. By time he started using the cloud form, it was just far too late in the game. They already scaled, they already got their farm, they hit their power spike. So
have a way to cable out of it, and they were getting some defense, a lot of pressure onto it. It's just little plays like that they were just huge, huge for Entity 7, and it all came together with to be able to kind of shut down a Fanny. And like I said, it just that's kind of sometimes why you see a lot of those.
All right, that's the third series. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be stalling for another like 3 to 5 minutes, as it only was 2 games. So we'll see. But the way this is going, if the next series is a sweep, it'll probably be.
It's really going to hurt them. It's really going to.
It'll probably be
to perform at the level they need to be able to kind of make that comeback that they need.
It'll probably be done before 10 p.m.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add on that, Rico?
Yeah, that's why I don't like Fanny at all, to be honest. Because it is so predictable. Okay, Fanny has very high performance, you know, especially when you're talking about guaranteeing objectives and being a genuine assassin with a burst of damage and a burst of physical damage, you know. But with the idea that she depends so much from the purple buff, you know, as a link depend, you know, it means it means very predictable, you know, for the enemy to say, okay, we just have to steal the purple buff or just deny some of the buffs, you know, for Fanny to neutralize her gameplay, her potential to play so well, you know. So that is why, okay, she is very good, you know, and maybe can be an excuse to say that I don't have the mechanics to play with Fanny, because Fanny, it's a very high level mechanic and that I don't have it. But even though I think that here for Entity 7,
honestly, I
was saying that they didn't ban Fanny. Not in the first.
I don't mean to brag, I don't mean to boast, but I get some hummus for this mini oh, come on, me.
They know
sure.
that he knows how to play Fanny.
I seen the word hummus. I was looking at something.
They let Fanny open.
That's like always the first thing that comes to mind.
Fanny. And I was like, okay, that could be a problem for Entity 7, but we saw that for Entity 7, okay, we know how to handle that situation, especially with the Fagin and the Grok spreading the balls right in the face of the Fanny. Oh, okay, so he was like dizzy, not to use the cables or something else, avoiding the purple buff also. So it was a very clever idea for Entity 7 to neutralize Flick here and Fanny. So I think that in the future, I think that this kind of thing would not happen at the same for Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I believe it was yesterday, we did see that the Fanny was getting banned out by 9Z Globin, so because they understood, and maybe they're just not as prepared to be dealing with a Fanny, just the same way that certain teams just don't like to deal with the Zushin. They'd rather just try to ban it out than have to deal around it here, and that just, I guess, goes to show with the experience that Entity 7 have, and especially you talked about the history that these two teams have going against each other. You talked about they have history, so they understand that he plays the Fanny, so it kind of came up to you as peculiar that they weren't banning it out. So obviously
we finished with the matches for the day. No, we still got one more series, which I'm pretty sure they're stalling for, because
rule of thumb has always been when it comes to Fanny is that
there's only it was a sweep, and it was a quick sweep too. So
Fanny first. You need to be skilled and confident enough to pick Fanny first if you want to use it. You know what I mean? That's how good you need to be on a Fanny, that you have such confidence that it doesn't even matter what they're going to pick. Because some people, it's just so amazing on how fast they're going to be able to get around the map, be able to get some of those kills and be able to hone in on what they want. The problem is that the target here was just as slippery. That Zushin, I mean, especially when it comes to that ultimate, you're going to be able to traverse over walls to get away from it. You saw a lot of those times when you went in with that Fanny, the Zushin was on the other side of the, immediately went to the other side of the turtle pit there, just to make sure that they were creating that distance so that they could get away from it. And I think that kind of comes down to not the skill of the Fanny, but just when it comes to the composition was just expertly made to be able to kind of negate a lot of the effectiveness of that Fanny.
Yes, the Fanny was doing well in the beginning. I saw the Fanny was getting a lot of kills, getting around the map to clear the lanes, but it seems just because Flick was doing well on the Fanny, the rest of the team wasn't able to follow up on it. So,
I'm running out of ways to stretch. My body keeps needing to stretch.
Yeah, because in my mind now in the past, in the first seasons, when it comes to Fanny, the options that we had to neutralize Fanny was like getting heroes with suppression skills. You remember that, like Eldora or Franco with the ultimate, for example, you know, like just to neutralize Fanny, not to let her using the cables and not like letting her flying around the map or something, you know. But now things are different, you know. So that's it. That's a new era from MLBB.
Yes, and speaking of upping your gameplay and just being just on top, tip top shape just like these players here.
That's sleep deprivation, but I'm pretty sure I slept a good amount, bruh. I know I slept a good amount. But I woke up fucking late.
Yeah, if you guys are trying to get better, maybe finding a wall or something that you can't climb or can't get over, man, there's a lot of tips and tricks there. Go ahead and visit runestone.gg.
Thank you so much, Runestone. It's over there now. Yeah, now it's right next to our friend Private Dancer. Okay, yeah.
Not really.
I think it is the right spot, you know? It's a professional one, he's a pro, so yeah, Runestone is in the right place. So level up your game with Runestone. So thank you so much for making this happen. Thank you so much for being here and working with these amazing people here. So now we have to talk about the last game for today that is coming up, okay? The last game, honestly, I forgot. It is...
it's gonna be Black Sentence taking on Infinity.
Yeah, thank you.
So for me, are we gonna see another 2-0? It's been a night full of sweeps. And we haven't even gone the distance with a best of 3. I know that last match, I know we had talked a little bit about that, and I expected that to go the distance. I know you expected.
They literally stalled for 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure.
So
almost certain.
Expected them to have that answer like that. Here, Black Sentence taking out Infinity. Both of these teams kind of fighting, found themselves with a.
They legitimately stalled for 10
so
minutes.
Here, I want to say a lot of emotion that's going to be put into this match.
Yeah, I remember so well when we were talking about like, oh, okay, guys, what is about that? Like, what to expect in this next games here? And I remember the Private Dancer were so excited. So, okay, we're expecting 3 games. Alpha 7 versus Entity 7, 2 teams. I was like, hey, calm down.
I should have played
Brawl.
Brawl.
It's gonna be
2-0.
And the Private was like, no, I don't believe you. We could say, hey, this is South.
Okay.
Jokes aside.
Speaking of,
okay. No, go
ahead.
Jokes aside, we know the potential for the teams, right? So, even for us, even for me, that is, I'm used to like watch these teams playing the last seasons. It is also a surprise to being like 2-0 from this result, you know, because Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. We were talking about a new team with the Trinity that were former champions from the last season versus a very traditional one which has
and then starting tomorrow is just going to be a lock-in to just preparing for
it's a surprise even for
Legends University.
Oh yeah, and especially now,
University
I mean,
Legends.
Is going to be moving on to the next
brain.
series here.
My brain is fried.
Both of these teams, Black Sentence, kind of working with basically a new roster. I believe there's only one player that's kind of still left over from the last roster, and I believe you said that he was even a substitute too as well. So there's a lot of synergy that needs to be built. There's I guess what I'm seeing is you have all this room to grow. There's nowhere but up that you can go with a new roster, starting to learn, especially here on the pro scene, against some of this stuff, this tough competition that we have. And I know on the other side, Infinity had a decent couple of a series yesterday. Even did get themselves a victory as well. One of the big call outs there would be Fanboy on the chip, who had himself an amazing game. So that's something that's Black Sentence is going to be going up against and needs to kind of get adjusted to. But like we said, they're an organization that has the experience, that knows what it takes to kind of get to that position. We just need to see if they can kind of continue, if they can kind of get that absorbed onto the team, into the members, so that they can build that synergy with them.
He did put up a fight against Entity 7. That was a match that he had yesterday, and it ended up going the whole 3 games. So I'm thinking that Infinity is, going to be a hard one for Black Sentence to go against, since they did put up that fight against Entity, who just swept Alpha 7, right? So this is going to be an interesting match to see. But they might know an answer to how to go against them, Sometimes some teams get a sweep, and then the next time they and the other one did a loss, right? They were a losing team. The losing team end up winning, right? Against that one that did sweep. So you really never know.
Yeah, you're right, Zina. But you know what? Different from the previous games that we had today, I really hoped I then are really expecting 3 games from this the last match here, because we're talking about Black Sentence. It's a brand new lineup except from Papa Dog. The only remaining of this lineup.
Persona.
The last season he was a substitute. He didn't play
Oh,
actually in the
man.
lineup in the competition versus Infinity. That is not a new lineup. They're playing together, you know, but that they still have to prove themselves that they can reach the top in the MLBB scenario in Latin America. You know, the last season they were the seed number.
If they're starting to show, they've legitimately
they
stalled for the past 15 minutes.
So it is time to prove themselves once again that they can reach the top here, Zeno.
All right, let's go see what our Black Sentence lineup is going to be.
They literally stalled.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are about
I'm so fried. I kind of want to just get up and walk a bit. It was just 15 minutes straight, bro. I'm sorry.
Sky will be in our mid lane. Gold laner taken up by Joel Crew, and finally, our roam will be taken up by Erwin.
Yeah, here comes
I'm sitting here thinking we're gonna be done by like fucking 9:45 or some shit. But no, motherfuckers had to stall for 15 minutes. There need to be a better system in place. If they're gonna finish early, y'all should have these teams ready prior. Like, that's kind of, you're gonna lose a lot of viewership during that time. Like, if anyone was already like questioning whether they're gonna stay and watch these matches, you kind of just like hold yourselves, because like it's the respectfully it's the losing match. You know, these are both of the teams that lost, so like,
and then on the other side we're gonna go with,
and it's the last match of the day, so like you're kind of holding yourself by like forcing them to stall for this long rather than having them ready. If a game ends like 15-20 minutes, if a series ends like 15-20 minutes early, sure, about 5 to 10 minutes of stall, or better yet, just go to a break. Let everyone take a break. Don't have them just talking for like fucking 15 minutes straight.
I almost feel like maybe you gotta put it on the list with like a fan with the how
I admit they did a good job with it though, but like,
you need to be like just gotta be an aura of confidence that you need to be able to kind of pick that up.
they did a great job with it, but fuck, man, my headphones
needed for your team.
did a great job with it, but like, shit.
There's Marcel being.
Gotta switch out.
Reload. Freya has not been banned yet, but I'm thinking that will be the next ban.
So
unless I'm gonna keep it open, that'll be nice to see.
yeah. So I agree with you, Private. To play with Marcel, Fanny, or Ling, you have to be good, which is not my case. So sorry about that. But now, we're waiting for the okay. The third.
At least we're going to bans pretty quickly. Like, at least the bans are going quickly.
The first or the second one, but now he comes to the third. All right, guarantee. But now the first pick is a Zoom.
First bans and first pick went by pretty quickly.
Very good one, a very strong one, but
now it's about to slow down drastically.
The response that comes from Black Sentence, maybe Harley here for guaranteeing an early game with Claude.
Break all the rules.
Yeah, it's I want to say the biggest things when you have a Zushin on the enemy team is you're going to want to have something that can get to that back line. Still waiting to see what that little, it sounded like it could have been Jawhead. Or I'm honestly not sure. Kind of the anticipation as we wait for trying to figure out the voice lines here. But I want to say, when it comes to Zushin, you kind of want something that's going to be able to get to the back line, close the distance on it, and take her down quickly. Because as we saw from the last game, you do not have time to be able to. That we're all wrong. I don't know where that. I don't think that. I don't recognize either of those voices that kind of came out there. But Carrie and Uranus, those are going to be the first ones. I think Uranus, we've seen this before, where Uranus gets a lot of those stacks on him because of Zushin, and if you pull him back, he does have an escape when it comes to having that consecration, and then you've got a Uranus with full stacks running around your team. So very interesting pickup here for the side of Black Sentence.
They lost over 70 viewers over the 3 live streams.
A hard one to deal with. We did see that lineup. Zushin had a hard time against it, so it was a smart pick there on the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't compare North and South, unfortunately.
In the XP laner or the jungle, that could be.
If you were to say over the
So
past,
we have
like
this,
between yesterday and today, it makes
flexibility,
more sense.
choice.
But
Now
because
the third
yesterday
one
was
here is chosen by,
before it was
oh,
north.
okay,
And,
now
you
we
know,
know
the
that
past 2
Uranus
days were
goes
south.
for XP lane, while Fredrin is heading for the jungle. All right, a very tanky composition so far from Black Sentence, Private.
A lot of North
Well, you
Americans'
still have
interest
the
won't
option of
really be
Uranus
there,
possibly going in the road
vice
position.
versa. So
I feel like it's actually really interesting because Uranus does provide, he provides the, I want to say the offset of the team picking up a Fredrin.
because for a lot of people, these are still considered 2 separate tourneys. Because technically, they are 2 separate tourneys. They're ran by the same organization, but they're still 2 separate tournaments to lead up to grand finals of sorts.
Trying to execute a plan like we've seen before, where Uranus is going to be the frontliner.
Which makes me wonder, what is the grand final? Is the grand finals, like the offline grand finals, going to be America's North's finalists, or is it going to be fucking North and South's finalists? And if that's the case, is it going to be in South America? Like, is finals location going to be in South America or North America? Like, how are they going to do that? I wouldn't even be surprised if they did pick some fucking place like Florida, bruh, or Texas.
Yes, I was going to say priority ban would be a marksman, and they did that. Granger's being
Damn,
taken out, but
that
still
opens
leaves
up
open
so many
Bruno.
fucking questions.
A
I
lot
hope
of
they
these
announce
teams
it
have been
soon, bro.
choosing
The sooner they
Garrett
announce it,
as
the sooner
well.
I can actually be like, shit, am I gonna be able to go or not?
Seeing here Infinity banning Kalia versus against Black Sentence, it gives an idea that maybe that it's almost sure that Uranus goes for an XP lane, but it will still have the possibility that goes for roaming. But as Private said, it is not so interesting for Uranus because he doesn't have some kind of initiation, hard engage or something, you know. And in the very first minutes, he's not so tanking. It depends of some items to buy more time for the composition works, you know. So maybe it's not a good idea for a Black Sentence. But now we're waiting for the 4th choice for Black Sentence. We heard a phrase. Oh, Kaja once again. Okay, suppression here, but against who? Against I mean Harley or maybe Zunshin, but it's not so. It is not so easy to get in the back line here versus Infinity. And before
You're putting on Lapu. Honestly, suppression on anybody and just removing them from the fight is enough.
Black Sentence is not the same as the M7. You know, it's a very
also, what I was about to say, Kaja on a Uranus and a Fredrin is already. We've seen a line. Ooh, a Bellaric. Add that to the list. They better run Flicker, bruh, because they don't. They kind of cook.
Oh, I love Belly.
One of her favorite roams there, Bellaric. I heard I have the power of light, and I'm like, there's no way that wasn't Kaja, was it? Because I'm trying to figure out, usually you want to pair a Kaja up with some type of burst damage to come down. I know you have the Appraiser's Wrath that can come out from Fredrin, but I mean, that you're kind of, you're really banking on trying to line up him getting all of his stacks, and getting a whole bunch of damage there. Here, we've got a little bit.
They're just, okay. They're just setting up a huge fucking wall for Terry, bro. That's all. They're gonna just fucking. I like the draft, but
might be lacking a little bit of the damage, especially
they
in the
are.
early game.
Yeah, but here's the turnaround. Uranus, Fredrin are very sustainable. Also, Kaja has damage reduction
it is not very interesting because
built into him in a sense of where he's lowering everyone else's damage around him, and it stacks up to about 2 times 6, so 12%. So on top of like that already fucking durable draft, they're gonna be durable. Yes, you have the Lapu's not gonna be able to burst them. Bellaric's not gonna be able to burst, like do enough burst in time. Zushin kind of hits soft until she pulls you, so they're gonna have to buy a lot of time.
In this first game here.
I don't know. The only one that can probably burst is ZZ and Zablax when they get like ramped up, but I don't know. We'll see. We will see.
It's not going to take too much damage to be able to bring them down, especially if you.
Not surprised I was about to leave too. Shit. Wouldn't have blamed you. Look what I put in MLBB in Discord and memes. What if I don't want to look in memes, huh? What if I don't want to look in memes?
Yeah, but you talk about like using the flick with the divine judgment here from Kaja. It is a good idea, but I was thinking about like, okay, he is able to use that, but don't you think that the range could be like far enough to have a possible follow-up from the rest of the team? Okay, maybe we still have ZTN here with the ultimate and the poke from her abilities. But what about Carrie? What about Fredrin? They are not with a high range, right?
Yeah, definitely not with the high range, and I agree that I feel like the Zeshian can actually, or that Zushin can actually get so far back that maybe it's gonna put the Kaja into harm's way, trying to jump or trying to get that flicker into the back line to try to jump onto them. So you're really banking on some great positioning there as well. So it's gonna be very interesting to see if Black Sentence can kind of succeed with this as we move into our first game.
Yeah, we're already a minute in.
Of the last series of the night. It's going to be Infinity taking on Black Sentence. Both of these teams licking their wounds from a loss yesterday and looking to try to set the standard for today.
Yeah, no time for talking here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Let of Dawn for the last match. Black Sentence versus Infinity. Both teams lost in the first day, but now here comes a possible dive.
Yeah, Roos is going to be able to take care of that too. He's at level 3 right now. I think all team members are kind of a little edgy about trying to dive under a Lapu, especially because he's got a decent amount of. Oh, actually, now they actually might be looking for it. You can see them down at the bottom. They're going to come in too. He's going to use that flicker to get away. That's going to be a spell that he's not going to have for this next turtle. So that's going to be an interesting engagement for them. Lionel now starting to put damage onto Papa Dog. They're going to go ahead looking for an engagement here as the turtle taken down.
All right, Bravest Fighter comes out.
Comes the Fury of the Phoenix. Is it going to be enough damage? Erwin down to 50%. Aurora able to pick up the first turtle as Rusi takes down Erwin. The Appraiser's Wrath comes down but doesn't do a heap of damage to Rusi.
There it goes.
Speaking of which,
Rusi's down.
The team is right there to pick up the bag as Papa Dog finds a kill on Rusi. Now
Aurora's dead.
Aurora taken down by ZZ with
nice little back and forth.
Yeah,
2 kills in the favor of Infinity, but the turtle is secured by Black Sentence.
Infinity, and we have to wait about, like, especially with Joel Crew with the carry here, which has 1 assistance from the last team fight, and now we're seeing like Black Sentence versus
1 year,
Infinity.
4 months, and 28 days.
Have to wait just a little bit for more. Especially with the gold lanes here, especially with the carry and Claude.
Did you change your name? I swear I cannot remember this name for the life of me. I don't even know how to go about.
Game number 1, but we also have to take care, especially with Erwin here, with Kaja, and
I'm so sorry.
He can provide.
I'm so sorry.
Do the ultimate. Ooh, let's go.
Yeah, you can see Fanboy taking a heap of damage there. He's going to have to get out of the way. Right now, we really haven't seen the effectiveness of Erwin. He just got his level 4, so now we're going to be looking for some of those divine judgments. If he can get to the back of the line,
I probably pushed that so bad. And I apologize.
Like Papa Dog doing Uranus things, cutting lane deep
Uranus
into
doing
enemy territory here. And you can see actually trying to do the same thing is Rusi on his side of the map, but he just was not able to get to the minions in time. So cutting the lane, and now Uranus is going to be able to join this. Papa Dog going to be able to join this fight right away. 15 seconds left on the turtle as 4 members of Black Sentence looking to
Spanning Rivers is such clutch, man.
The Blotch might be in a little bit of trouble, but Fanboy going ahead, giving him that information helps the Blotch to go ahead and create that distance on the back line. Going in for the
big fight. Bravest Fighter comes out. Not able to take out Joel. Blazing Duet comes out.
Using that BMI to to get himself out of harm's way. The tied up score right now, 2-2 for Infinity as they continue
Pop dog goes in.
this turtle. Aurora trying to get in here. He is not able
Unfortunate.
to get that vision on the turtle without getting taken out by Infinity, bringing their score 3-2 with a turtle in pocket.
You know, I don't think that
Rare chatter and you forget. Isn't that rather the reason you would forget because they're rare chatter?
It was so difficult to
Yeah, that makes more sense. It'd be more. It makes. Yeah. It'd make less sense and be worth cutting my ass if they were more frequent.
4-2 right now for Infinity. Big stun coming out from Russo. Papa Dog taking a heap of damage. Just continuing to get a bunch of those stacks from a lot of the minions there.
Damn.
On the
Here.
end of a stun, but this is
Tapping
the
Papa
Uranus we're
Dog,
talking
bro.
about, and he just continues to build up those healing stacks.
Yeah, you're right, my friend, but you see that he was taking so much damage versus Lapu Lapu. So, I think
Really, they just need to make it to late game. They make it to late game, it's fucking over, bro. If Black Sentence get to late game, it is over.
Black Sentence trying to play in a high tempo here versus Infinity, but Infinity knew how to.
All right, you tell me a nigga that remembers every single little detail in their life and every single person they've come across.
Yeah, Blazing Duet is out there. Papa Dog in a little bit of trouble there. He's gonna get picked up.
Yeah, he's down. Yep. And you know, then you can re-quote me. In fact, tell me every viewer that's came into the stream in the past 5 days, and I'll let you quote me.
Throws down some suppressive fire to secure that pathway for him.
That is unfair for if you won here. Poor Papa Dog in the bottom line. But now, Infinity.
That's gonna be a turret for Infinity.
Infinity
is actually popping off tonight. They do not want to take no more else.
For the next turtle that was started immediately, and apparently there was no fight back from Black Sentence.
All right, third turtle is up. 7 minutes and oh damn. Bro just took it. Get it off camera too.
Immediately rotates to the bottom, immediately finds a gank, immediately takes down that tower. They're working through this map so quickly. I don't even think Black Sentence has a moment to actually breathe. Irwin tries to go in. He's not able to find a Divine Judgments, gets yanked back, and that is going to. Oh, he uses a flicker to.
And where are you getting these quotes from? Oh man. Speedy Lightwell came out already. That's the problem. Blazing Duet comes out.
But he is not able to do enough damage. But here at mid,
if you're gonna be quoting me, you can at least add them to quotes. Unfortunately, I can't actually consider that a quote because, like, when did you quote that?
Oh, here you go again.
Oh yeah, Papa trying to come in. Zabloch in trouble.
When did I say it?
Out by that Uranus, and just what we were talking about, Consecration comes out. He is able to get away from the pull of that Zushin, trying to do the best that they can to try to protect this mid tower.
Yeah, so clever now, Papa Dog, and use the Purify before the stack for the Lantern from Zushin. Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, big Divine Judgment lands on the
big fight.
They're gonna put a whole bunch of damage, but that's gonna be a Bellaric right there that they're trying to take down, and a lot of wasted abilities from the sideways. Here comes Rusi and Z.
They're selling this draft, bro.
Down for Black Sentence.
About to be 4.
That was an eternity, and Papa Dog could be the next victim, but somehow he survives, and now the focus can be the turn number 1 here in the mid lane. Wow, Infinity is on fire so far. You know, did you see the eternity that Fanboy took to get down, to be taken down? It bought so much time for Infinity. That was a very good. That was a good sacrifice for Infinity to get more kills, to get the turret in the mid lane. Everything is working so well for Infinity so far.
Oh yeah, I mean he popped his Revitalize, the Wrath of the Dryad as well to get the huge amount of defense and sustain that he needed, and that's just, I mean, that has to be on top of Irwin. He went in there, tried to surprise them in the bush, tried to select a target, but
all right, turret, not even turret. Lord, it's gonna go over to Infinity, uncontested. So I was trying to get as much farm as possible.
I don't remember if he went down there. Yeah, he did go down, but you wasted so many abilities on your team to be able to try to take him down that it was just easy pickings for Rusi and Lucy and ZZ to come in and clean up after.
Yeah, that was the time. That was the idea. The Papa Dog here once again. Oops. Okay. Survive. Right. Okay, take down the turn number 2 here in the bottom lane, but okay, here comes the response for Black Sentence. Would be no, they decided to head back, and as you said, Rusi and especially ZZ and Fanboy here is a very crucial. He is doing a very crucial role just to buy the time enough for Infinity to respond back.
Or crashes on mid, they're most likely gonna lose this turret.
Yeah, it goes underneath the tower with the ultimate, the Wrath of the Dryad. He's going to pull all the members of Black Sense into it. Appraiser's Wrath comes out. It's not going to be enough just yet. Look at how low the rest of Black Sentence is right now. They have to go ahead, turn heal to get some healing back at the base. That's going to be another tier 2 tower. Just high ground towers left at the 10-minute mark for Black Sense. Papa Dog in trouble is going to have to dive himself out to safety. Minions starting to crash up at the top.
Yeah, by the time of this game here, my friend Private. Okay, Papa Dog here is a 3-1 playing by Irenos. You know, the KDA is positive, but he tries his best. But it's not enough for a Black Sentence because we haven't seen Joe Crew do something with carry. We know the potential for Larry for a late game so far, but the question is, will Black Sentence be able to protect the carry?
About 8.6k gold lead for Infinity right now. Still no inhibitors, so you know Black Sentence can hang in there. Next Lord is in 55 seconds. It's grim, but it is still possible. Infinity needs to make a mistake here.
Close the distance onto Lionel, onto the Zushin, but that just has not been the case. I think the 2 Divine Judgments that have been used on Fanboy, and they don't really have the damage. Now that we're looking at the 11-minute mark, as you can see the items here, you can see all the defense on top of the Belleric right now. So he's not going to be taken down very easily, especially for the fact that Joel Crew just hasn't built up the items to do the damage that he needs to do just yet to even be able to take down a tank. So it's really, I feel like the
Infinity make a mistake. That's very possible.
It's just on Irwin right now to be able to find that target selection he needs. But I know Infinity is not.
That's why I don't let you stay under me.
Yeah, Infinity now is here waiting for the next Lord coming up in the bottom side of the river once again. And apparently there won't be a fight.
Lord is up yet again. They're definitely going to lose this Lord. They're not going to contest. So they're definitely going to lose an inhibitor or 2, if not all of them, on this next push. 9.2k ahead for Infinity. Lord coming out in about 4 seconds.
So far, Private, only the turret number 1 in the top side in favor for a Black Sentence. The advantage is huge.
Yeah, you can see Trinity built up for both marksmans right now. The only problem is that Zablash is able to find himself a great entry when it comes to that BMI to try to get to that back line. Joel Crew really has to depend on his teammates to kind of create that wall, create that distance so that he can freely use that speedy light wheel to do the damage that he needs. Now, from the side, you can see Infinity looking for an angle to try to get in here. ZZ up at the top while the rest of the team at the mid lane trying to force it in. 2 high ground towers being attacked right now. Lord finally taken down. Black Sentence.
Shit, they don't get no inhibitors. All right, wait. Oh, they might have made a mistake. They might have made it. Wait, it's going both ways. It's going both ways. Shit, it's a wipeout. Yeah, that's it. That's game 1. That's it. Game 1. Ah, where did that burst of damage, where did it come from? We gotta watch that back. Hold on. Hold on. Where the fuck?
As you can see, the not going to be taking items. It's not making it. Joel Credence speeds at the top while the rest of the team finally taken down. Black Sentence. They can feel the walls closing in around them. You see minions now started coming at the mid. Wrath of the Dryad comes out for all of these teams. Irwin does find himself a Divine Judgment onto Zablod. ZZ finds the kill onto 2 members. Lionel
wow, bro. Wow. And that didn't even come from ZZ. That's the crazy part. Because the Blazing Duet was canceled. That was fucking insane.
Fast and clean here victory is.
It's unfortunate when it comes to some of the hero selections. I know you kind of tried. You have the Kaja out there, and it's unfortunate too. That's one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of the Kaja in the first place, because I feel like there's so many things that need to go correctly for you, and especially when you're checking bushes and you have to get that realization. As soon as you go into bush, who's in here? Where is everybody positioned? Who's the perfect target? Unfortunately, he went in there. Belleric was in there. I believe Zushin was in there as well. But there's just, he went for the first one that was right in front of him, and that was Belleric. They got the kill the first time they did that on the Belleric, but
you're
as
gonna
the
run
items started coming
away.
in, as the cooldowns were up,
Chase
Belleric was
Wolf, me,
definitely
good
able to
news, your
survive
brothers.
and unfortunately,
Ward,
Zushin
Ami,
was just allowed
DP,
free reign,
DP
through most
what?
of those fights.
Xena, Miss Loneliest, Kento,
They
Refron,
were
OP
able to
Bell,
take down
Kron, Private, Russ,
Belleric in the
Aku,
very
Jet
first
Mari.
minutes, but
J
even
Mari is one of my
with
brothers.
this
Xayah.
kill,
Xayah
Belleric
was
got
not
so much
in
time
chat.
for Infinity to
I can
still
quote you. No,
get
that's
the
not
kills
everybody,
around,
because
you know,
peak
so
viewership
the
was at
sacrifice was not in vain for
4,
Infinity in the
5,
early
6,
game.
7, 8,
So,
9,
but
10,
as you
11,
said,
12,
Private,
13,
by the time the time was passing and Belleric
20.
was getting the items,
Was
it
actually
was
higher
getting more
than 20.
difficult for Black Sentence to try
Just
to
peak,
pick off,
but
especially him. And
viewers
we
in
can say that,
general
which
was
that maybe
beyond
is not the
20.
best idea for like focusing here, but hey, who can a Black Sentence? Who could they focus? Lapu Lapu of Rusi or Zablox? But using the Dex and hologram here, he could escape very well. Lionel is the same case. So this Kaja here once again, maybe the idea was really good, you know, but the execution, because when you bring Kaja, the other team say, hey, there's a Kaja on the other side, so let's take heroes here which are able to resist and escape at the same time, and that's what happened for Infinity Sports.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at some of these highlights here, you can see Irwin, probably the first one that went down there, yeah. Papa Dog actually executing what he needed to, getting a lot of damage laid on to the enemy team there. Unfortunately, I feel like he was probably he was the most effective part of this composition. And Uranus, I mean, even though he can get a lot of damage out there, when you're talking about having a Zushin on the enemy team, you need to be able to kind of find an answer to be able to get to that back line, to be able to shut her down. Here, you can see Zablacha as Papa Dog in a little bit of trouble here against 3 members. It finally gets taken down. And we were talking about the movement of this team, how swiftly they went with being able to take the top tower, immediately rotating Zablacha down to the bottom tower, finding the gate.
I don't know why they keep leaving Jushin open. At this point, just keep her banned. Now they won this first match, they're gonna ban her. You're not gonna be able to use her for the second.
Yeah,
you kind of give them a free
even
win.
though that we can see that the idea for Infinity was so good that even Zablax here, like he didn't have to appear so much with a Claude, you know, to guarantee the kills and other things, because as we were seeing at the end of the battle, at the end of the game here with double kill to Lionel, and now we're heading for the MVP, Xena.
Oh yes, let's see who our MVP is. Oh, our MVP is the Harley. He did not die.
The Harley.
06.
ZZ.
45.5k.
I guess you can't see the name.
3 golds per minute. I feel like that's the highest we've seen. It's ZZ, our jungle for the Infinity team.
Yeah, he was doing a great job of being able to get in there, being very patient, waiting for the pickups coming in from the Zeshion, and even being able to stick a lot when it comes to the Belleric throwing out that Wrath of the Dryad to kind of keep the entire team debilitated from the side of Black Sentence. So a great job there by ZZ picking up this MVP.
Yeah, great job for ZZ here with the Harley and the first game that opens now. So many questions for the second game here, because we were talking about the 2 teams that they were not so well on the first game, but now they have the chance to get back in the competition. But so far, Infinity is winning here 1-0. We saw yesterday that Infinity, they took a map from a DreamX, while Black Sentence was like only stomped to 0, and I believe it was versus Octa Gaming. Yes, Octa Gaming yesterday won Black Sentence 2-0 with a value for of Sagan in the second game, which was a really surpriseful. But now we're waiting for the second game here, and we can talk about like why this Kaja is appearing here. Oh, at the second time in the second day. Not only like okay. Once again, the idea, they know what they're doing, right? They have the coaching staff, they have the plan, they have the strategy, but I think that when Kaja appears like or so early or in almost at the end of the composition, it gives time to the team, to the enemy, like to to set things versus against Kaja, you know. So we saw Kaja in the fourth choice here for Black Sentence, and then Infinity said, okay, Baleric and Claude here to avoid this Kaja potential. So I don't think that Kaja here is, especially when the composition can be too squishy, you know, and we didn't see here in the first game.
Yeah, Balak has great mobility with his second skill, and he's very tanky as well, so he can get around pretty quickly. And the fact that he had Revitalize on him as well to keep him even more sustainable, that in itself made him the perfect frontliner for that team.
Well, yeah, especially when you kind of go around, and that was the answer for the Kaja. Especially when during the draft, during the banning phase, they went ahead, they took out the Kalea, which I feel like would have been the better option for it. So, and there's not very many things that you have left that you can kind of go with to be able to take that off. Especially, I believe, I don't remember, I think Sora was banned out as well. So there's not really much that you can go in to try to get to that back line to try to bring it to your team. We've seen as well, even having a Cho, very complicated to try to be able to try to get to that back line when you've got such a great front line. And I think that the distance on Zushin, I'm not gonna lie, I hate seeing that in the mid lane when I'm against it, because there's so much range that she has. It's so hard to try to close the distance around.
Did it just do the freaking title thing?
An incredibly cohesive team, and God forbid that you have a roam that does the job that it needs to stay in front, stay with that peeling power that you need, while all the while Zushin is continually raining down this damage, this CC onto your team. Kaja being out there, it's funny. I guess it just, I feel like it's the poor man's Kalea right now, and that's why we're starting to see it more out here. The way, it's just funny the way that you mentioned it. It's like when Kaja shows up, people are like, "Oh, you must be lost. You want to go over there?" It's like, because it just hasn't been as effective, and I feel I put Kaja kind of in a grouping with things like
you want to be here?
A Jawhead.
Come into the
They
camera.
have times to be inside the meta, but it only comes when people forget about them. When it's been so long that we haven't seen a Jawhead or a Kaja. Actually, now that I think about Jawhead, maybe that might have been a decent option for it, because you could use, you could be able to close the distance on them, use the ejector to kind of throw them back, and that's you can focus on that target. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a different option. But as I was saying, those two options are easy for people to prepare against if they know what they're looking at. When it comes to Jawhead or Kaja, you keep your distance, you make sure you're waiting for that Divine Judgment. Once that Divine Judgment is done, you know that you can go ahead and engage. Unfortunately, we're still at a point where everybody understands Kaja, understands Jawhead. It's not a big surprise for a lot of teams, and everybody understands what you need to do against it. As we move in here to the second, or to the banning, the game 2's banning phase.
All right, they're taking out Julian here. I guess it's targeting some in Infinity. Somebody probably is a really good Julian.
Stay or get out.
Yeah, and you know, guys, I was thinking about when Private was talking about like the Kaja situation and other like big half heroes potential here, and he is so right, because we are used to see a Jawhead in the AMER North. I'm not sure if it was in the first or in the second game, you know, the second day, sorry. And it is
Nobody's
something
trying to
like
get
that,
all the way
because
up in there.
when you are with the teams and you gotta like starting making the composition and say, okay, carry or Eevee or Harley is so much damage, you know, but hey, where's the tanky? Where is the resistance here in the composition? And then the enemy say, hey, what about the Kaiser? What about the, like a peak off a hero here to like to end their funny, you know, to end their play.
It's gonna be another 2 scores in 7 years since I played. So there's MCT AMER and there's University Legends done.
You know, it gives time to the enemy prepare. Like, okay, Kaja, okay, Kalia, let's spam tanky here, guys. Let's spam tanky or heroes with mobility, you know. So it's not even so. It's not that easy to pick these heroes, you know, because if it were so easy, we were about to see Atlas so many times, and we are not to see them. We are not able to see Atlas, right? So let's calm down and let's see what is about to happen in the second game with the draft happening so far here.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the bands
Yep,
out here.
Jushin ban, Marcel ban.
Taken off the table. We still have Boxia out there now. It's very interesting to see the Julian. I'm assuming ZZ might have a disgusting Julian out there that Black Sense is just like, nah, we're just not gonna have that here today. Pardon me?
I'm so sorry. I was
Boxia.
Oh, Boxia. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, because he's usually one of the first bans from a lot of these teams, and that wasn't anywhere on the board. So, gonna go ahead and clean up with Boxia, looking for the answer here from Infinity.
Yeah. Now just waiting for the response for here for Infinity. They have the advantage, you know. Maybe sometimes I was running like in the team's communication. If they talk something like, okay guys, we have the advantage, you know, so why not like taking something something surprising, for example, you know, or even the coach say, hey, no, calm down, let's guarantee the victory here, like easy, fast and clean way. So let's wait what Infinity is about to take.
Oh, Chip and Fredrin, I like that.
Chip? Oh, there's a good response here.
Yeah, I've always been super concerned. Go ahead, Xena.
Oh, no. I'm saying, oh yes, they're trying to get around the map quickly, especially having Fredrin and Chip, so they want to be able to teleport Fredrin around just as quick, so.
Well, yeah, it takes advantage of the fact that he's not the most mobile hero as well. Gives them a good a spread out on the map to the point that it doesn't matter where everybody else is. You have Chip. He's going to be the only person that needs to rotate, needs to do everything he needs to try to catch anybody, and then he can just use that ultimate to get everybody back into that ganking pattern for them. Yeah, I know. Hey, Charizla making a comeback. Maybe we need to go ahead and move.
He's meta now, guys. Note that in your notebooks, please. Charizla is meta.
He's been very successful. I mean, I'm pretty sure, is he 100% right now?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is 100%. With Hatsu yesterday and today twice, right?
Yeah, I believe it was twice already. He's about to be 4 times here, so very interesting. I mean, maybe he's moving himself up. He might, and I feel like he might be another one of those heroes that it's taken a while. He's been out of the meta for so long that not a lot of people are prepared for him. I mean, you understand his kit, but you don't prepare your drafts around seeing a Charizla as often. We've seen how
well, you got that carry there, so I'm pretty sure Infinity got it. That's all you really need to deal with Charizla. Just get a carry. And
so I think
you know, you pretty much set up.
I do think that,
you know, carrying for Basha and Charizla is actually a good answer.
When I play as Charizla, I'm always scared of a carry.
Yes.
Carry can dish out that damage pretty quickly, even though Charizla can. But Charizla's damage is pretty slow. So you got this fast carry who's gonna dish out a lot of damage, and Charizla's like slow hits. Even though he's trying to get his life back, he's still gonna get taken out by that carry if she gets to that late.
Yes, you're right, Xena, but at the same time that
did he go out there?
Take care about carry, we can say the same from carry, you know, because if like with the combo from like Flame and penalties on one can neutralize this carry so fast. You know, can
I'm seeing Minotaur bans, but
give the opportunity for Black Sentence the follow up from the damage here. So she has to take care about that. She has to take care about that situation. But Minotaur here, the last ban for Infinity, I think that they know something.
Well, I mean, it comes in, especially in the early game when you have, he would have kind of added a decent amount of survivability and CC to the team, especially when you're talking about a real world manipulation coming down, trapping the team that you want. Then you can have a good setup with Minotaur to be able to get a lot of CC. And it basically opens a wide pathway for Terizla to be able to come in and get that penalty zone on who he needed to. A lot of different bans that we're seeing here as well, but I hear the glue coming in for the side of Infinity.
Our last ban here, guarantee for a CC, Black Sentence, and glue. It is the fourth choice for Infinity here. Not maybe, for sure. Had it in the XP lane, but now
glue, Chip, and Fredrin. That's a lot of front.
The last 2 years here, I heard voice. I heard a phrase that I actually don't remember that. Maybe can be a Claude. Maybe can be, but now let's wait for it. Assuming that there is still a gold lane and a no, not jungle. Is Boxer is heading for the jungler probably. It can be roaming and gold lane. Okay, no.
Claude and no.
The jungle and Boxer the roaming.
Kagu.
That might be a
Kagu.
And then the Kagura coming out as well. Very interesting. I want to say Nolan not having a great winning streak when it comes to the pickups he's had in the north or south right now.
I feel like they might have held themselves with that Nolan, bro.
Talking about it, he definitely needs.
Because who you locking? Who you locking down on? You locking down on Chip, Fredrin, or Glue? You're not. Your chances of getting to Kagura with her fucking dash, and your chances of getting to carry with her dash is, and getting through that wall is low, bro. It's a low chance, but
yeah,
let's see.
Situations always coming up for Infinity. Once again, picking Kagura
low chance
here on the mid lane. There was no Zunshin, and I think that they didn't want to work with Kami, and they decided to bring here Kagura with a very high magical burst and damage here, especially with this her umbrella, and with a very interesting mobility. But now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the lane of on to the second game, Infinity versus a Black Sentence. Here could be the last game for today, my friend Private, or Black Sentence can turn the game even and leading for the third and decisive game.
All right, this might be it for the night lives. I don't know. Seeing that draft, I don't.
like the composition that they have there.
Pause matter. Something happened, bro. You might be stalling for about 5 to 10 minutes.
Try to be clamoring around to try to take down the Fredrin pickup there. That's something that can kind of offset it with that Yin Yang Overture as well.
Yeah.
The Kagura is a surprise to me. Have you guys seen her at all in any of these
matches,
even in North? Or is this the first time?
Not in the matches, no. Probably like once. I think one Kagura.
I think I saw Kagura. Yeah, I think I saw Kagura in the first day. I just don't remember the game, the match, but I'm sure that Kagura appeared once in the first day.
But as far as like normal ranks, she's definitely been up here.
Very interesting here because he has a mobility. She has a mobility. Sorry, the burst damage with especially with the combo with the umbrella, and she gets invulnerable with the second ability with umbrella, so she is able to get away. You know, so it's another mage here, which is not static, with a high burst of damage, which can be fit very well in Infinity's composition.
Huge escapability, especially with that umbrella escape that she's able to do. Usually you see her picked up to try to offset very powerful marksmans as well, since the burst damage that she's able to do is pretty huge. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get right back into the beginning of this match. As Rico said,
all right, here we go.
Game point here for Infinity. Black Ascendants are looking to try to add a W to their record here as things are underway.
Yeah, nobody helped with veterans clear, knowing damn well they got a Nolan. Bro's not even, bro.
Why not? But Black Sentency, Papa Dog. Yeah, I don't think that Infinity can
Ass farm.
The third game. Oh, let's go.
Oh yeah, they're gonna try. Already Papa Dog taking a very, very low. Aurora gonna go up there, be able to get that, scoop up that gold minion for them. But man, Rusi on this glue is gonna be a big problem for Papa Dog. Papa Dog does do a decent amount of damage though, even when the minions kind of come online. The only problem here is that if you want to be able to get away from the glue, once he uses that split, you're gonna either have to use that penalty zone or you're gonna have to use that flicker to try to get yourself back underneath the tower.
Not thinking like this skin for Blues with Patrick. Oh, here the comes mid.
Oh yeah, Fanboy actually takes a little bit of damage there, but I want to say, I mean, Chip is decisively tankier than he looks. A lot of people kind of like, you know, you see a Chip on there, you don't really think about like tankiness from him.
His ability to reset is good too.
About 50%, you have a little bit of a gank trying to come in at the side. Irwin from the side looking for the flank, does find a stun onto Rusi. Down to 50%, gonna have to use that flicker to get himself out.
Praise's Wrath comes out. All right.
Goes Papa Dog. That's going to be a first blood for Infinity at the top lane.
Papa Dog is going to be eliminated from this fight. Also denied level 4. So this turtle's almost guaranteed to go over to Infinity. And they find another kill on Irwin.
That's going to bring them up to 0-2 with a turtle in pocket.
Yeah, it's a very nice combo, right? 2 kills plus a total. Yeah, everything was right for Infinity so far. But now we're seeing a Black Sentence. They have to do something, especially in the early game here. We're seeing the first items working on the boost, especially to like get this movement speed in favor. Okay.
Another kill, bro. Another kill on Irwin.
They go in with the teleport immediately, and they find Irwin. The entire team goes in for that teleport.
Yeah, turning it into a red buff steal. They're definitely gonna get it.
Underneath the jungle, that's just what you get with the value from having a chip on your team.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But it was very difficult because
all right. Passion.
So he doesn't die so easily. But now, once again, we have Fanboy here on the top side with Kagura and Fredrin. Is Infinity here trying to being so proactive so far in the very early game?
It's a wrap. Not just yet, but no, actually it really might be. You don't want to be behind with the fucking Nolan. That's what it is. So many ultimates just came out. So much wasted there. Penalty zone flicker wasted. Real world manipulation is gone.
For this next turtle.
Yeah, he missed the flicker, he missed the ultimate. Okay, the ultimate can
that's a lot of utility wasted, bro.
Until the turtle time here, but
it should be back up for turtle.
2 minutes or 2 minutes if I'm not wrong here to get back for
revitalize Basha, guys. How do we feel? How do we feel about that? I know how I feel about it.
Very good situation to trying to guarantee the second one.
Yeah, Black Sentence just not in a position to be able to kind of go
and
contest that. You see the rotation
stop
coming
calling
from
my stuff
He's going
up.
to be joining into the mid lane, while for the flank. Ooh,
I know you're not calling up.
Good job, going to use that umbrella, try to be able to create that vision for his team to get that information, let them know where the rest of the enemy team was.
You're gonna lay there. You're gonna lay there. Don't start picking at my carpet, man.
The side of Infinity.
I mean, in my opinion, Chip is so overpowered. It's so
don't butter me up
because,
now.
Infinity was guaranteeing the turtle. Oops. Okay. Infinity was guaranteeing the turtle, and fastly, immediately.
Me to Basha, get it together, man. Get it together, man.
Why Aurora was trying to trying to use the gold energy, like trying to hit the gold energy, but Fanboy didn't allow to do that. But now Infinity has the chance to take the turret number 1 here in the bottom lane and a possible team fight. Oops. Okay.
Yeah, it does look like they wisely Infinity. They wanted the tower. They didn't want the engagement here.
2.6k lead for Infinity, 3-0.
Move on to the next side of the map.
2 turtles in favor and a turret as well. It is looking pretty grim. Black Sentence does have some scaling into late game. Unfortunately, Nolan's gonna fall off pretty hard. And even in their jungle, man. Yet another turret.
Taking down another turret now, number 1 in the top side here. Oh, my friend Private, I think that things are getting just a little bit complicated for Black Sentence once again.
Well, at least Black Sense is able to kind of get some knowledge of the map, kind of work their way.
I almost paused the damn thing. What?
From Infinity and try to get themselves back out of harm's way. Ooh, does look like Fanboy does realize that Aurora's trying to get away. Gonna get the stun onto him. Irwin on the other side.
Oh no.
Looking to try to secure his escape. Rest of the team comes in with the portals from Chip.
Nope.
I think that's gonna be an Irwin down for the count. Another kill for Infinity. The plot's gonna go ahead, put that into his pocket, and that is gonna set up the next turtle for Infinity.
Yeah, this very strong macro gaming here, especially with a chip here for Infinity.
Miglet just bit my
the team
fucking
here
foot.
to get this mobility to reach from the top to the bottom side so immediately, so fast, to guarantee another turtle, guarantee another kill, and just through can be the next victim. Or not.
Oh yeah, Fanboy's right there to go ahead and lay on some of that stun in the mid lane. It does look like Infinity is changing. Big penalties in, comes in, lands onto one member, and the real world manipulation is out. Able to get out with 25%, but Zablotch able to put the damage.
They still can't find anything on the board, bro.
Papa Dog, rest of Infinity looking into enemy territory. They were looking for that purple buff, but wisely Aurora held it inside that bush, so they didn't see it, didn't have vision on it, and backed off.
Never seen the items here once again with the Demon Hunter for Claude, and meanwhile Carry here carrying up the Golden Staff and the Corrosion side, 2 items, 1 item ahead from Claude, but so far. But even though Infinity is playing so clever, especially abating the Black Sentence roaming, you know, because they forced Black Sentence to move 3 players in the top side to help Joel Crew, and meanwhile they were taking down the turn number 1 in the mid lane. So it is the micro gaming here working so well for Infinity so far in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to say, too. Just watch as they surgically move each tower one by one by one. It's the 8-minute mark. We're almost down to high ground towers. You see the focus starting to come onto the bottom lanes. The Blot's going to use that speedy light wheel to lay onto the damage, and Black Sentence is powerless, but to watch them be able to take it.
It's not a nice cube, but it was melted here, my friend. For a
oh man, it's looking grim.
Once again, 6 kills here. Black Sentence didn't. Okay,
and today might just be a day of sweeps, bro. Unless Infinity makes a mistake. I said that last match, and it looked like they didn't make no mistakes. I doubt there's a mistake coming out as well with the chip, so I don't think there's any mistakes happening.
Probably there were no fight back for this first Lord for Infinity Sport.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing here is, too, while you are behind, Aurora is behind on this
7.1k.
He can't even split push if he wanted.
Only left down to inhibitors. Oh wait, no, they still have 1 tier 2.
If he gets that ultimate off, the rest of the enemy team is going to be all over you. So they're confined to trying to turtle up inside the base, trying to get whatever scraps that are left over by Infinity, as you can see here, working their way through the jungle. Oh, actually misses that minion, pours the blotch. they're only able to get like what's left over from Infinity as they work their way through the jungle. And here again, damage coming out from Carry.
Tier 2 is gonna go down. Papa Dog might be in trouble. Papa Dog is in trouble. Oh, manages to flicker out just barely. Blazing Duet comes out. ZZ lives barely, but is taken down.
to return to favor, finds a kill onto Infinity.
Then they're not gonna get no inhibs on this push, unfortunately.
But now Infinity going to look to disengage.
Yeah, ZZ here is taken down, but it gives time for Infinity to take down the tower on the top side. Also, only the high ground now for a Black Sentence.
Nah, they weren't gonna end there because they still had shields up, unfortunately.
For us in Brazil, because it takes us bad memories.
They're gonna have to wait till next Lord, sure.
But here, yeah, we have a meme from 7-1, you know? Every time that we see 7-1 say, no, not again, 7-1. But that's okay. For Infinity here, it's very good. Not only because of the goal lead, but because of the zap blocks with 3 items now with the Demon Hunter, with the Trinity here, now to guarantee more damage for a carry, which we know for the late game is going to be a piece of cake for Zablux here. But not only for him, but Ruse is playing so well, ZZ with the Fredring to getting the resistance and to buy more time in the team fights. And we cannot forget a fanboy here with Chip with this global presence in the entire map, you know. So
pause meta.
No chance for a Black
Bro.
Sentence to his split push. It gives no chance for Black Sentence to try some pick off because fanboy is always aware about this about that situation. You know? So it brings a back for it. Infinity here has all the chances to finish the second game.
Yeah, I mean, you already saw that they just getting that Trinity build up on Zablach. And so he was doing all of that damage to the tower without the Trinity build. He just got that online now. So what does that mean for the future, for some future fights that we're about to have with this team?
Yes. Infinity has been doing amazing this round. I've seen them basically take over the map, take over all objectives by the 8-minute mark. They were still doing that, and the other team finally got a kill a little later down, around about like 9-10 minutes, right?
Yeah, I think it's something like that, you know. But it's a very good situation for Infinity. They had all the chances here to finish the game. I think that they have to do so many mistakes here, you know, to lose this game so far, because all I can see that Infinity just playing forward, you know, just guarantee another Lord to secure this second game. So a Black Sentence here they have to do some magic tricks here to reverse that situation so far.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I'm trying to figure out, like, if there is a...
All right, we're jumping back in. Pause meta is over. You know, that pause is going to definitely affect Infinity a lot. It's going to throw off their game. They're definitely going to make a mistake here now.
Like I said, there's very little answers that Infinity hasn't really spoken for. Even trying to get the jump on them, waiting inside bushes to maybe get a jump on them. You have Lionel on this Kagura who can just use that umbrella to get vision before the team even goes in there. You see there, she was able to kind of use it on that pixel bush by the enemy wall there as well. So I mean, and then trying to split push with the Nolan, you're gonna get picked off by a Chip and the rest of the team who goes in there. So it's gonna be very hard now with 5 seconds left on this next Lord.
Now, you got Lionel, for example, from the Kagura with no kills, but only his presence is still enough to zone the players out. Now, another Lord.
All right, going into this next Lord, it's looking like Black Sentence wants to contest. But they're not going to be able to. They wanted to, but they just could not find a way in. Oh, no. Okay, Aurora was in some trouble right there. Not the Shiba emote, bro. Yeah, I think this is over. It's over on this push, most likely. What's up, MTZ? Welcome back.
Yeah, there is actually no purple buff here for
Guys, please lose this game and make it an actual series. Nah, man, it's just been all wipes all day.
The Lord that is heading on the top side here. Maybe to give a tackle on the turret, the tower number 3 to guarantee the super minions, while the rest of the teams of Infinity is trying to synchronize the win away, but also probably
Lord crashing down on top side. That top side turret will fall. This bottom side will fall as well.
You can see them splitting up the priority here. Minions at the bottom, Lord up at the top, spreading Black.
Oh wait, top side may not fall, but they did secure bottom.
25% left onto that top turret.
They still have another wave coming in of big minions. Portal is placed. They have to be a little careful here. Mid's gonna fall. Top is gonna fall. They might be looking to close out here. Okay, wait. They find their way in the back line. Zablax is not there. But it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. They're so far behind with a 9.5k deficit. They're so far behind that Zablax didn't even need to be there. And they still won out in the fight. They're playing safe. They have to reset. Wait, Chip might look for a portal. Chip might look for a portal here. Oh, no way. No way. They're going to end. They're going to end. That's it. That's GG. That's it. That's GG, bro. ZZ in trouble. Got the immortality, though. ZZ will probably be fine here. They only reset just to get the HP back, just to come back again.
But you still have an immortality on Fanboy, Rusi on the bottom side, and this might be the end for
another portal. That's it. That's game, bro. That's it. It's a sweep. That was so well played. That's an interesting way to use Chip. Probably running fleeting time to pull that off. But when you're so far ahead, using fleeting time on the Chip is good. You're going to get the kills. You're going to secure the assists. So you might as well get the fleeting time to make those kind of plays. Instant reset, and they were able to close out.
Wow, clean sweeps across the board. This was a quick day for the tournament, but it was still really cool to see these new heroes being shown.
I don't know, man. With everyone sweeping, that kind of it makes it real interesting, bro.
Especially when it comes to Fanboy on that Chip. He was just as successful yesterday on that Chip. Went 0-0 and 10. So it's one of those things that you really have to consider when it comes to the draft. Especially because we did see some I want to say some different, I don't want to say off-putting, but different bands that came out this time. But once again, Fanboy just did an amazing job on this Chip.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly about Chip here now, because what Fanboy he did here was like very good, you know. It was awesome with Chip, always with the presence and the map, you know. And I did talk once that I was like, Chip is
such a quick day. Damn, we finished at 10 p.m., bro. Probably another like 10 to 15 minutes as they talk and close us out. 1 to 11 is crazy score day. It was a dominating fashion, bro. But Black Senses might just be the weakest team then. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I hate to say it.
Again, for Infinity's performance and Infinity's victory so far.
Yeah, as we go into these highlights, you can see.
I don't know. We never know. They might go to a lower bracket and bounce their way all the way back up. You never know. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. It's just a Swiss stage. That's another thing. Like, some of these teams might not be pulling out all they got just because it's the Swiss stage. That I would hope so, at least, because it's just the Swiss stage. Like, when we get the knockouts, it's going to be a completely different, you know, we might see something completely different. Might see some comps that we won't even never have expected, especially with global bans in place.
The entire game from the 10-minute mark there too, they just were laying into Black Sentence.
Look, when I use a Chip portal, this is what I want to see, bro. That's what I want to see. When I use a Chip portal, this is what I want to see. I want instantaneous trust on the portal, bro. Instantaneous. No one's there. One portal. Whole team pulls up, bro. Instantaneous. Like, that's what I want to see when I put down a fucking Chip portal, bro. And I swear, nobody.
He is the Kagura, the Lionel, right here with 307. KDA was always there.
A lot of mage MVPs today.
61.6k total damage, 702 golds per minute.
Yeah, so the MVP goes for Kagura, the affair of Hayabusa here with 307 KDA total damage when we are heading for the MVP highlights here. which was really interesting because we were talking about like Kagura's performance until like their late game. She only had existence, you know, but by the time that she was needed, she performed so well. So she guaranteed the kills necessary for Infinity to win the second game. So once again, Infinity choosing mobility heroes, especially in the mid lane, because they were not allowed to use Zunshin again. So for them, it was very, very good and very crucial for winning the second game here.
Yeah, it's funny that you bring up, you even brought it up during the cast that Kagura had finally, I think it was at the 13-minute, finally had gotten their first kill, but always there during fights, always being able to get some of that suppressive fire. I want to say she was about 6 or 7 assists there as well, so just always being able to enable a lot of the kills that were happening and enable a lot of the pressure that was being forced out from Infinity.
They really found an answer for Baxia's mobility there with having Chip there to teleport all over the place, taking Fredrin around, and, you know, giving him a little warning.
Yeah. It was like the Chip idea here, especially like bringing the rest of the teammates, because you have the composition that works so well for that situation, because you have a Fredrin with the resistance and the rapid precision here. We have the Kagura with the burst, especially with the umbrella. You have Carry with a very true damage in the late game. So it is not that an easy life for a Black Sentence to try to do something. You know, they were not able to do something because it was always Fanboy coming with the rest of the crew to respawn any kind of try for a Black Sentence. So they were totally neutralized, especially because of the Chip and the ability that he was able to bring the rest of the teammates.
I'm actually kind of curious as to what happened at the beginning of this draft. I feel like Baxia, the reason he's kind of prime picking material for a lot of teams is because of what he can bring to the jungle for a lot of these teams. And here we saw him kind of transition.
That begs the question, if Marcel uses ult on Chip's portal with someone coming out of it, do they go back for it? No, it doesn't rewind time, it just freezes the zone. So if the portal was there, I'm pretty sure you can still step through it. You're just going to be frozen for the rest of the golden hour.
As a tank, meant as a roam, but a lot of people have been using him
as the logical way. It's not like it rewinds time.
Has shined in the current meta. So I was very curious as to what happened during that draft that kind of told them, oh, we're going to have to change this out. We're going to have to try to use this as a flex pick and put slot Nolan in there.
Yeah, it was surprising to see Nolan replace Baxia in there. And you were saying that Nolan wasn't doing too hot anyways in these tournaments.
I don't know. Marcel freezes time, but Chip's portal cuts through space-time, so I imagine it still works.
Yeah. And you know, if I remember, the Baxia was the first pick. And then we saw a Chip and another one that I don't remember as a respawn. Not, you know. So for me, I think that when Black Sentence saw a Chip coming in Infinity's composition, I think that they thought something about like, okay guys, so we know that Chip has this global presence, the entire map, so maybe we can use a Baxia here, especially with the first ability. Note that he has a very high mobility, like a Beyblade that can move so fast in the map. With some try of a respawn.
A Beyblade? You mean like a Bay Whale? Thing that nobody talks about?
At least for me, I can only see that why they choose to like try to swap, probably swap Baxia from the jungle to the roaming here, because as we're seeing, Baxia is getting so more successful in the jungle than in the roaming. So for me, I think this is the only answer that comes through my mind right now. It is some kind of trying to respond the Chip situation and the ability to bring the whole teammates in a possible team fight or guarantee the objectives in the map.
Yeah, especially when it comes out to it. I mean, you kind of had to be expecting the Chip to come out, especially with how dominant they were yesterday with it. That they actually were able to win that game that they used him with. I'm kind of wondering what kind of better options would have been there. Maybe even the Lu Yi to be able to kind of displace and have that type of map that that same type of map presence. Maybe not the same that Chip provides, but at least that surprise to be able to kind of get around into a position there as well. So it's just a very interesting strategy there. Infinity here able to kind of scrap back, be able to get themselves a victory over Black Sentence. And for Black Sentence, I believe it's just back to the drawing board. You're still at a learning position here, like we've talked about before. You're a brand new team, new members, everybody's still trying to build up that synergy. And we saw an example of it here tonight, that there's still a lot of work to do for them.
Yes, but what better way to do that is in the Swiss stage. Right now is the time to get that practice in, because once we move on, people are going to be kicked out. I'm just saying. But I just have to talk on the Terizla. He does not have a 100% win rate anymore. Was he not doing so hot in this last match? Was Carrie shredding on him?
Yeah, you're right about one thing, that Terizla is not like 100% of win rate anymore, but it's way more successful than Marcel so far in the second game here in the AMER South, at least. But once again, we make a lot of jokes about Marcel here, but we know that Marcel is a really is strong, and now we have to see. I think that we want to see, and we about to see more from Terizla, and that's funny because I saw some people in the chat say, "No, Terizla, are you real? Are you for real, bro? Terizla in the Land of Dawn." But at least for a Black Sentence idea here, it wasn't the best. The idea was good, but the execution, and we saw like Papa Dog using the flick and the ultimate, the penalty zone in nowhere. You know, he was. I mean, his idea was to hit someone, but he found nothing. So it wasn't good for follow-up and the rest of the composition for a Black Sentence here. So, but we, despite the defeat today, this first one, I think that we about to see more about Terizla in the Land of Dawn for the next few days.
It's really interesting because I feel like maybe Terizla's kind of slotted into some of those cheesy pairs that we always see. The Terizla and the Marcel, the Valentina and the Khalid, Johnson, Odette, things like that, where it's just like they're, what was the other one? Eve and Hylos. Just things like that where the combination of them is just very overwhelming and you need to be very prepared for it. Terizla, he did, I believe he still had one match, I believe, by himself. That's when they used him against the Fredrin, and I think that's what the mindset was here for it. But his major successes have been with that Marcel, being able to, because it lines up with having that golden hour and being able to get that penalty zone out there as well. So it's been an interesting journey for the Terizla. Maybe still back to the drawing board, put him back up on that shelf a little bit until you get a Marcel out there that's available for you.
Well, I just want to take a quick moment to remind you viewers, please like the stream and share it. We appreciate having you here. Also follow us on the MLBB NA Esports. You can follow us on Kick, Twitch, X, Insta, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. So be a part of our community.
Yeah, we are so many places, okay, so you can be a part of our family. So make sure you follow our social networks and make sure you follow us also, you know, so by the time the broadcasting, our social networks is appearing for you guys, so you can follow us. You can screen a picture of us here and tag us on Instagram, for example, you know, so we are so happy to have you guys there, you know. So as Zena said, so don't forget to send a like, share the live, call your friends, you know, because today the matches are done, but in the next weekend we are back with so more emotion here, Zena.
All right, let's look at today's schedule again. Once again, we can see which teams win against each other. We had Octa Gaming against DreamMax.
Sweep Central, bruh.
All of these were actually a sweep. We had
Sweep Central. Everyone swept tonight, bro.
Influence Rage with Influence Rage.
That's saying a lot.
That one. Entity 7 against Alpha 7 here, but Entity 7 coming up strong. And Black Sentence against Infinity, with Infinity taking that win.
Yeah, a complete day of sweeps for the AMER South. I mean, I just felt like everybody started. Yesterday was the day that everybody kind of just started getting their wheels turning. Today, everybody had that momentum. They understood the strategies that they wanted to put up against it. For teams that I expected to kind of be more evenly matched, it almost felt like this is where a lot of teams decided to show out and really put forward those really winning strategies that they needed here. Like we said, a day full of sweeps here, kind of a short broadcast for us, but I mean, just the dominance that was shown here in AMER South was amazing.
Yeah. As we were talking about, like, this is AMER South, so things can be very surprising here for everyone, you know. So now we had that situation that two teams are 2-0, Octa Gaming and Entity 7. So we will have in a best of 5 to see who is
best
gonna
of
be the
5
first
starting
one
next
in
week.
the playoff, you know. But in the opposite, we have teams with a 0-2. I don't remember now. Black Sentence is one of them. You know, they have to face a best of 5 to see which is gonna be in the seed number 8. And in the middle of the table, we have the teams of 1-1. There is still have a best of 3 to still survive in the competition. You know, to be the 2-1 to still rating for the top, and the 1-2 to still survive in the competition. So things are gonna be wild in the next weekend, and I'm so excited to see what's coming next, especially for the victory ones. Octa Gaming versus Entity 7 is gonna be very, very insane.
Yeah, especially you're talking about two teams that are undefeated here too as well. The second team that also went 0-2, unfortunately, was 9Z Globant. So they're the ones who are going to be kind of matched up to see who will prevail to kind of secure some of those seats as well. A very exciting weekend here for South, and a very intense introduction for me.
It's been a long
great teams.
it's been a long week. Well, we're finishing 6 hours versus 8 hours, so that's a huge difference, bro.
Things that are the same within the two regions,
huge
North
difference.
and South, had proved differently in what they considered more ban-worthy and what's not ban-worthy. A lot of them are the same, but here we heard that Zushin was not priority for them.
Yeah, so we were seeing some just a little bit about the meta from AMER North and South. You know, so many heroes, so many broken heroes that we are used to see in another tournaments like MPL, PH, or Indonesia. But sometimes some surprises here, as a Valir, as a Kaja, for example, which appears here in AMER South. So that's why first of all, that's why I love Mobile Legends, for this dynamic situation, and I love AMER North and South because they bring something, some news, you know, some heroes that we can discuss about that sometimes it blow our mind, because for understanding that composition and the idea for what's happening. So it is a really good. It is really it's really funny to see AMER North and South happening here in this tournament.
Yeah. And it actually kind of brings up, like, when it comes to all of the different teams and stuff competing, when it comes to North, when it comes to South, is it something that maybe North is watching, seeing how South deals with Zushin, and maybe makes it so that isn't
I wonder why they make the
ban-worthy?
I mean, I get it, I guess, but like sometimes I just feel like.
Let's see the North schedule for next Thursday and Friday. All right. Well,
tomorrow.
We have Influence Rage against.
That's going to be Stamina Esports taking on Influence Rage in the
Wait,
first match.
tomorrow? What the fuck they mean tomorrow?
Taking on Vendetta.
Yeah, the second game one here is a best of 5 because Alpha 7 North and Vendetta. It's a both teams at 2-0.
Wait.
So it's a best
What?
of 5 here to see who's gonna guarantee the first the spot for the playoff. The first spot for a playoff
Next Saturday.
Our beautiful casters, Trax, Chronos.
Are you sure? I would hope
Layla,
so.
right? It's Layla the last one.
Layla, babe.
Yeah, Layla. Yes, thank you very much.
Just as you appear, they're talking about you. It's crazy.
For Thursday, right? For AMER and North.
Thursday. Okay, I don't know why they say tomorrow.
Matches, like we were talking about, 2 matches where people putting out their undefeated records for it as well. So very exciting stuff there.
Yes, and thank you guys all for coming here. Remember to follow us on our socials. We have
Okay, now we're ending. We finished a lot earlier than yesterday, so I'm actually thankful for that. Sweep Central, but it is what it is.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, Private Dancer. It's been an honor for being with you guys.
North is Thursday. Yeah. I was watching. South is Thursday, Friday for North, Saturday, Sunday for South. I don't know. It just said tomorrow at the top. So I was like, what the fuck do you mean tomorrow?
My friend Private.
I wasn't prepared to be streaming Mobile Legends 5 days straight. 4 days was definitely more than enough. I need a little break from ML for a bit.
Everything going on in AMER North and AMER South, but this is us signing off, and hopefully you guys have yourself a great weekend.
Bye. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is gonna be MCT AMER week 1. It was a lot better. I won't say than what I was expecting, but I end up being a lot more hyped than I thought I would be. A lot of the matches were really great, and they were just like really enjoyable. So I don't know. I'm kind of looking forward to what's to come. As far as like who's gonna make it to finals, like finals, and I want to know where it's gonna be because I would like to be there, but it's just so many factors now. But I'm thinking it's gonna be Alpha 7 North versus NTG 7, but we gotta see how the best of 5s and stuff go, because that's what's really gonna determine everything. That's what's really, it's really gonna determine everything. So yeah, that's gonna be it for now until Thursday. I'll probably, as far as like watching next week's matches, I believe I'll be able to do Thursday, Friday, and then if Saturday and Sunday is as early as it was before, then I'll probably be able to do Saturday and Sunday. It depends what time, because all of the games for the University Legends tourney is gonna be happening around 9 p.m. ish EST, if I remember correctly. So I will be streaming that instead. So if anything, we'll probably do a little bit of MCT, and then probably like it depends. It really depends how prepared I'm feeling about University Legends, because if I don't feel prepared enough, then I'm gonna probably take like an hour before just to get ready and stuff. But we'll see. If he has possibly a good chance. Infinity? No. They lost, bro. They lost their first day. I'm not saying they can't bounce back. But it's they could. It's just I don't think so, bro. Let me see. Who did they lose to? Is the question. On day 1. Oh my days, I keep muting. My fault. I'm sorry. It's cause freaking yeah, Saber's lurking around now and he has monkeys playing, so yeah, I was at least waiting until we finished all of our MCT talk, and then I wouldn't care anymore. No, just in case. But no, I'm actually looking forward to seeing you be up there, Layla. Can't wait till next week. I'm definitely gonna at least watch like day one just to see you host. But no, I was saying Octa swept. Yeah, it's gonna be between Octa and Entity 7 that's gonna be on the top because those are like the strongest teams right now in terms of like who's been winning. Yeah, Black Sentence was the weakest team. I won't. Yeah, Black Sentence is probably the weakest team right now. I'm not gonna hold y'all. See me crash and burn on the big screen. Oh man, don't even stress it. You'll probably have like the first day jitters. Don't even worry about it. Trex and Kronos they're gonna help you a lot. Trex is really good at getting conversations flowing and making you feel comfortable. So like even Ashley was like her first day she was like very nervous. Even though she's like a substitute, she was very nervous the first day. But like as the time went on, like Trex and her were able to and Kronos were able to like talk and she kind of eased into it. So it'll probably be the same for you. Like they'll help you ease into it and you'll be fine. But that's it for this. I am gonna take a quick little break. It's been 6 hours. I'm gonna go walk around a little bit. I don't know. I didn't. I don't. I don't know. I don't know if I want to continue this stream. I know I did the same thing yesterday. It's like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'll take a little break, like even like 5 minutes to like decompress and like move around a bit, and I'll come back and then I'll decide after those like 5 minutes. It might be 10. I just need to decompress a little bit. But until then, I'll put on some music for y'all, some little bit of chill vibes until yeah. Until then, minimize that for now. And then when I come back, we'll decide whether we're gonna play some games, or if I'm gonna play something else, or if I'm just gonna fucking just end for the night. We'll see. But I'll be right back. And those of you who did join me to watch MCT, I do appreciate you all. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you want to stick around, feel free. If not, understandable. And yeah, thank you guys for coming out.